Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Oh, the horror! I cannot contain my outrage, is probably what the mainstream media was hoping my reaction would be. You know, if you ever needed proof that the mainstream media is completely out of touch with the average sentiment out there, well then look no further. You seriously cannot make this stuff up. I mean, every single week is a brand new outrage clickbait headline, something that is in design meant to elicit some sort of an emotional reaction, with the mainstream media hopeful end goal being, I can't believe Donald Trump would do or say such a thing. How could he? Most of the time it falls flat, or it's just the same Twitter Karens over and over again, tweeting the shocking Trump headline of the week in their little
Willkommen, 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 Wunderbra. Willkommen, 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 Wunderbra.
Feel the thorns embrace. forest holds many surprises.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
Kann alles ganker eigentlich.
First blood.
Take careful steps.
Minions have spawned.
Such a busy world. Wait until my seeds take root. My prey thinks itself clever. Things aren't always. You're all mine. So much more. A promising world.
Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Come closer. The harvest is upon us. None will escape my grasp.
An ally has been slain.
Just wait. The forest holds many surprises. Just a harmless flower.
An enemy has been slain.
Things aren't always.
An ally has been slain.
So much more to see.
An enemy has been slain.
A promising garden.
Enemy killing spree.
Venture off the beaten path. Come closer.
Enemy killing
Just
spree.
wait.
An enemy has been slain.
Take careful steps. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what they seem.
An enemy has been slain.
So much more to see. Death is in bloom.
been slain. Killing spree.
So much more to see.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Venture off the beaten path. Come The forest holds many surprises. Take careful steps. Such a busy world. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what they seem.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Come closer. The forest holds many surprises. Just a harmless flower. Things aren't always what they seem. So much more.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. You have been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
A promising garden. Come closer.
Enemy killing spree.
The forest holds many surprises. Just a harmless flower.
An enemy has been slain.
The harvest is upon us.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Take careful steps. Just wait. Such a busy man.
An ally has been slain.
Just wait.
Unstoppable. Enemy killing spree.
Things aren't always what they seem. So much more to see. promising garden.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon. Your turret has been destroyed.
Take careful steps. Such a busy week. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what they seem.
Killing spree.
The forest.
You'll need eyes on him. Turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Der war fast tot. Ich gehe. Und waste mein Schau noch.
busy world.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Wir haben gewonnen? Wie? Wie? I don't get it. How in the fucking world? Das war niemals nur in niemals.
Feel the thorns embrace.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Just a harmless flower.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Take careful steps.
Minions have spawned.
A promising garden. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Come close.
First blood. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What lurks beneath the surface?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Take careful steps.
It's a trap. Be ready.
Don't choose the beaten path. Promising garden. see. Busy world. Just wait. Hold memory. Wait until my seeds take root. Things aren't always what they seem. Just a harmless flower. Be ready.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
So much more to see. Such a busy world. Come closer. Just a harmless flower. Take careful steps.
Nice.
Venture off the beaten path.
Unstoppable.
A promising
Double kill.
So much more to see. Such a busy world.
Shut down.
The forest holds many surprises.
Enemy rampage. Turret plating will soon fall.
Running is only half a plan.
Wait until my seeds take root.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Oh, schön.
So much more to see. Come closer.
Has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Holds menace.
An enemy has been slain.
Die nächste gibt mal.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Garden. Just look. So much more to see. Many surprises.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Hätte nicht. Ah, warum hab ich? Ich weiß warum, weil ich der Zeit verschaffen wollte. Wenn die Laui auf die geht, dann ist sie in jedem Fall tot, aber ich glaube, das ist falsch. Ich glaube, das ist falsch.
Venture off the beaten. Much more to see. Such a busy.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Holds many surprises. My seeds take root.
An ally has been slain.
Things aren't always the same. Just a harmless flower. Venture off the beaten path. What love? careful steps. Venture the beaten path. Promising garden.
Has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Such a busy world.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fuck me, warum bin ich hier?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down.
Bad, 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 bad.
Killing spree.
Just own this flower.
Muss gleich kochen. Gott, kann nicht mehr.
Take careful steps.
Rampage. Shut down.
Venture the beaten path.
Ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich denke, ich muss dahin, aber wer weiß das schon.
Enemy has been slain.
Promising garden.
Inhibitor. Shut down. Enemy killing spree.
Die große Katze. Was macht ihr denn?
Shut down. Aced.
Das geht tatsächlich. Das ist wahrscheinlich slatscht.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Halt. Haben die wieder Baron? Nein, wir haben Baron. Wir haben Baron!
Just a harmless flower. Take care.
The enemy turrets respawn.
No, das hat kittet.
An enemy has
We're not gerade Baron. I'm not sure what's happening here. Wieder was Neues gelernt heute. Noch einen Baron. Boah. Dreimal Resistenz plus Late Game, alle Level 18. Aber es sind halt auch 3, die sich healen, wie blöd. Oh no.
enemy killing spree.
The four.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning.
The forest holds endless treasures.
Was sind das für Games? Oh! Ich glaube, das ist Silber oder so. I don't know. Aber ehrlich, bin jetzt ganz sicher, wo ich die Buffs spüre. Weil es Damage taken ist und nicht Damage. The fuck is happening? Nein. Na, something's happening here. Something's happening here. Mhm. Milis one-shottet die Pflanze immer noch. Das ist natürlich unfortunate. Aber das hier... Weiß nicht, ob das wirklich was ändert. Ich komme nur rein und gehe wieder. Das ist echt mal nahe.
guys, if you don't know already why I've been gone, it's because I've been to Paris. I went to TwitchCon. You bow special the Eiffel Tower. No, I did not. I guess we didn't do much. My girlfriend likes to eat fancy dinners. You know, that fine dining. We're talking caviar. We're talking wine, smelling the wine when they come with it. We're talking that kind of stuff. So yeah, hey, boys, would really appreciate if you have any spare money over, you know, a sub would really appreciate it.
Ja, diese Ilaoi One-Tricks tue aber auch, die sind viel zu stark gefühlt.
Got to be Spear Shot, Kesha, Drutut, Dantes. I'm 100% gonna miss someone here, but Dumbs, Potent, Ilo Santa. We win those! We win those! Oh yeah, I also met for the first time in my life, I met my YouTube editor, who's been editing all my YouTube videos for 4 to 5 years. Kipro. Went to have some dinner with him. The waiter comes. Here's the
Seit wann
bill.
streamt der
I
bitte?
fill up. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I haven't played a League of Legends game in an entire 7 days or 8 days. This is my first time, my first game back. I also addressed the Eiffel Tower allegations. I didn't do anything to the Eiffel Tower. Really. Yeah, guys. If you don't know, I've been
He's looking like he's playing this champion in slow motion. But playing in slow motion,
Good wave clear on the champion.
it's nice. I see he's an advocate of the ward with the glasses in the nose, the disguise ward. Very cool. Very cool. I can tell a lot about a man by the choice of ward skin he uses.
Oh shit, the raptor starting? I'm out of here. Damn.
He wanted to do that so badly. I like it. Windwall comes out.
Can I wind wall his laser? Anybody knows?
I think it goes
Is
through.
that possible?
I think I'm pretty sure the laser goes through the windwall. You can't dodge it either. We definitely need Berserker Greaves.
Willkommen,
Definitely
willkommen.
think we need Berserker Greaves. Boots Rush is essential for the Yasuo. And everybody coming to Korea. I don't know if Baus is coming to Korea this year. I'm not sure what his plans are. He did achieve challenge on his last trip. He might just be done with the server. Doesn't want to come. Oi! Come back. As a Mumu. We can windwall that. Doesn't even need to. Q goes wide. Look at this movement. Mumu doesn't have another Q. Lulu's going to try and bait it. Oh my lord. This is perfect. Is it a Mumu? Oh. The Q. Ult. Huge. We take down one. We are going to take down two. Double kill.
Very.
That was clean. Azadi! That was really good. My best friend is popping off just like I wanted.
Here we go. Here we go.
Boots, please buy boots. Berserker boots. Buy boots!
At least by the small boots.
Who needs boots?
I'm
We
a
have
little bit crazy on Yasuo.
we have enough gold for boots, but we're not
I'm
gonna
a
buy
little
them.
bit crazy on the champion.
He is pretty crazy. He is pretty crazy. 54 CS at 6 minutes. What is that shirt? Who owns it? I am not going to give him fashion advice. He doesn't need it. He's dripped out. The most dripped out person in the world is a man who doesn't care about what others think about what he's wearing. That's what I say. That's what my dad says.
Bro.
And we're not going to judge that yellow, bright fluoro neon shirt. At least if he gets lost at the supermarket with his parents, you know, they'll be able to track him down. Yeah. Everybody has been lost once at the supermarket with your parents, and you start screaming and you get a little bit worried, you know, have they left you behind? They did leave me behind. You maxing, as expected. Checking in. I want to see an all-in under tower. I want to see possibly a Beyblade, a Keyblade. I want to see some cool Yasuo mechanics. Windwall comes out. I don't know if I like the way he used that. And he moves in. It's a 3v1. Ultimate lands. Shield. Oh my god. He almost got clean with it.
Oh,
He almost got clean with that.
I was feeling myself.
Oh, dang.
There.
He was. It was close. He didn't quite make it work, however. And that is going to be a death. I think he's probably worth a bounty here. Probably going to pick up the Aurelian. What's up?
He's dead.
Boom.
Nice.
What's up?
Nice.
Boots, buy boots, buy boots, buy boots, buy boots, buy boots. Should have already had the boots. If you had the boots there, it could have been a lot different.
I still need attack speed. Is it gonna be attack speed boots or what are we thinking here?
That 100% attack speed boots. Yes.
Boots.
And now go Gale Force. How's everyone doing, by the way? Ended the split. It's the first time we've ever had 2 splits in a year. I think it's a really good change by Riot Games. I think usually everybody has given up on their ranked goals or disinterested by this time in the year. Yes, chat? Everybody gets to, like, you know, July, August, whatever month it is, and they go, I'm gold, I don't need to play anymore. I'm diamond, I don't need to play anymore. They just don't play, they play other games. So Riot is making sure you got to keep playing, keep grinding. We have new skins coming out, please buy them. Don't get it twisted, this is a business. The only decisions they make is end goal, you to play more, buy more, spend more. That is the end goal of Riot Games. Don't get it twisted, don't get confused. But I do think it's going to make people play more, and I like people playing more, makes my queue times lower. And I'm not going to complain about that. More viewers, more money. Don't get it twisted, this is also a business venture. As we get the ultimate off the poppy, gonna keep going in, slice and dice. And, oh, we get kicked, we get punted, and that is possibly... easily should have been at least 1 kill. Ezreal. Now we do have wind wall. Please use it accordingly. Doesn't use it accordingly. Wind walls. It's a hard watch. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't know how to use this shit. What does this even do? Creates a drifting wall of wind that blocks all enemy projectiles.
What does wind wall do? How
Sounds
is
broke.
this guy evil than me? I'm not angry. He doesn't know what wind wall does. That's crazy. Challenger in Korea, by the way. Crazy. I wake up every morning and watch Dopa VODs and Bayfang VODs for 3 hours straight. I'm still not Challenger. This cat picks his nose and eats it. Doesn't know what Yasuo Windwall does, still Challenger. I'm not angry. Anyways. Getting a little bit angry this game, I apologize. I have lost a few games as of late and I'm a bit tilted, but it's okay. The past is the past, and the only thing that matters is your next game. You're only as good as your next game, is what they say. Or maybe your last game. And if that's the case, I'm bloody trash. We need our boots. We need to start mopping through these waves. We need to start eating. Whenever you watch P-Zang play... Oh, baby, just goes wide. Whenever you watch P-Zang play Yasuo, he's always eing forward, auto, E, backwards, E, back in, auto, passive, back. It's in and out using the tethering of the range. And we're just not seeing that come through from Debaus FFS as of late. He has 10 CS per minute, though, as we get the ultimate. Beautiful little ultimate. Windmill comes through, doesn't block the ultimate. Amumu Q goes wide. And... we have a Rylaze rush for that Aurelion Soul. We're going to head back to base.
Do the Keyblade, Airblade, Beyblade.
Does he know what they are?
Do the Keyblade.
Do Keyblade. He knows what a Keyblade is.
Yeah.
Do not... okay, cull at 12 minutes. Cull at 12 minutes alert. Cull after 100...
This game will not be over until I do the Keyblade.
Okay.
Yasuo combo.
I'm down for it. What's that Poppy's name? Did I see Doper in that Poppy's name, or am I just singing things? Am I seeing words? Spam ping is coming out. Amumu is on the way, I do believe. We can outplay. Trust me, bro. We can outplay this. We win wall the Amumu ultimate. We're going to dash through the wave. And we are going to escape. Unfortunately, Milo is about to punt him back into the enemy team. Let's see how this pans out. He's landing everything. If that Q lands, huge! Gets one. Ultimate's back onto the... dodge! Or if he... if he dodges the Amumu Q there, 100%, 2v1. 2v3. 1v3. Close. Now please give me the Gale Force. I swear we need to go Gale Force here.
Better.
Do not go... if you build any of these items, I will die in real life. In-game. Yes. 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 We're in the right track here. Gale Force.
I don't know what to build. Anyone?
Listen to me, please. Listen to me.
Dude, I don't know. There is no Bowson build there.
He was trying to cook something up, I saw.
I can, I wanna be tanky. Maybe I don't. Maybe I wanna deal damage.
You want to deal damage. You don't want to be tanky. You have Zac, you have a Poppy, you have a Lilia. Do not. Somebody in his chat help him out. He's going to get a solo kill on this. Goes in, gets the ultimate, straight back. Beautiful 1v1. A lot of people don't know this, but you can control where you ult on Yasuo, by the way. Don't just spam ping it blindly. You can control it. A lot of people... oh. Oh. Nothing there, buddy. There's nothing there, buddy. And I wonder if he enjoys this, he'll bring it out in the top lane. I think there's a really good argument for Yasuo being better top lane than mid lane. As we get the first brick. We are bricked up in the mid lane, and we are going to now prime for something cheesy here, potentially. I don't know about this. If a Mumu finds you, freezing there. Beautiful. Don't.
Time.
No.
Recalling.
Recall.
I am
Get out of
recalling.
there. Skedaddle. We have TP. He might look to... He doesn't know what to build. He's so... No.
I'll build another Bork.
When in doubt, just build your first item twice. You can't build... You cannot build the same item twice. Ride doesn't allow it anymore. They have removed that. I tried to build 2 death caps the other day. It didn't let me. As we have a huge advantage here. Blue team doing very well. He might even flash. He's thinking about it. Just waits for it. Gets the ultimate. Beautiful wind wall. Blocks all of Ezreal elements. He's just going to order that Amumu to death. And he's going to get shut down.
I mean, you could have.
Not a worth trade at all.
I don't know.
Ezreal ult comes through. Can they get the Ezreal? They can. But Lilia... Yep. He's dead.
Nice,
See ya.
Lilia.
She's so hot. Strong. She's so strong. What are you cooking up, big man? You got some eggs with that bacon? I don't know. To be honest, League is fun when you just get in a game with no prior
Exactly.
knowledge of like these
Jesus.
the sweaty one tricks, and you just build what you feel. You have fun. Must be nice. I don't have the luxury of that. I need to sweat over every efficiency to get any type of advantage I can. If someone is talented naturally as Debaus, FFS, he can just do it. He can do as he likes. He can do as he pleases. Might look for this 1v1 against the Nasus. Gonna have to land his ultimate though. Goes in, gets withered. Wither absolutely cucks Yasuo. It is such a hard ability to verse. As we go in, we get that ultimate and we get our 6th kill of the game. I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna give his Yasuo a 7 out of 10 so far. It's pretty clean.
What does that guy think he's doing? Little bro thinks his trick.
You're not Trick 2G, buddy. Hi, Mumu. Yoink. Be careful here. Oh, the wind wall there was clean. The wind wall there was very clean. We might have to flash. We do pop the flash, but we will still go down. Oh my god. And this Ezreal is starting to cook. Looking like he's going to look for a Ravenous Hydra here. Terrible item. Shield bow is much better. I would like a shield bow purchase. I would be happy with that. I would take that. Please do that. No. What's he? He's trying to get Bloodthirster. Is he trying to make his way towards a Bloodthirster? Get the Noon Quiver. Get something. Bousy. The Messi of League, some call him. Gale Force. He can't make his mind up. So when you can't make your mind up, you don't buy the item.
A little bit about the build. I'm gonna have to think a little bit what
You
I
have
want in life.
1,400 gold unspent. You have 3 kills, 4 kills worth of gold in your inventory, and you haven't spent it to give you
I get
stats.
double amount of crits.
Go. You can 1v1 that Ezreal. 100%. Oh my god. Go. Straight through the wave. That Milo. Windwall is actually really good. He goes in. He's going to get that ultimate. Beautiful ultimate onto Milo. And the Ezreal going to take him down.
I did a Keyblade!
He did do it. It was quite nice. That for the support, another kill to Ezreal, not worth it, but it was stylish.
Let's go!
And sometimes in life, being stylish is more important than living in game. No, do not buy the Stride Breaker. I know it's tempting. Don't do it. Not the Gore Drinker either.
nasty would this be?
Really bad. Very bad.
Is this nasty?
No.
It
Absolutely
gives me
not.
just enough attack speed as well.
Oh my god. Well, the first Stride Breaker Yasuo I've ever seen in my life. Let's see how it pans out. I could be wrong. He moves in. Okay. Gets withered. Can't move. And he should be able to take this Nasus down with the help of Poppy. Maybe. Ultimate. Go! Go! And he dies.
I'm messing up bad here. That's my bad.
Thankfully, Ash will take the dog down.
I don't know why I bought another Vampiric Scepter. Life Seed items are so weird. I'll go Bloodthirster, I guess. But then I need Infinity Edge.
This is
I can't buy Infinity
You
Edge.
can't buy the Infinity Edge. Oh, you have a Stride Breaker.
We'll see.
Why? Listen. We're not gonna judge. We're not gonna judge. Judging in life, if you're gonna judge, you look in the mirror. That's what they say. I'm damn near perfect, so judge away.
Doesn't Yasuo's crit deal less damage? His critical strikes deal 10% reduced damage.
Mm-hmm.
Crit. Makes no sense.
Hey, he's got a point. Why build crit? And they've done Baron at 21 minutes. How did we not check for that? And we might find this little Joker. I don't know how this Amumu looked like he was trolling, and now the guy seems like he's running the game. Oh, he wanted to go over there. The Windwall gives you vision, and you can E over. So he does know slight things on this champion for sure. Like that's Bobby flash instantly gets the ultimate, gonna take down Milo, but I think they're both gonna go down, and he will go down. And the bad news is that Aurelion Soul scaling is disgusting still, and he's just picked up some shutdowns, bounties, and that is going to be Surrender Vote coming through. Nasus, of course, infinite scaling. Aurelion infinite scaling. The late game is not looking good, and our build is looking like a little bit of a grief. But hey, sexy, strong Lilia might be able to take this.
Okay, Lilia.
Eeps her way. Eep. Stupid sexy Lilia. Do not even hover over half these items. Don't even read it.
I don't think I should go Hullbreaker because I don't even win versus Nasus.
You're never going to win the side lane. Ever. Period. Chovy Dopa! I knew his name was something that I recognized. I got excited before, like at 1 minute. I like subconsciously saw it and I got excited, and then I maybe started talking about Dopa and I got distracted and I didn't really think. As this Nasus is on a bit of a war path and he has 400 stacks. 22 minutes in, looking pretty good. And that's going to be a disconnect. The Yasuo, not able to influence this game at all. Yasuo, pretty useless with this setup. And,
That's it.
gentlemen, ladies. Okay, Ash is back. I thought she might have rage quit, but she maybe just DC'd for a second there as the Aurelion is unstoppable. Does he have 3? I think he has 3 items. Oh my god. And now Debaus. Debaus FFS making his way in. Trying to get in, land something onto that Yasuo. Sorry, onto that Aurelion Soul. He does land it. He's going to dash away. He lives. No, he dies.
I can't. You gotta win this.
Ash, it has to be you. You're the chosen one. Cult's still not completed at 24 minutes. Hopefully he will complete it. Nasus level 15, he is running the game. Nasus, very underrated champion, not only in the top lane, but also the mid lane, gentlemen. If you didn't know, you can run Yasuo. Sorry, I'm getting champion. You can run Nasus in the mid lane. Nasus, of course, is Susan backwards. The creator of Nasus's dog. You didn't know, little tidbit. As we pounce in, and I did actually make that fact up. It does sound believable, though. It may even be true. As we set up the dragon, Nasus pushes through the mid lane. Zachary on the top lane part. Zach top, great pick. What dragon was that? Second?
This Stride Breaker is a little bit underwhelming. Alright, a little bit underwhelming.
Just a tad. I wish we had some type of coach.
Well.
scale it.
Aces.
No, we cannot.
Never gonna work.
They need Ash Arrow, Lilia Pentakill. That's the only way I can see them winning again. If only Riot had like an inbuilt item recommender on like solid win rates and stuff. If only they did that to help this poor man out. But unfortunately, we just have to build in the blind. Now, I want to see how many Stardust this Aurelian Soul has. I'm guessing he probably should have like 300 plus. The Nas is probably 500 plus stacks. Pretty cool, fun comp though. I like infinite scaling champions like Senna, Kindred, Nasus, Aurelian. Probably a few more that I'm missing. I just like Veigar. If Veigar still has that, yeah, I love it. Very cool. Bro, you have 2,100 gold. Yes, just buy it. Just buy it. Just buy it, bro. Please tell me he's not reading a shield, bro. Okay. Lilia, unfortunately, exhaust comes through. You can see how good Milo is against CC comps. Ezreal picks up the Ashe. Ultimate does land. And we're just going to try and land something here. Aurelian has 300 Stardust. We pick up the kill onto the Ezreal. I think that might even be a bounty. Double kill? Okay. I forgot he hit the 10 death power spike. How could I have underestimated him?
Death.
Push for the win. Push for the win. Push for the win.
Sack.
Nasus has a hull breaker. A hull breaker, as they call it. +1. Can we even get... I don't think we get... We don't get the mid lane. We're going to get top bot lane in here. Don't get mid lane tower, though. And... Mario and Luigi. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh. Yes. Well played. We're out.
Yeah,
9 stacks on the
Gotta
cull.
stop them.
I will keep you guys posted on if he completes the cull this game. Oh, here we go. Alt. Oh, he couldn't get it. 561 stacks. He'll land the Q, though, on... Oh, doesn't ult. Now he'll save the ult. Go straight in the middle of the team. Oh my god, look at the movements. You have flash. No. No. I thought he was up to something there. Weaving through. It was looking good. And, the infinite scaling champions. This game's getting harder and harder, and I don't know where his build is going. I don't know if it... I just don't know if it's going to be going anywhere. This poor Lilia's trying so hard. Why does it feel sometimes the harder you try in League of Legends, I don't know if you guys feel this, the harder I try to win is... It feels like the harder the game is. When I play the game casually and all loosey-goosey, if I win, if I win, if I lose, if I lose. And it just feels like the game, it's always winnable, it's fun, it's fluid. But when I'm super try-harding, sweating over everything, every play getting to, like, it just, like, feels impossible. But I'm clicking more, I'm trying harder. Hard to describe. Only League players will get it. He's really zoned out this game. I don't know. The cull has been completed 29 minutes in, and we do have an item.
This build, by the way.
We can salvage the build, apparently. I don't know if we have damage, but we're salvaging the build. What's the build? What's the salvation plan here, Dabaus?
I guess we're giving.
Yep. They don't have any Chovy Dopa, no! They don't have any chance of winning. Like the Aurelian E At this stage with 400 magical stardust. Oh, he's gonna try and take this 1v1. That's actually a good win wall, but I'm pretty sure we will go down. I'm keen to see what the build salvage is though. Aurelian seems to be full build. Yep. What do we look at? My God. Okay, Zachary, here we go. Lilia comes through, lands the ultimate.
Any damage?
They win this, 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 they lose this. Lilia doesn't have a team. Ashe getting spammed. The build is going to go towards... He has no idea what he's building, does he? He doesn't know. He's going to go... Do not buy a hull breaker at 30 minutes, never splitting. I guess he knew he was defending the base alone, so he bought it to give him stats right away. Decane. Okay. Alright. We have a chance still, maybe. We still have a chance.
Holy.
Thoughts? What's your thoughts? Do not FF, guys. Can win. Give it one last spin. Probably can't win though. It's... Sagi! We did have a couple of montage moments this game, yes or no? TP available. Ward comes out, okay. Sell the cull, yes. We've sold the Stride Breaker. And now we've got the Infinity Edge.
Watch me.
I'm watching, baby. I'm so pumped for this. Here we go. It's all come down to this. He goes in. He's on the windmill. He's looking to land the ultimate. Can he land it? He hits the ultimate. Huge onto the Milo, into the backline, and he will go down, and he will die. GG. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Baus FFS's Yasuo on the final day of the split / season.
Not my fault. Not my fault.
Jovi Dopa putting the blame. Thank you for watching today, gentlemen. This guy probably should be banned for this. Yellow shirt, man. He's so damn attractive, but in game, he inted, let's be honest. Catch you on the next video.
Close to your own words. What?
Do you guys think that there is certain humor that is acceptable privately that is not acceptable publicly?
Yep.
Wow. Literally all yeses. Okay, because I kind of agree. Because I really literally all yeses. Okay, because I kind of agree. Because 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 I realize that a lot of humor is kind of not okay publicly because you don't know how an audience is going to take it.
I mean, okay, dude.
But between two people, certain, like, a context is more understood. You know what I mean? You guys think...
I couldn't have said it better myself.
I feel like this whole thing got reframed into like I don't want to run down, you know, specific jokes with you, but like there are jokes that have been made by black comedians that involve like highly racist or not racist, but like racial elements to them. And like sometimes people repeat said jokes around each other. It's pretty rare. Like I honestly, I can't even think of like a joke where I would like say like the hard R in public. That just became like what this entire debate got reframed was literally just that one word. But like that's not been my position that like I really want to say the hard R constantly privately. It's more just like there are edgy jokes. When I say edgy, I mean jokes that could be interpreted as targeting like oppressed groups. That are jokes that I'm comfortable saying privately that I'm not comfortable saying publicly. Like that's more or less been my position the entire time.
Uber Lilith after the Bone Spear nerfs. Here we go.
Come on.
Well, she's still getting fucking annihilated. What the fuck? What? But wait, I thought... Guys, guys, what?
Did you see that blood mist? Like just getting ready in time on the blood mist. It's so close without the cooldown. Okay. Well, first wing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, how about now? What? What? Are you kidding me? But
yeah, looking good, looking good. I think we should be pretty okay.
She didn't even do anything.
Okay, that was fine, guys. Took 10 minutes. But I had to get used to the damage, yes? And natural is gonna get a 75% damage buff from one of the hearts. So yeah. I think it's still gonna be pretty strong, yes? So I feel my damage, I mean,
Let's see, no. Let's see how Barbarian does. Filters, today. Oh, this is before the nerf? Wait, there's no videos. They're still fighting her? Ben's doing it? Let me see.
I fucked up bad.
He's got her. Huge damage here. Huge damage. Big damage. Come on, he's got it. He's got it. There you go. Alright, big damage. Let's go. Huge. Look at that, 400k damage. There he goes, 3 million. You see that? He did a big number. Okay. There we go. Big damage, guys. Oh, this is good. This is good. Barbarian, it's still good.
Learned this with no shout. I want to have it for this phase.
He's got it. This is it.
Wait, oh, you absolute rascal. How dare you do that to boss? That was so bullshit.
Okay, now she's gonna transition because she just hit the marker. Ooh, I'm surprised he didn't get hit there. And now she's gonna do the slams. Okay. I think he's gonna do. He probably one-shot the boss after that because he was like ramping in damage. Yeah, he probably would have one-shot it. Like I'm just kind of assuming that's what would have happened. So yeah. That's fine. This is how I feel watching Twitch nowadays. Yeah, I know, it's just crazy. Let's see here. Rogue kill. Okay, let's see rogue kill. Uber Lilith. Filters today. Rogue versus Uber Lilith after patch.
Dude, it's the Twisting Blade Rogue against Lilith, guys. Twisting Blade Rogue has so much dodge chance, it just dodged all the nerfs. Broken Poison still in the game, Twisting Blade dealing crazy amount of damage. It even got a buff, man. And it's gonna get, for Season 1, it's gonna get a heart that has all the inhumans of Rogue incorporated in. And it's the best leveling build by far. You get the Twisting Blade Rogue aspect, like I think at level, like very early level in Act 2. And just see here as Lucky blasts Lilith. He stacks the poison, and I mean the damage is just ramping up like crazy. Every lucky hit he does, he's like quadrupling his damage, and yeah, I mean you see like the crazy poison that he's doing. He actually manages to kill Uber Lilith after the patch that nerfed everything on the first platform. That's the Rogue power, my friends. Rogue poison. After the patch that nerfed everything on the first platform. That's the Rogue power, my friends. Rogue poison.
You can't even see it because of the fucking thing.
My friends, Rogue poison on the first platform. That's the Rogue power, my friends. Rogue poison.
Fair. It's fine, it's fine.
Let's see Druid. All right, well, Ben probably killed it by now, right? He died. Oh. I just Guys, I think barbs suck. Yeah, I mean, this is just. I think we suck. What about sorcerer? Yeah, true. Sorcerer. Okay, see, sorcerer sucks too. Yeah, sorcerer is so bad. Sorcerer sucks. What? Wait, he didn't. Wait, he didn't even move. He's not even doing it. Stand your ground, brother, apparently. So, like... But he didn't even have to, doesn't even... Oh, see, he had to move. See, yeah, there. See, guys, he did have to move. Oh my fucking god. But he... So he's still killing it in like... So Barb is actually the worst class in the game. Easily. Time to nerf Barb. True.
You probably just screamed at Max the whole time, right? Which might be a couple.
I always take my toll. More gold.
2 Module fehlen noch. Insgesamt werden es dann 8 Platten mit 400 Watt Peak. Da herum steht mein Balkonkraftwerk, natürlich mit dem EcoFlow Power Stream. Ich habe da den Zusatzakku, die Delta Pro und den Zusatzakku, also insgesamt 7 Kilowattstunden Speicher. Die Delta Pro lade ich mit 4 Modulen mit 1600 Watt Peak und nur 2 Module speise ich in den Power Stream ein. Ein ausführliches Video dazu kommt in den nächsten Tagen auf meinem Hauptkanal Proofwood auf YouTube. An sonnigen Tagen lohne ich also in den Powerstream ein, knapp 600 Watt und 600 Watt. 2 Module fehlen noch.
Don't like the way working with you is, then I'd like to just be friends.
Okay, gotcha.
So, people keep talking about like me attacking you or like turning into Vosh or Hassan or trying to destroy your career or destroy you somehow, which I don't want. I want things to change, or I basically just setting boundaries, you know? There's like certain stuff happening that I just don't want to happen. I don't want this to turn into...
Here's to both resolving these issues. I'm a big...
You don't want to turn it into the last one again? Sorry.
To a debate.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Can we agree on a premise?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Go for it. Well, I mean, I don't know, but we'll see. I mean, you can suggest it.
I have been dogpiled by your community.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Okay. Fact 1. 2, I cannot defend myself on the subreddit, nor can other people.
You definitely can't post Civil War and everything. It's pretty hard for other people to, I'd say right now. I think I'd probably agree with that.
Okay. So it is within your subreddit, it is a hands tied behind my back dog pile.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay. You could stop that if you wanted to. You could stop the hands tied behind my back part if you wanted. You could have unbanned me at any point, or you could have told Forethought to stop banning my fans at any point. You have not done that.
Yeah.
Okay. I have posted a total of 9 times in your subreddit. Made posts of my own.
Okay.
Starting 6 months ago. I think my first post was after the doll review. And that was my first dog pile in the subreddit. And I think I did a Q&A, I did a AMA. Where I was like, I need some control over the narrative, because like that was the first time I felt like you're really just writing a story about me that's like very unfavorable to me, and I was like, okay, I need a way to add my voice to this. You know, it's your subreddit, it's your stream, whatever. So since then, I think every time I have felt like you...
Wait, hold on, real quick, just on that. You said you'd written some posts, right?
Yeah.
9 posts, but you're more comment. You're not counting the comments there, right? Just checking.
Right, I've commented a ton.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right, sorry.
But I've only written nine total. 9 times I've been like, I need to tell a story.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't like the story Steven's telling about me. I need to tell my own story. And I think the way you've kind of taken a higher status position in most of our interactions has been okay with me. I noticed it like immediately. But if you usually there's never a conversation where you do a stream with someone and I come in and I'm like, buddy Steven, let me tell you how you gotta talk to people. Like you did this all wrong. Let me give you some pointers on like how to have a human conversation. Like you're autistic. Like we don't have conversations like that, right?
Okay.
Do we agree on that?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Premise. Okay. So usually if we're having a disagreement about communication styles, it's you telling me why you think I did something wrong or spoke to someone the wrong way, and you giving me your advice. And a lot of times you're like, it's not.
I just want to be clear. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think every single time it's generally you've come to me for it. I'm not like messaging you like, hey, we need to talk about how you spoke to this person, right?
I don't think so. Like after the Lauren conversation, when you were telling me to rub the cat, like get the cat to roll over before you rub its belly.
Yeah, but I don't think that conversation started with me saying like, hey, you need to come on and we need to talk about how you talk with Lauren, right? Didn't that just
well, you DM'd me asking me if you could come in and moderate.
Initially I did because you guys got stuck in on a thing, but
okay, right, but there's never been a conversation where I was watching you and then I DM'd you and I was like, Stephen, you need a translator.
I don't think you've done it explicitly. You kind of did with the lab stuff, but maybe you'd say that's a little differently because you felt like she was getting dogpiled. Although I could argue there was a translation thing on there, but sure. But I mean, I think for all intents and purposes, yeah. Obviously, there's one way that it tends to go. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay with. I'm okay with you being my streaming big brother. You know, I'm all right with that. I don't need to be like the expert in our conversations. But sometimes when you come in and say, here's how things are, you'll say it in a way that starts a dogpile against me or in my point of view, fucks me over somehow. And so it's been very important to me in trying to navigate this, figure out like how do I want to talk about other streamers? How do I want to communicate about it? How do I want to talk about like conversations after they happen? Like you've got the pre-talk, you've got the post-talk, you've got the breakdown, you've got the status in the conversation, and you've got the audience on your side. Well, with all that stacked, I've still been kind of okay with like, okay, as long as I can tell my story and have my essay, which are usually well liked, then it feels like I can handle the setup. But now that's been taken away from me. Oh, it was starting to be taken away from me, I think, when Forethought started just banning people for supporting me. And then like the narrative was like, there's a mod with a hate boner against Mr. Girl, which is obviously chilling, has a chilling effect on support of me. Do you agree with that? Not that it was banned, but that it's not encouraged for sure. Okay, so I mean, I guess what it just comes down to is like, I feel that you are defining me unfavorably, particularly when we are in a disagreement with each other. And if you're gonna do that, I need to be able to be defended somehow. And so I heard what you said earlier where I'm saying that it's intentional and that there's no way I can get around that. Because if you're making the conscious decision to not delete good criticism of yourself, then you must be doing all this consciously. That's a good point. I guess I see it this way. You're not intentionally preventing yourself from like hyper defensive moderation. Like you're not, there's no like separation of powers where you're like trying to stop yourself from impulse banning people, like obviously. So I understand from your perspective, it's that some posts seem like bullshit criticisms of you, but in swearing, like, how does it have 500 upvotes from your own fans if it is truly bullshit criticism? I guess it just...
Do you think that the upvote system is a good way to foster the most intelligent type of conversation you can have on Reddit?
No.
Then why would I use upvotes as an indicator for whether or not criticism is good or bad?
I don't think I was saying good or bad.
You seem to imply that I'm saying some criticism is bullshit, and you're saying, well, how could it possibly be bullshit when it has so many upvotes? And then my question is, do you think upvotes are indicative of whether or not a particular post is good or bad, or criticism are good or bad? And you said, well, probably not.
No, they're indicative of they're indicative of resonance.
Okay.
And if a criticism resonates with your own fans, that is an indication that it's probably not bullshit.
Sure, possibly. But I could also just not want that criticism.
Yes. So that's a different idea than the criticism is bullshit.
I guess it depends on
So
what
yeah,
you mean by bullshit. Like, because I wouldn't say the criticism is good or valid is the same as it resonates. There's a lot of things that resonate that I wouldn't care about, right? But sure, we can say that the criticism resonates for sure. That's probably the case.
Yeah, and I think even criticism that resonates, if you're going to create an environment that is fair to your orbiters.
Why am I creating an environment that is fair to my orbiters? I don't know what that means.
You're not.
Well, no, or why
That's
should
my whole,
I?
I mean, that's my whole...
Yeah, of course. It's not. It's my environment. It's not. I would never say that.
Why
like,
should you?
Yeah, my subreddit is a place where everybody can come for equal representation, have equal access to my community. Like,
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so you said that I'm creating a subreddit that is unfair to a group of people that don't own the subreddit, which seems to imply that I ought to make the subreddit, the contrapositive is, I ought to make the subreddit fair to most or all people. And then what I'm saying is, well,
just orbiters, not all
okay,
people.
say
Just your
orbiters, yeah. But then my criticism would be, well, why would I do that? Or why would that ever be my why?
For two reasons. One, I think it's what's best for us, the orbiters. I think it's immoral to not do that.
What if it was at the detriment to myself? Do I have an obligation to run my community in a way that benefits people that interact with me that I feel is detrimental to myself?
I will answer that, but I don't think it is. I think what you're doing is already detrimental to yourself. So I think the two interests are aligned, but
can you provide, like, give me an example for that? Because on the flip side, and I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but on the flip side, I would say that I have one of the most successful communities on Reddit of any content creator, including those that are like 10 times the size of me. So I feel like something is working right.
You have a...
But go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, size-wise. Okay, wait, so what am I arguing that it's in your best interest to...
Well, you seem to be implying that, like, the moderation decisions that I'm making don't even serve my own interests. Yeah.
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it seems to me that so far the way the subreddit's ran has been wildly successful for the sub.
It is, but compared to what it could be, we don't know. I mean, obviously the sub could be better, or the sub could
the
be
hypothetical
worse.
thing you're comparing it to could be, you can't give me any other example of a subreddit that's like that. And in fact, I would even...
That allows...
Yeah, because almost every subreddit that is considered of high quality on Reddit has extensive moderation. Nazi-like moderation, some might even say.
I'm okay with Nazi-like moderation. That's not what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against unfair moderation that humiliates your coworkers, colleagues, or underlings, wherever we are, orbiters. You have moderation that specifically humiliates your orbiters and generates dog piles against them. A vicious dog pile. So I'm not. It's not the amount of moderation. It's kind of moderation that I'm against. And it's not that you're intentionally generating dog piles. It's that you're not intentionally trying to prevent them. I think the kind of content you make and the kind of conversations we all have, you would have to go out of your way. You'd have to go above and beyond to protect your orbiters. And I don't think you're doing that. I mean, you're saying you're not doing it. You're saying
probably
why should
not.
I?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if I would, but
Okay, so the reasons. Well, okay, what am I answering? Why should you, for your own interest, or am I saying what would be my take if it was somehow against your interest but in the interest of your orbiters?
well, one, I don't actually agree that it is in my interest. I don't think I even agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess we can start on that one.
Whether it's in your interest?
Yeah.
A lot of the conversations you have with your orbiters are boring. People are sycophantic toward you. And I think my sense is that you dislike this. And I think that comes across in the streams. So while the subreddit health is different from the stream health, I think that if your orbiters feel like they have to suck up to you or become a copy of you or be ultimately a worse version of you, then I think that really impacts the conversations that you're able to have with those people. I mean, I've started using the derogatory term white blood cell when I'm having an argument with you or even a conversation, and they start flooding into the room to just parrot whatever you're saying, and then you're playing video games and they're parroting you, and I'm like, do you like this? This not like why would you want to surround yourself with people who are afraid to disagree with you? And so
do you think that most people that have my opinions, do you think they're afraid to disagree with me?
I think your orbiters are afraid to disagree with you.
Gotcha. I guess it's possible. I don't know how either of us would prove it, but I think that the answer is probably like a lot more boring, and that's just that they all watch my content. I tend to do the most research on the issues I talk about of most of my orbiters, and then therefore they tend to kind of just have my opinions. There are exceptions to that, but the exceptions are the people that do more research than me, and they do tend to disagree with me on things. Like Roseburst is a good example. He's come on my stream and argued with me about things before, and he's disagreed with me things. I think Pisco's disagreed with me about things. Supreme has come on and disagreed about things, because these are people that have specialized knowledge where they've done more research and they've come on and they're like, oh, you're wrong about this. But it seems like they have no problem disagreeing with me ever.
My view is that having orbiters who are also your fans hurts your content.
I mean, do you think that like Abba is a bad person to jump in and talk to me, or Muda is a bad person to, like, I think all of my orbiters / fans have disagreed with me, I think, at some point in time. Like,
I don't want to call anyone out specifically. I just want to call out a dynamic that I see where I see a filtration. Like, there are people on the internet who are well-spoken, interesting, and have heavy disagreements with you about really big topics that would probably turn into really interesting debates, discussions, high conflict streams where you'd be able to really, really hash things out with people. That I think those people are being turned away. So again, it's not that I'm trying to.
Can we think of, not to put you on the spot, but like, what's like an example of one of these people? I'm super curious. Because like I'm thinking like Pisco is probably one guy that I probably he actually even triggers a in chat. When I just see him type, I'm already triggered because I already know he's disagreeing. And he does it a lot. And I think he's probably one of the most overwhelmingly positively received people in my subreddit. And that's like a high conflict person.
Yeah, that's good. No, I don't want to give an example. I just want to, again, I mean, like, did you disagree with this idea that like you have a lot of sycophantic clones of yourself?
Yeah, I disagree. There are people that definitely they pick up my manners and stuff, but I don't think that it's to the point where they're scared to disagree with me. I don't agree with that dynamic. No.
Okay, so my sense that this like dreadful fog of boredom descends over the stream when somebody comes in to just kind of shoot the shit and agree with you about something that
that definitely exists, but I don't know if it's because people are scared to disagree with me. I think that's just the nature of like what I do in terms of political conversations. Like, I'm going to tend to talk to people that agree with me because the people that heavily disagree with me generally don't want to talk. Like, I think that's just like the nature of doing like political content online in general.
Well, I'm saying I think you're contributing. I know that there's a narrative that people who disagree with me don't want to talk to me, but I think this is part of why that's happening.
Okay.
Because if you do disagree with you in a certain way or a certain number of times, you're gonna face a dog pile.
Yeah, I mean that can happen, but I mean like that it's. I mean like there in some ways it's controllable, but in other ways it's like kind of uncontrollable. Like it just depends on what's going on.
Okay, well, I have some suggestions on what I think you could do to protect your orbiters. But you're saying, why is it good for me to protect my orbiters?
Well, now you're not talking about orbiters. Now you're talking to anybody that I can have like conversation with. So, like for instance, I made like there's like a 3-day.
People would become orbiters. Potential. I'm talking about hypothetical.
Well, like so, I have like a 3-day circle jerk rule. So, like I don't want people posting threads for like people days and days, or people like posting excessively. Like just stop. This is like cringe. So, like that's a rule that I've had. I don't know when I started that, but it was in response to people who were like shitting on some people. This is too much. It's like this is too much. But like,
sure.
There's also going to be people that. So here's the issue: when I talk to people that I massively disagree with, that I have huge disagreements with, chances are my sub is going to have huge disagreements with them as well. So I mean, like they're. I mean, like I can tell people to be nicer, but like, if I argue with theoretically, if me and Lauren Southern argue about immigration and her hypocrisy related to like immigrating to Australia was a big one that Peace Corps argued about, my sub is probably going to shit on her. Like. But I mean, like, I could tell people to be nicer, but there's still gonna be a ton of people saying like she's a hypocrite.
Well, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting you tell people to be nicer.
Okay, what do we? Okay, go ahead then. Sorry, I don't know what we're suggesting.
Imagine if you have a debate with Lauren Southern about immigration, and then you ban anyone who agrees with her, and then you ban her.
It would depend on what her and her fans were posting, though. Like I've kind of done that with, like, if Groiper is posting my subreddit. If Grover is posting my subreddit about some things, then I it's okay-ish, but sometimes it's just like literal sycophants that just show up and like engage in shit that I don't want on my subreddit. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But I wouldn't ban every single person who would defend Fuentes or whatever.
Well, yes, only every single person who bans me. I mean, who defends me.
Well, that's only after the war declaration and everything, but like...
That's fine. I understand I gave you the ammunition needed to justify this, but I still think it's wrong. And I still
hold on, wait, you're making it sound incredibly arbitrary. Like, there were already issues popping up beforehand with like the sycophantic like defense stuff that I think was like irritating, probably both me and Forethought.
Defining it as sycophantic defense is already smuggling in the premise that you're right and I'm wrong, which is...
Well, isn't that kind of what you've done with my fans? And I feel like the way that you conduct yourself with my sub is kind of pretty similar in terms of like the type of defense that I see. In terms of like...
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
How would I've done with your fan?
Like the way that you represent... Like if I... So, fully prepared to be calling this, I'm wrong. But I think if you go through my posts in Vosh's subreddit, I think my posts are pretty good. My comments. Usually when I'm responding to people, I'm generally pretty polite. I'm generally like, these are the facts, this is what I feel, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like when I saw your posts, sometimes in my subreddit, it was literally like, you guys aren't smart enough to understand this. You don't get this like my fans get this. You just don't understand this particular thing. Like, those kinds of defenses, and then the people that see that and then make similar defenses are gonna like, it's gonna breed a certain style of conversation where it's like, I just don't want to see it.
Okay. Saying people are too stupid to understand your arguments is something that you do a lot.
On my stream, but if I went into I think I've had this exact conversation before. If I went into Vosh's subreddit and I started saying that, I would fully expect to get banned. Like when I post in my subreddit, I'm an actual.
Vosh is your bar.
Hold on. If I've been posting in my subreddit, I'm a feral monster, and I fully acknowledge that. I'm like, because it's my subreddit. But if I'm posting in other people's subreddits, like, okay, well, this is I'm like a guest here, and I'll post it in a way that I wouldn't want to get banned if somebody else was posting my subreddit. Like generally how I function.
Okay. So yeah, I know that's how you function. That's the thing I'm complaining about.
Okay.
That I have to be polite and nice, and you get to tear into me in front of all these people.
Well, I don't think I've ever posted on the subreddit like tearing into you before. Like anything I say is generally done on stream.
You kind of have. You've made some comments. We had a tense comment exchange where you said, maybe if you're getting this feedback after these conversations, then you're the one with a problem.
What was it in reference to?
Some conversation I had that you thought I didn't have right. People were arguing about it, and somebody said, somebody quoted Shaylin's twit longer and said, it's not true that you can't ask Max to be nice. And then you made fun of that person, and by implication, Shaylin.
I think I would make fun if I remember correctly. Yeah, I probably would. I probably did.
Okay,
Probably
so I'm
still
just
would.
saying it's not true that it's all on stream. You have.
Okay, there are some comments that I do make on my server, but it's pretty rare. It's generally not. I'm generally just talking on stream.
Okay.
Like I think at this point, I actually think you've probably posted my subreddit more than I have. I think you've posted like almost, somebody said some 700 comments on my subreddit. I don't think I posted that much on my subreddit.
Yeah.
But
well,
okay.
There's a lot of dogpile is happening. So.
I've been dogpiled on my subreddit way more than you have.
Yeah, but it's different when it's.
Sure. Okay. I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So I feel like we're getting a little lost in the weeds here.
Yeah. Go
the
for
last, The last point of contention was, I think, I can imagine a more interesting stream where people who have genuine disagreements with you, and I'm not saying there are none, but I'm saying that your orbit, I think, is mostly, there's a trend of people just kind of soft disagreeing, fake surface level disagreements, drenched in sycophantic dick licking. And I think that does hurt your stream.
Okay, it's possible, but I don't know if like changing the subreddit moderation impacts that at all.
Well, I haven't slept a full night in like 2 weeks, and a lot of that is because of your subreddit. Just endless. I mean, like, man, you ban some criticism that you just don't like in your own subreddit because of how it makes you feel. Imagine how it would make you feel if you and anyone who had agreed with you was banned from responding, and for periods of time you are the main topic of the subreddit. It's a really terrible feeling watching your, like, this story be told about you.
Yeah, obviously I understand what this feels like, right? You certainly understand. I know what this feels like. I've had plenty of subreddits
Yes.
before. Yeah.
Okay. But it feels worse when it's your friend, and not just friend, but like professional. We have a professional relationship. Like, you're not just we work together, and this also impacts my work and my career. So
Yeah, sure. But I don't know if I would ever I understand we have different ways of dealing with things, and that's totally fine. We can have totally creative different vibes and everything. But I don't think I would ever let my comfort zone extend into somebody else's community. Lauren's community has had pretty awful things to say about me at points. Fuentes' community is atrocious towards me. Bosch's community, even at our original separation point of coming back and somebody coming back, has said horrible things about me. But like, even if I'm friends with these people, I can never imagine David, they're like, hey, you need to moderate your community differently because they're saying bad things about me. Like, that's what the community does. If I don't like it, I just wouldn't engage in that community. Like, I'll stop posting. If I feel like I want to argue, I'll go to those communities, I'll have some arguments. But yeah, I'm never telling another person, like, you need to change your moderation style because that community is not suiting my needs when it's not my community.
Okay, so we can just back all the way out, and your objection is that I made a suggestion or demand about a subreddit that I do not own.
No, it's more specifically that it feels like you want a subreddit in particular to cater to you. That.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you saying that asking you to not ban me and all my supporters is also the same as asking you to cater to me?
In a sense, yeah. It depends on why the supporters were banned, though, of course, right?
I don't know. I think if they break your TOS, then sure, like, ban them. I'm not saying you shouldn't ban anyone who's a supporter of mine, but at this point you're banning people just for being supporters of mine. So it's hard to think of a quality that all supporters of mine would have that would break the terms of your subreddit, unless being a supporter of mine is not allowed, which is the case.
Or I could just feel like there's a certain type of like culture or community brewing that looks to be like really detrimental to my own, and I want to like hurt that. Yeah.
Right. That seems to be the case. So if you think it's overstepping, period, to ask you. I just don't know why we're switching to the word cater to. I think we should just say, I'm asking you to not ban me and all my supporters. I feel like
you're asking me to make a moderation decision that's in your best interest. Now, originally we
It's
approached
just in
this.
my- I don't think
Well,
it's
I know
just
what
in
you're
my
saying. Now you're saying, but that's a different art. But like, yeah, if you want to say like, well, it's not in my best interest, it's in your best interest too. That's one thing. But if it was
But
in
yes,
my
I
best
would- I would
interest,
be asking-
it would
I
just
would
be a
still be
conversation about like, oh, well, it's not that I'm like upset or anything. I think your sub would be better for everybody. But obviously, you're not
Yes.
coming here to like, I'm trying to increase the power of your brand, and here's my suggestion. I'm super irritated that this particular thing is happening, and this is what I hope you do to remedy my irritation. Is what the conversation essentially is, right?
That's part of it. I think on some level I feel like I'm trying to save you from yourself, but.
Well, I mean, no offense, but I've been here for 12 years. I don't need to save it for myself. I'm probably gonna be here for, well, hopefully, we'll see. But I mean, like, I think that it's generally coming from like a place of like, I'm getting fucked in this community, and I want to unfuck myself in this community, and now I'm gonna see.
That is what I'm saying. I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
I
Even
also-
before you're,
I
even
also genuinely want to save you from yourself.
Okay, fine. But then even before like the declaration of war and everything, like you were of the mind that you wanted explicit changes in the moderation of the community because you felt like you're.
But again, I don't know why we're abstracting this to explicit changes or a moderation decision. I think I've been pretty clear. I think that you should not impulse ban people, and I think that should be like enshrined into some sort of agreement with your audience. And I think that Forethought, or the way Forethought is operating, should either change or he should be fired because he is just banning people for agreeing with me, even about shit that has nothing to do with you. So it just feels a little dishonest to abstract that into you're asking me to make a moderating decision in your favor. Like if you banned all Jews from your subreddit, that would be also, I would probably complain about it. It would be technically me asking you to make a moderating decision in my favor, but it's not really, you wouldn't really frame it like that.
Well, it depends on
So
if Jews were having like a horribly negative impact on my sub. If we started posting, like, if a Palestinian issue popped up and it was starting to get unbelievably insane, and every other poster was like, I'm a Zionist and this is why, we're gonna fucking nuke the Palestinians, fuck all of them. At some point I might just be like, fuck it. Like, yeah, I'm just banning all these people. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be
so
okay.
when you
for
say
Reddit
banning
to
all
us.
these people, when you say banning all these people, you mean banning all the people who are posting that, or you're saying if there was someone else who said I'm Jewish in a different conversation about a different topic, you would also ban that person?
I don't know if I would do it in a different topic. It would depend on how far things had escalated.
So there is a point at which you would say, okay, we just have to ban all the Jewish people from the subreddit.
I probably wouldn't do it with Jewish people because that's like an immutable trait. It's a little bit different than explicitly being the fan of a particular person. But.
Okay, so then we can go back to my hypothetical in which if you did ban all Jewish people, I would probably complain about it, and it would technically be me advocating for something in my favor because I would get banned along with them. But I don't think you would make the counter argument. You just can't make moderating suggestions. If I think you're doing something unethical,
Well, I wouldn't make the argument there because I wouldn't make the argument there because
you're
you're intuition pumping something else. It's way different here, and that's that the unethical thing isn't the mistreatment of you and your fans. It's the mistreatment of Jewish people. So when you're making the comparison, like, well, would you ban all black people? And if I were to suggest that you stop, would that be me advocating for myself and making a moderation request?
Okay.
Well, yeah, but like you're kind of pumping in this other idea of like, well, you're doing something that's obviously wrong, right?
So now you bring us to, you should be able to do whatever you want to me in your subreddit, no matter what. If you do, there's no rule or command or direction or anything you could post about me or anything anyone can post about me where it would be appropriate for me to ask you to make a moderating decision that protects me. It is just inappropriate for me to ask for any protection from your subreddit, regardless of the circumstances or what's happening. I'm
I think you can
overstepping.
ask for anything. I think that's fine. There's no reason.
It would be
not to.
inappropriate for me to demand it.
Yeah, the demand is be like, well, at some point, it's we're gonna disagree, and then yeah.
Okay, so if you started like photoshopping like nudes of me like getting f***ed in the ass by dogs, and this was just like a super popular thing on your subreddit, everybody was doing it, and it got so popular that when people search Mr. Girl or Max Carson, the first thing that comes up is just photorealistic, perfect shots of me getting f***ed by dogs. You're saying that for me to say like, hey, I think maybe you should make like a rule against revenge porn, or like some kind of rule against like, dog photoshops or something. You at that point you would say, well, you can ask, but for you to demand this is overstepping.
This is hard because like it's implying that I'm doing something that's like directly shitting on you while like trying to while I'd still be receptive to like feedback. But I mean, I guess I would say that like no, if that's like the memes or that's the way that my community rolls, I mean like at some point you'd have to decide like, okay, well I don't want to I don't think I can be associated with your community if that's how you guys run things. And then I'd have to say, oh, okay, well, I guess that's how it goes.
Sure, but that's not the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you is, you've rug pulled this entire conversation because you are now implying that to forcefully ask or demand a friend or colleague to change how they moderate their subreddit, regardless of anything else, is in itself overstepping in an attempt to like take over the subreddit. So
I don't know. It's hard. I don't know if I'd say it's necessarily overstepping or something. Like you can always make a request. There's nothing wrong about making a request.
Yeah, but we're talking about a boundary, like a forceful.
Yeah,
demand
that can even
of,
be
like,
a boundary.
yeah,
But at some point, like yeah, but I mean, like I wouldn't. I don't know if I would ever acquiesce to somebody else's request for me to change my moderation style. I don't know if I would do that.
Maybe you wouldn't, but that's different. That's a different question from framing it as overstepping or controlling somehow for me to make those requests. So I just want to get you clear on record. Are you saying that it is always overstepping to say, like you keep saying, like, why would I change my moderation style to benefit you? Like, well, because I'm your friend and I work with you, asshole. That's why. Like you can say like, I don't think this merits that, but like I think of the dog example, you probably would change it.
Yeah, for sure, because that doesn't seem like it benefits my community anyway, and I don't know why I would need pictures of
you. But you wouldn't change it for me.
You know, because it's clearly like with my community. Yeah, I always prioritize.
What if it did benefit your community? What if it was really funny? Your community started growing. You were making more money. What if you started making like tons of money, like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per month?
It's really hard because the example is so unrealistic. But in this case, I would say, yeah, then we keep it. That's just how this community is ran. Yeah.
Okay, so the way your community is ran is that no matter the negative, detrimental effects it has on the mental health of your orbiters or people who work with you, no matter how humiliated or hurt they are by your community, you will not even consider a uniform change to your moderation style that would protect your orbiters from you or your community?
I think it's going to depend on the reasons why it's happening and then how that plays out. But those are two things that could augment. So for instance, if I had a debate with some girl and she made a lot of dumb points, but this is kind of what we're doing right now, and everybody would just start like posting like, oh my god, what a whore, go open OnlyFans, what a stupid cunt. I'd probably start banning those because that's not good criticism, valid criticism.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you can come up with an example, but you're framing this as it is. You will never capitulate to a demand about your moderation
almost
style.
never.
So again, I'm giving you almost never.
Yeah.
But you might. Okay, so.
Well, I'm saying I would, but it's going to be merit based. It's not going to be because like a friend asked me.
I'm not asking you to do it because a friend asked you. I'm trying to present a case to you.
Okay, what was the case?
And I'm asking you to view the merits of the case and make a decision on your own. But
okay, wait. What were the merits of the case? We can talk about that. What are the merits of the case? I guess.
Well, I would like to. Before we could do that, you've rug pulled the conversation because you keep saying.
What if I? Okay, we can go back to the beginning if you want. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Okay, the premise of the conversation is that I have a problem with your moderation, and I'm telling you that I think it needs to change in order to protect the mental health of your orbiters and their careers, and your professional relationships with these people, namely me. That is the premise. We started talking about it and kind of trying to agree on like a narrative of what's happening, but then after, I don't know, 30 minutes, you said, I would never change my moderation style to benefit someone else or to protect someone else.
Yeah.
No
I should say for the sole purpose of yeah. If there's other like compelling reasons or arguments, then sure I agree. But
so if you're saying basically, no matter what you say, I'm not going to protect you.
Yeah.
No matter. Okay. Well then I don't know if there's anything to talk about. Because like the merits of it don't matter because you're saying that the request in itself is already out of bounds.
Well, no, that's not true. Like I said, it depends on the merits of the request.
The demand.
It depends on like if it's like so like let's say there's a whole bunch of people like people are making.
So if all you're saying is I will not grant a meritless request, like I already knew that. That's why I'm arguing with. That's why I'm presenting my side to you because I assumed you would think of the merits and then take it in and take my feedback and think about it. But now you're saying that you will never do it unless it directly benefits you. You will never protect anyone else except you're just like saying that you're going to moderate selfishly. It's your community.
Well, yeah, like earlier you were like, oh, I will imagine you do this because I'm your friend. The answer is no, I don't do it because you're my friend. But if you've got like good arguments or good reasons why the moderation should change, then I would change it. Yeah.
My friend is me being your friend is one of the arguments.
Okay, I don't consider that to be an argument with merit. But if there are other arguments, then I could hear those.
Okay. I think it has merit because
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. You're trying to convince me. Unless you think you convince me why I should have merit.
I think that's what I'm doing.
Okay, go for it.
In this, that's my plan in this sentence.
Okay.
I'm not saying I want you to give me a special pass or special treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying because I'm your friend and presumably you care about me. Seeing the detrimental effects of your moderation up close, and because our friendship is part of the content. It's not that we have a professional relationship separate from our friendship. The content is our friendship. So our friendship kind of falls under like what you're doing with your moderation, what you're doing with your stream. So because you're seeing this up close, and because everyone is seeing it up close, you're putting this out into the world. I think I can make a moral appeal to you to say like you're kind of like psychologically harming me, and care about that, and your caring is part of your content. Then I'm not saying that's like a slam dunk case, but it seems like something you should take into account.
Well, it's always something I'll take into account, but.
Okay, so then it does matter that I'm your friend. Like I'm not again, when I say it matters, I'm not saying like, you should
it's not
just do
enough.
it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that could be part of a thing, but like, yeah, we're gonna need.
Sure, but again, I'm not asking for special treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying as your friend, I can tell you and show you up close in a way that other people might not be willing to because they're too sycophantic or that just don't have as intimate a relationship with you or are not as willing to express their feelings to you or whatever. Tell you up close, like, that it's pretty bad. And, yeah, I think that should be one thing to
Okay.
Okay, but it feels like I want to unpoison the well. For me, from my perspective, it feels poisoned by saying there's no request you'll grant for the benefit of your orbiters, or no demand that you will hear because it benefits your orbiters. Then like there's no point in discussing this. But if you're saying there's no meritless demand you'll capitulate to, well, like of course you won't. Like I'm not expecting you to do it just because I'm saying to. I think you should do it because it's like right.
Gotcha.
Well, does gotcha mean you retract your argument that it's not right to ever make a demand about someone else's moderation style?
Sure. If you think my earlier argument was that there was no possible argument that could ever be made by an external party to change my moderation, then sure, I'll retract that. If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
That is what I think you were really saying. Yeah.
Okay. Then I retract that. There are indeed arguments that can be made externally that would change the way that I would moderate my community.
Okay, so then we can dispense with any discussion about the appropriateness of making a demand and stick strictly to the merits of the demand itself.
Sure.
Okay. I've made my case for why I think it benefits you.
I don't think you made it very well, but unless you're implying that, like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I know you don't agree with it, but I think that's it. I think that a lot of your orbiter relationships are dull, and even the existing ones would probably become more interesting if people felt. Do you think that watching me get dogpiled ruthlessly, and hearing you basically just say you don't care, do you agree that that is kind of happening? That I'm getting dogpiled ruthlessly, and you're kind of saying you don't care. You don't care enough to protect me.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably. I'll bet, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that has a chilling effect on, and other events like it, has a chilling effect on your orbiter's willingness to go against the grain?
It could have a chilling effect on some behavior, but I mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? We're trying to discourage some behavior.
Do you think it has a chilling effect on orbiter's willingness to go against the grain with you on stream?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think it does, but we may have to just agree to disagree there. I think the prospect of being thrown to the wolves is probably on people's minds, but we can move on.
Enemy killing spree.
I think if you're looking for some give here, like I do think that like excessively shitting on people is a bad thing to have in the sub for no matter who it is. But then like I've said before, like that's something that we've like tried explicitly to moderate with a couple different roles because nobody likes it when there's like it's post after post after post of like shitting on a person, and that's a little bit insane. So I mean that happens.
I don't think that really works though. That gets to the good cop bad cop thing that I was talking about before, where you get to be the good guy who comes in and stops the dog pile, but you are setting the conditions up for the dog pile.
The conditions are always there in every single community. The conditions are always going to be there for a dog pile. You said it yourself that you accidentally set off a dog pile on Brittany in a community that wasn't even your own. I don't think you intended to. I don't even know how much you felt like that comment was a serious comment, but it did. So I mean, I think the conditions are always going to be there by virtue of who we are. Yeah.
But you created those conditions, and it happened in your community.
But the conditions are such that you have a large community. That's the only condition. And then dog piles are always possible in that context. It's just
okay. Are you saying that dog piles happen equally across large communities?
I didn't say dog piles happen equally. I said that the conditions for a dog pile to happen are basically just have a large community. Because you're implied that I created special conditions for like really bad dog piles happen, when the reality is any large community dog piles everything. That's just how it goes.
Okay, so you're not interested in the special conditions that I think that you're creating because all large communities have the ability to dogpile, and therefore it's not worth talking about anything that you are doing to insidiously.
No, if you think there's a special thing I've done that's gone above and beyond creating dogpile, it's always worth discussing, of course.
I think there's a lot of things you're doing to create dogpile.
Yeah, well, jump into it.
Well, one is by banning people who disagree with you or criticize you in a way that you don't like in high conflict times in a subreddit. That probably has a chilling effect on non-conformity.
Probably has a chilling effect in terms of criticisms, but I think that's one of my favorite forms of moderation. I think I've done exceedingly well in terms of that. Like, I look at the effects of that type of moderation, and I think for the most part it's gone pretty well.
Do you think that it has a chilling effect on nonconformity?
I think it has a chilling effect on certain types of nonconformity, which are the types I don't want in my community.
Do you agree that nonconformity is a key ingredient to inhibiting a dogpile? Or stopping a dogpile? Or slowing a dogpile?
No. You could probably have spaces that have maximum conformity that don't dogpile. It's probably possible. Like a church.
Do you think the conformity...
Sorry, go
ahead. Okay, well that doesn't refute my claim. Do you think that conformity is a requirement for a dogpile?
No, I don't know if conformity... I mean, some types of conformity probably play into dogpiles. Some types of non-conformity probably play into dogpiles, but I don't think that... If I was looking to stop or start dogpiles, I don't think I would be like, we need to conform or not conform. I don't think that would be like a thing I would focus on.
So if you wanted to build a community that was a weapon, that dogpiled people when you snapped your fingers, you don't think conformity would be a good asset?
I mean, not necessarily, but it could be. I guess conformity is like really broad and vague. I don't know what you mean by conformity, I guess.
Well, conformity in this case means people going along with what the group is doing. Even perhaps against their own morals or beliefs.
I understand what you're saying, but like, at some point, like, if we really want to have this conversation, I think we have to like start to iron out percentages, because we're talking about like, everything here is like falling on like, you don't ban criticisms, you just ban certain criticisms that you don't like, and that's really vague. And you're not looking for maximum conformity or maximum disconformity, but you're looking for some amount of conformity to cause some types of dogpiles to happen. Like, at some point, I don't actually even know what we're talking about anymore, because like, you could have been talking about like 5% here or 95% here or 5%. I'm not sure like where we're. Because there's like, yeah, I think so. We should back up and start doing this conversation again, and then we need to start like nailing down some percentages on how much we feel like these things are important.
Okay, I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point, and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like, is some level of conformity required to
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Okay, I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. I think that there are some places or some groups that can be very non-conformist that can conform due to some things. 9/11 in the United States is a great example. It's a hugely disparate country, lots of different opinions and ideas, and we all came together to dogpile Iraq and Afghanistan after that. Incredibly, huge amounts of disconformity throughout the entire country. So I don't think that conformity was required there. There are other places where you've got like maximum conformity.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay, what's the disagreement?
Well, I think you're poisoning the well by
I don't think anything I said is objectionable, but tell me what you think the disagreement is.
Do you agree that you're you're priming the audience to think that I am about to say something stupid and worthless?
I just want to know what okay, I'm sorry for having an emotional response. I don't expect you to protect my emotions. My bad. Let me take it back. Okay. My statement was that in 9/11, you had a group of hugely non-conformist people, tons of different ideas, beliefs, ideologies, but an external threat motivated them to come together to work on something. So in that example, you didn't really need conformity. An external exogenous threat motivated them all to work together. That would be like one example of a...
okay.
Yeah.
So in an environment where there's a terrorist attack, a certain type of conformity is by that happening, and it also reveals a certain type of conformity. So you can have different layers of conformity where, yeah, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, whatever, we disagree about all these things. But there's certain things where, like, it's not like North Korea or China where you're expected to toe the line, but there actually is a certain degree to which you're expected to
okay, but then at this level, now
walk the party line in the United States. So when a terrorist attack happens, that brings out, it does bring out a certain conformity. Like, it would be very scary if you were of the opinion of like, well, fuck, who cares? It's 3,000 people, who gives a shit? That would be very unpopular, and probably conformity played a part in people not expressing that at the time, whereas now, people are a little more free about their opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming at all of a sudden are conforming. So now it's conformity. I don't know now. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people to go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
Okay. Gotcha.
A pressure to go along with the crowd.
Okay.
So on certain topics, there is conformity. On certain topics, there isn't. It's all like pedophilia, for example. You'll see people who disagree with a lot of stuff. Suddenly, they all start saying and doing the same thing, not necessarily because they believe it or feel it, but because they have to.
Not sure what
so anyway, all I'm...
that's gonna accomplish, but okay.
9/11 example is a good counterexample. However, I do agree there are certain situations where everybody can be doing and saying the same thing, and it is not because of conformity. I just don't think the 9/11 example is one. But that still doesn't really address what I'm saying. I'm not saying that conformity is... I guess I think
Warum ist das eigentlich? Das ist doch immer noch Dogshit. 250 ist doch nicht viel. Selbst ein bisschen hat 300.
includes some element of conformity.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just agree with you.
Well, when you say I'll just agree with you, it sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're like agreeing or disagreeing on what conformity means, but I don't want to get like hung up on.
Well, the reason we're on this side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. And so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it's just because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what if in Max's community, what if our ideals were that we do not dogpile on people? In that case, maximum conformity to your rule set would decrease dogpiling. That's why I don't think...
That's true.
So I just don't like the conformity thing. And there are types of conformities that could probably lead to dogpiling, and there are types of conformities that probably lead to less dogpiling. It just depends on what's being talked about. Yeah.
All right, so I think we should stop arguing. I think if you want to hear me out about what the effect of... certainly how I think that you are increasing conformity, chilling non-conformity, and how this hurts the mental health and careers of the people who work with you and your friends, then I can lay that out for you. If
go for it. Just lay it all out. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. So you can have a dogpile where everybody in the group happens to actually agree that the person is horrible. And then you start slipping away from that when you add the upvote system, because everybody in the group has two reasons to say things now. They're saying things because they believe it, but they're also saying things just because they want the points, they want the attention. There's a flood of enjoyment when you get like 500 upvotes on a post. I think we can all relate to that.
Хай. Привіт. Ми зібрали всю необхідну суму на бойовий дрон. Дякуємо Ріку і всім його підписникам, які донатили на цей комплекс. Ваша частка була сама більша в цьому зборі. Дякуємо вам. Ми починаємо вже закуповувати всі необхідні компоненти для цього комплексу і незабаром передамо це все в 28-му бригаду.
That increases dogpiling behavior, and then in turn increases conformity. Then when you start adding other pressures to increase conformity, like banning people who go against the grain, and the grain is usually in your favor along with you, so banning people who go against you in certain ways are too hard, but not banning people who go against me in certain ways or go too hard. This systematically creates more and more conformity. You then increase conformity further but with the unban process. So you overban impulsively or otherwise, you ban too many people, and then you're very lenient about letting them back in, but then your community now becomes, all the people who don't want to put up with that are filtered out. So again, increasing conformity, people who are willing to jump through hoops, and people who are willing to have their speech suppressed, people who are willing to make alternate accounts to rejoin a community that doesn't even want them there in the first place, so they can pretend to be somebody else. All of these things increase conformity. Then you start chilling non-conformity and say anybody who goes against the grain too much could be, not will be, but could be banned. I believe that this is just one of the elements I was thinking of when I said that you set people up for dog piles. That when you're saying the really harsh things you say about people and painting the pictures of people that you do, that combined with a hive mind, it's not a real hive mind, but the appearance of one, or a cultish atmosphere of high conformity, I think that increases dogpile, and it increases the viciousness of dogpiles too.
Okay, it's possible, but okay. I mean, I guess I want to encourage some level of conformity around certain thoughts or ideas that I have. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. I would have to see it playing out in ways where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really like this, so we're going to change this particular behavior. So one example might be that I'm trying to cut down on misogyny. So I'm personally trying not to make any jokes about it, and then I'm trying to ban people in the sub or mod.
Not have for one grain is a pile of sand. A single cell is not a human being for any practical purpose. That is insane. Do they think Henrietta Lacks is still alive? That'd be a great hypothetical, and if you can get them to defend it. She's the cell donor for a line of cancerous cells. It's her DNA in living cells that are studied today many years after her death. If they say it's unnatural or something, there's a dog cancer that exists in nature that's basically the same thing. Canine transmissible venereal tumor. Did the guy go to sleep? The idea that if you leave a fetus, it will naturally develop into a baby is really weird. Couldn't the same argument be given for a sperm in a fallopian tube, or for two drunk teenagers? If you had one of these hypothetical artificial wombs that had an egg and a sperm frozen and ready to IVF into the artificial womb, but on a 10-year timer, would it be murder? Unplug it. Finally, I wonder if your position couldn't be stated more clearly. Something like, for me, morality isn't about rules, it's about human suffering. You can call it a human whenever you want, but if you can't suffer, it doesn't have a conscience. And if it can't have a conscience, doesn't have a brain, it's obviously impossible to know when consciousness truly begins, but the brain starts developing the level of complexity that might be able to support it. Some say 35, some say 24. The earliest credible number I've seen is 20, so for me at least. Till more information is available 20 weeks before all that. Interesting email. Okay, sorry.
Block.G2.
What's this guy doing?
21. Can we get additional unit to assist with the blocking north contract?
Wait until my seeds take root.
Minions has spawned.
Look, and we've been staying on this side because it's just a better shot for us. We like seeing the rims, right? But last time we looked at him in the positioning, the way it's leaning to just this one side makes us believe it's just the right side of the vehicle that has the two flats, the front right and the right rear. But they are shutting everything down. And one thing that's been really interesting in this pursuit, it's gone on.
Jungle Zyra. Das 700er Pull.
It really hasn't endangered the public too much, but it's been the strategy deployed by the police department. It's changed so many times from tracking to spike strips to backing off altogether to re-engage.
Sure, 10 years is a long time. Is California state/city level politics going to be significantly different in the next election cycle?
I don't know. I don't even live in California right now. I'm not sure. I feel like they're going to want to do something about the crime stuff, though, because it seems like it's getting a little out of control.
Vehicles out here, get the SWAT out here just in case it goes to a standoff. And once again, it's a stolen vehicle. We've seen this individual obviously under the influence of something. They're telling us it's a DUI, but we've seen so much fidgeting. The suspect, the driver, just
Oh no!
There wasn't a moment during the pursuit that this individual wasn't fidgeting, wasn't moving around. Right now is the best time I've seen without him really moving around, looking out the window, holding the window up and down. You know, maybe the drugs are wearing off. It's hard to tell. Has a white shirt on at one point. He put a sweater on over that, a black sweater, took the sweater off, put the sweater back on. So obviously you're dealing with someone right now that is unstable. There's no question about that. But the more time that goes on and this is stopped in one spot, the better it is for law enforcement to surround it and make sure somebody's in harm's way.
Hello?
If you look at that pressure, and Air 10's out, Air 3's back over with you.
No.
Air 3, we are back over. We have been briefed. Let's get a unit at Chasing International, block all that eastbound traffic coming around the bend there. 8-5, we're in route to this. 7-3, we're going to go 6, blocking International.
Yeah, that looked like an LAPD unmarked vehicle that went by, and it wouldn't surprise me they used the unmarked vehicle to go by and really peek in there, try and get as good a look inside that cab as they could at the suspect. You know, they don't know if the suspect is armed. They're going to want to get these people out of here. People are stopping at the intersection. Because, you know, God forbid, the guy gets out, and even if he doesn't have a weapon, but he pulls something that looks like a weapon and points it at police, they could open fire on this individual, and you wouldn't want to be in the line of sight of that down here off to the right. So there's a lot of things going on in a situation like this. Unfortunately, it stopped. I want to push into him one more time. He looks much less animated right now than he did earlier.
Fire there. Now we don't have any crossfire.
So that may be an indicator. Yeah.
Roger, thanks, guys.
Maybe an indication the drugs are wearing off. Maybe an indication he's just tired of this. It's enough. We hope that's the case. Because right now, at this end, I mean, it's been a lot of effort for law enforcement. It's caused a little bit of a traffic problem from here to here. There've been 2 accidents. We believe both were minor. We don't know for certain, but we haven't heard about any injuries. So right now, even this went on for a long time at the west end of the San Fernando Valley.
To the commander, do you guys also want the busway shut down?
Oh, wait, what is this?
Wait until my seeds take root.
Hold on, never mind. Let me check the website.
Nobody really has been hurt or injured badly.
Boy, Roger, yeah, if you can coordinate that, that'd be great.
Go ahead, feel free
to request
additional
units to fill in a perimeter around this as you see fit. I already requested 2 units on base to cover.
Thoughtful. The roses. How thoughtful. A glizzy. Thank you so much. I was getting hungry.
Wait, so are the glitzies their ways of like doing wait, hold on one second.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The forest holds many secrets. Things aren't always what they seem.
Jesus. Okay. Sorry. Is the glitzy stuff the way for them to like sneak sexual content into this? Like glitzy. Is that like what the
Lizzie, thank you so much. I was getting hungry. Glitzy is just hot dog. I know that a glizzy is a hot dog, but I feel like the one that we watched before had the woman doing questionable. Like, wait, somebody find the one we watched before. The woman was doing like, oh, glitzy, ugh, like this. And I'm like, wait, what am I looking at right now? Wait, somebody find me the last one we watched. Hold on, you guys are capping right now. Find me the video that I watched.
Talk to your daddy. Yeah.
Wasn't this one? You don't eat hot dogs like that? No? Wait, you don't, no one does this.
Venture off the beaten path.
Thank you for the likes.
It wasn't her. It was that one? Wait, was it the guy? The guy did it?
Talk to your daddy. Y'all let him talk to his dad, please, please. Thank you for the glizzies. Listen, your daddy is talking. What's good, Pops? Hey, what's going on, dude? Thank you for the glizzies. No.
Wait, do people really? I can't.
Thank you for the glizzies. Thank you for the glizzies. No. Y'all, please just stop. Just stop because we trying to get him some help. Please, just don't keep him.
I don't know who's trolling me or not. Ninu, shut the fuck up. I know what I fucking stop. Ninu's like, oh, Steven, glizzy's a hot dog. I'm not retarded. I'm just saying that I've never seen somebody get a hot dog like this before. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh.
Okay. Is this, what is going on here? Did they get him out?
Take careful steps.
If you hit the button that says live, it goes to the live broadcast now.
Well, we still are on the internet. Well, that's not that good. I'd like to have more. Anyways, we're just keeping an eye on what's going on out here. You saw it's coming to an end. That suspect just getting out, kind of doing his thing right there. Looks like he's familiar with the process, to say the least, as he's making his way over to the back of that police car, probably air conditioned, I would venture to say. As far as the truck itself, I wonder if it ran out of fuel. I wonder if it just stopped running. But at any rate, hopefully it is going to be okay. Everybody's going to get their property back, and that truck will be out working again soon.
Go back 10 seconds. I'm not watching. What? Did he have a
I
glizzy?
would venture to say. As far as the truck itself, I wonder if it ran out of fuel. I wonder if it just stopped running. But at any rate, hopefully it is going to be okay. Everybody's going to get their property back, and that truck will be out. It is a police car, probably air conditioned, I would venture to say. As far as the truck itself, I wonder if it ran out of fuel. I wonder if it just stopped running. But at any gets up to the back. Like
what am I looking for?
To say the least, as he's making his way over to the back of that police car, probably air conditioned, I would venture to say. As far as the truck itself, I wonder if police like. Oh, anyways, we're just keeping an eye on what's going on out here. You saw it's coming to an end.
Right. Okay. Boom, boom. Jesus. Boom. Bro, this footage is wild. Is this real? This is some Final Destination shit. This dude, like, tire assassinates this guy. Wheel assassinates, I should say. And then another wheel. How are there so many wheels flying around here? Like, it's the same one? Wait, was it? Hold on. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh my god.
If she's 15 and 15, you smell me.
Wait, was that my stream? Oh no, that's the stream. Okay. Finstar ends his stream.
What happens?
Are these both guys? I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
3,500 souls.
Oh god, I don't know. Fuck, I completely forgot what we said. I have no clue.
I have a question.
Yeah? Wait, you have a question? Okay.
Do you want to end the stream?
I'm down. I usually stream for about 4 hours.
Okay.
Alright.
The right one is a trans girl, the left one is a femboy.
He was a glizzy gobbling.
I
glizzy
reckon
gobbler.
I'll see you guys next stream.
This is the future the liberals want, by the way.
Bye.
Jesus Christ. Amaranth working on her monthly ban. Whiplash. Drake appears on the screen playing monkey.
That said that it was a fake person. That looks pretty real to me. Can you do this?
There we go.
Can you do
Oh,
this?
you flipped it. Thank you.
I need that as a clip, you guys. I need that as a clip, and I need that as a video.
Is it racist for me to say I think cornrows look shitty? Is that like, am I allowed to say that? Or am I not allowed to say that?
What's the word?
Alright, so basically what you do is you just speak.
What?
Top G. Ooh, a Bugatti. What color is it? Another girlfriend? Yummy. Hurrah. Touchy, touchy, touchy. Woo, Matrix attack. Woo. House arrest.
Was that die cut? What the fuck is happening?
Free Top G. Free Top G. Free Top G. Top G. Top G. Ooh, a Bugatti. What color is it? Another girlfriend? Yummy. Hurrah. Touchy, touchy, touchy. Woo, Matrix attack. Woo. House arrest. Free Top G. Free Top G. Free Top G.
Are you familiar with Gwern? Any thoughts about this content?
Are you familiar with who? Gorn? Oh, Gwern? No. Oh, also, the staging ground for the wiki is set. I think it's wiki.omniliberal.dev. If you want to go create an account, make things, write articles before it goes live. Knock yourselves out. Go check it out. Be careful.
Did you saw the Baldur's Gate 3 drama on Twitter?
Ask your mom. Also, no, I have not.
Come closer.
You said dreads are disgusting as well? Yeah, because people don't clean them. Ooh.
I'll be right back 1 sec. You guys are gonna watch one of these videos.
Being a parent.
One color food challenge.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna blow my nose for romance here.
Time to see what our first challenge is. Huh? Some sort of spray? Exciting! Down the hatch it goes! Whoa! It's sour! Really sour! Oh, but now it tastes good. I'll try it again. Oof! It's still really sour. Okay, well, good luck with that. Time to see what I have. Ooh, candy! Candy bacon, I think. These are gonna be great. I can just tell. Here I go. Wait, I think I have a better idea. Okay, I'll be right back. I wonder where she's going. Look, I've got this cooking surface and a pan. Time to do some candy bacon cooking. This needs something else. 1 second. She can be weird sometimes. Good thing I have my spray. What's the smell? Whoa, oh no! Fire! There's a fire! The candy bacon is on fire! What do I do? Of course! My candy fire spray! Time to save the day! It's not working! Look! I got some eggs to go with my bacon! Huh, where did this lid come from? No! My bacon! It's ruined! It's turned into charcoal! Oh, it smells terrible too! I guess no candy bacon for me. First up, slimy eyeballs. These aren't real, are they? I think they look delicious. Gross! Check it out! I should do this next Halloween! Yep, can't wait for that. There's no way I'm touching these. So squishy. Whoa! Bye now. Huh? This definitely isn't chicken. Ah! Let's try this again. Ew! Huh? Help! Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, I think I got this one. I'm ready for the cucumbers now. Finally, I can breathe and relax. Come on! Yes! I did it! Huh? Guess I'm not eating that one. I'm not risking that again. It's like it's wiggling in my fingers. Huh, it doesn't taste too bad. It's actually pretty good. You got to eat way more than me. Sorry? One will just have to be enough. Hello again. It's the one I lost a minute ago. They look gross, but they taste awesome. Me first. A crab. Exciting. Huh? Don't eat me, Julie. Oh, the crab is talking to me. Why is it talking? I'm kind of freaking out over here. Whoa, Julie, are you okay? Julie, it's okay. Look, everything is fine. I think you just need to relax a little. I guess you're right. Well, what do you have? Time to find out. Oh, look, it's a frog! I love frogs. They're so cute. Come here, little friend. Aren't you just adorable? Look at your little face. Are you just a prince in disguise? I'll give you a kiss and find out. I wish my crab was as cute as Claire's frog. Wait, where did Claire go? Huh, where did that other frog come from? Aw, look how happy they look together. Come here, Krabby. Time for a smooch. see what we've got. Huh, I've got stuff to make pancakes. Hey, me too. I think I know a way to make this even better. Just give it a good shake. And done. Look at those delicious pancakes. They're so fluffy and pink. Time for me to dig in. Whipped cream with pancakes is the best. Ooh, these are so good. Guess it's my turn. Just gotta shake it like she did. Phew, can't wait to eat some pancakes. What the heck? Maybe I just need to shake it some more. I'll shake it extra hard this time. Ew, now it's just a horrible mess. Whoa, you definitely did something wrong. Okay, I just gotta shake it even harder. Shaking it might not be enough. I need something more. Come on, rubber mallet. Make me some pancakes. Hey, will you help me shake it some more? Okay, this time it has to be good. Yes! It worked! Pancakes! Delicious black pancakes! Look at this glorious stack of black pancakes. And look what I have. You want some too? Here you go. That pink syrup is gonna taste great, I bet. I'll add just a bit to mine. The lid! Oh no! My black cakes! That's rough, Nick buddy. But look what I have. I'll suck all that extra syrup right out. Huh. It seems to be working. Ah! My pancakes! I mean black cakes! They're gone! Ooh, my bad. That was definitely on me. Sorry, it's a lost cause. You first, Julie. Hey, this thing's cool. Yeah. And now for the taste test. Hope it's sweet. Oh yeah, it tastes like raspberries. With sugar, of course. And for me? Get a load of this. What's inside this thing? Wait, you hear all that? These are little crunchy guys, see? This just got even more exciting. Crunchy and sweet. Kinda makes me want to sing. Time to pump those jams, baby. Whoa! Is that supposed to be singing? Huh? Yep, that's actually someone singing. It's for your own good, Kylie. You're such a grouch. I'm just gonna give my feet a stretch. Yep, that's it. And come to mama.
W moderation.
How did that even happen? Seriously? This girl's seriously delusional. Should I go first? Okay. Huh. What's going on? It's just an empty plate. I don't get it either. Hey, do you hear that? Sounds like a frog. Oh my gosh, wait a second. I have a little dummy froggy on my head. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Whoa! You startled me. He's so cute and squishy. I bet he tastes good too. Whoa! He was a tough gummy. But definitely delicious. Okay, here I go. Yes! A can of Pringles! I'm so excited. I love Pringles. Time to dig right in. So crispy. Well, shoot. I wish I had Pringles too. I'm gonna eat this whole can. Wow. She's
Moderate people in the sub that are making too too many jokes about it. So that would be like an example of, oh, well, here's something that's happening in a way that I don't like it happening, so we're gonna change this particular thing or try to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. The moderating away from misogyny, I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes sense. And
wait, why would you
doesn't seem
not
like
do it? What does that mean?
Well, I think.
So that you don't feel ambushed, I'm
my-
going to ask you, like, because it feels like all the chilling effects you just talked about, I would say would apply to women, and that's why I'm moderating away from it. But it sounds like you're going to say you shouldn't. So I'm just curious what your argument's going to be there. But that's what I'm going to say next, so you know I'm not trying to trap you.
My goal with misogyny is to try to own it, rather than hide it. I would be worried about suppressing expressions of misogyny because it sends a message of like, look, we all know we fucking hate women. It's not going to talk about it, all right? I would be concerned about that. I'm not saying that that's like the literal truth or that's the only way to look at it. I think also my community is smaller than yours and probably is more on the same like wavelength as me in terms of how I'm thinking about this, because they all just like 90% of my community just got banned from your community for defending me. So this may change as like I grow, but no, I don't think my community will ever. I think we would rather just get banned from Reddit than ban misogyny. But my approach to addressing that kind of hate would be more for me to be vulnerable about my own. Like I would start interviewing. Like if my community dogpiled a woman, and I wanted to stop misogyny, I would interview her about it. I would say, well, how do these posts make you feel? Let's go through this. How did this affect you? And then I would post that video in my subreddit. So I would try to change the course of how people are talking about it without banning it or banning the topic. But I agree with you that banning misogyny from your subreddit is not going to increase dogpiling behavior, even though it is pushing for conformity around a certain topic.
Okay.
Bin ich echt höher, als ich vorher war?
It could increase
Die machen genau das
dogpiling in
gleiche
someone
wieder.
the community then later perceives as misogynistic. But I don't have an issue with your ban on misogyny.
Gotcha.
I think my issue is around moderating decisions focused on people rather than ideas. So banning me and banning fans of me just for being fans of me definitely feels like it's setting the stage further for a dogpile beyond the other factors I've already talked about.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
What, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know if you expect me to want to say something about that.
I expect nothing.
Okay. Well, it's going to go back to the kind of what we just said, is that like, I just need to feel like the moderation style is in my best interest. Otherwise, I'm just not going to yield much, I don't think.
Okay. Well, all empathy and care about other people is ultimately self-interest. At the end of the day.
Yeah, but that can be really roundabout gotten to sometimes. Just
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. What do you do if a satellite runs out of batteries?
depends on.
Yeah. So, is it in your best interest to create an environment that is intolerable to me and that hurts me?
It depends on what tolerating you looks like. If that includes like some level of what I would consider like detrimental anti-jerking in my community, then I say.
Professional Streamer. Direkt übereinander, der ganze Scheiß. Kannst gar nichts mehr lesen.
Okay. Blowing us. Give me 20 seconds. You know who I'm the most jealous of?
Me.
You ever see people that are like really close to their siblings and they're like friends with their siblings even like through adulthood?
Yep.
Seems like a cool meme.
Feel the thorns embrace.
Miano, hype 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 Miano, hype.
8000 Matches, jetzt spielt wieder jeder Spacko Zyra. It's bad, man.
Okay. What's going on with our factory? Okay. Upgraded to electronic parts. Ixion has a hardcore mode. To your Reddit place coming back tomorrow? Yeah, we'll be there. Wait, wasn't this the one that looked cool, but it's actually just some boring 4X game?
Das ist halt aufhören, ne? Ja, die Automatisierungen funktionieren auf jeden Fall schon mal nett. Genug. Sensor nicht gut genug ist. Ich hab's das komplette Ding leer gezogen.
Why did we not play this game before?
The book of our life on Earth is
Hold on one second. The circuit numbers aren't real. They aren't real, are they? He can't have 100,000 subs. He probably does. He's been on a lot of shows. I mean, he's collecting a lot of people.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Venture off 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Wait, is this Subnautica? Is it made by the same people?
is over, and we stand now at its epilogue. That's like human law.
Such a busy world.
If you want to do Tism, yeah, that's what you're after. I had a friend recommend me this, but I don't think I want to play like first-person building games. That's the only reason I've stayed away from like Satisfactory. Like I just don't know if I care about like navigating in first person as much and then doing these types of things. Maybe I'm too like Factorio brained or oxygen not included brained or something, but is this a live stream? Oh, that's a live stream up there.
Oh, sie geht. Von allem wird sie kittet.
Rage Pop, we're not playing Seed Block, okay? This game looks like a good autism game, though. Reminds me of Frostpunk. I'm gonna be honest. We might play this one. Okay, I'll bookmark this bad boy.
Steven, you know what this stream needs. It's time to teach the kick cheddars a lesson. They have never experienced the rift.
That is true. I do think about that every single day. We have a lot of non-rift enjoyers here.
Thanks for showing me Rogue Tower. What's the next honest game I should pour a few hundred hours into?
Hooligans, hello.
Oh shit, what's up?
What's up?
I don't know, I got caught off guard, my bad. You know how you like listen to yourself talk and you're like, damn, that sounds fucking stupid, like cringy and shit, because it's just like, don't. I guess the person listening to themselves talk.
Oh, sure.
Well, okay, so like, and I say like a lot. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm better, like, I'm trying to not sound like a fucking retard when I talk. And have a little bit of better communication skills.
Okay.
I'm sure you do the same thing, like, streaming and shit for 12 years. What have you... Is there... What am I trying to say?
I have
Except
no
for
idea.
just being like, what, tell me what to do, Dad. I'd just be like, if somebody asked you for a piece of advice, what would it be on trying to communicate better?
Practice, listen to yourself, and then make a deliberate effort to change what you don't like from one session to the
When
next.
you're, if you're like, let's say, recording something or whatever, listening to yourself, do you have it set up on your mic to where you can like hear yourself talk back or like get feedback and like hear yourself? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can
Anyway,
always
think
hear
you said
myself, yeah.
Yeah, you said something about it the other day, and I turned it on, and it helps. I feel like it helps a bit. I turned it back off for some reason. I had some other shit too, but I didn't write it down. For some reason, that was the only thing I wrote down. So, well, what are you gonna play next? You gonna keep playing this? What the fuck is this?
I don't know, some cringe idle game. I don't know, man. Diablo 4 is pretty boring.
Bro, I had a friend like who was playing Diablo, and I picked it up because he was playing, and like I saw you playing it. And yeah, once I got to 60, I was just bored out my fucking mind. Everything, I wasn't getting any good drops. All my fucking affix were shit. I needed an affix for like a ring to get extra fury every couple of seconds when I have my shouts activated, and I could never get it. I gave up on that shit too.
Yeah, fuck that.
Are you going to argue with Fuentes? Is he going to do that? Or is he trying to bitch out?
I mean, no, he bitched out.
Damn. Damn, bro. Imagine being like, everything I think is so much better, and then not wanting to talk about it.
Yeah, it really gets the noggin jogging, you know. But
I'm pretty, I promise you, if Twitch and like any other platform was like, hey, bro, it's cool, we accept you, come back, like free speech, all that good shit, he'd just be like, he wouldn't do it.
You don't think he would do it? I think he'd go back if he got.
No, he can't. I mean, because he just. I feel like he'd get too much pushback. He'd rather stay in his little Telegram echo chamber and just have his people come in and spur the fuck out.
Nah, I think he would want access to mainstream platforms again for sure. He would. He absolutely would.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm usually wrong about a lot of things. That's why I take your opinion on a lot of shit.
Well, thanks, bud.
Yeah. Okay. I'm done glazing the blue-headed boy. Thank you for bringing me on.
Yep, no problem. Have fun. Be careful, bud.
Alright, bye.
Are you gonna make me drag you out too?
Oh fuck! I forgot about that. Hold on. I'm getting. I got to. Wait.
Oh, our good friend of the stream, Awuga.
So I had some questions for you today. The first thing I wanted to ask you was about something you said a while back about Andrew Tate. You said this a couple times. I don't really know if I agree with it.
Okay, what I said.
Andrew Tate is obviously a horrible misogynist person, but you've said a couple times that it's like that it's scary that social media corporations are able to censor him. I don't really see the problem with that. Like, he was a pretty extreme person influencing people in pretty bad ways, right?
Yeah, but he didn't break any rules, did he?
Yeah, but like, he was a pretty extreme instance where he was like influencing people in pretty negative ways, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't break any rules, did he?
Okay. So what if it's just this one person though? Like,
well, it's
the
not just
corporations
one person. If it's just one person, it could be anybody, right? Isn't it kind of a principle of the thing? Shouldn't we care about that?
I mean, why does the principle matter if they're not doing it more than once though? Like, it's the only time they've ever done it in the history of the internet.
That's not true. They've wiped a couple people from social media platforms like simultaneously. It happened to Donald Trump as well.
For Donald Trump, it just happened on Twitter, right? Twitter was the only place it happened.
Am I wrong? I thought he got banned from everything. Like Facebook. I know he got banned from Twitch.
Okay, so you're listing like Donald Trump and Andrew Tate, two people who were borderline stochastic terrorists.
Sure, that's a
Like,
100% increase from just one, though. I mean, I'm sure if we keep going, we could probably find more.
But like, what you think these corporations have to like? What do they need to like give permission to people in order? Do they need permission from the people in order to ban people who are extremely problematic? Like, I don't understand.
No, I just think for deleting somebody from the internet, it should be for breaking actual rules and not just being problematic.
Well, like, they maybe have internal rules that these people were breaking that we don't know about.
Okay, that's not a very satisfying answer, but...
Okay. I guess I'll concede that to you then. I guess it's scary that they're able to go behind the curtain and like coordinate a mass ban of a single person. I guess I'll concede that. I think so. My next question is: it was actually in a previous conversation I had with you earlier. You said one of the reasons it was totally okay for the Democratic establishment to go behind the curtain and coordinate a mass endorsement of a single candidate all at once, specifically to guarantee that Bernie would lose in 2020.
Well, to be clear,
you said
it wasn't
one of the
specifically to guarantee Bernie would lose. It was because those people had no chance of winning, and it wasn't a coordination of the establishment. It was probably individuals deciding it was better for them to do this particular thing so they had some political future. But go ahead.
Okay, so that's how you frame it, but that was totally fine to you. One of the reasons you said it was totally fine to you because Bernie was projected to lose anyway, right? Is that right? Because like they thought he had no chance of winning, so it's fine. You just said that.
I feel like I didn't say that. I'm not sure if I said that that's a justification. It doesn't sound like a justification for anything at all.
You said that like, you just said that like they have no chance of, these people have no chance of winning, so they went and like agreed to endorse other candidate instead.
Yeah, the individuals like had no chance of winning, so they decided to just back a similar candidate.
Yeah. Okay. So let me propose a hypothetical to you then. Okay. Let's say in 2024, the primary is being hosted again, and this time, Bernie is even more popular than he was last time. Let's say with all the moderate candidates running against each other, Bernie is actually projected to win this time. But then, just like last time, you know, the corrupt DNC pulls their little stunt and starts doing, you know, handshake deals behind the curtain to coordinate mass endorsement of a single moderate candidate of their choosing, not the people's choosing. And then because of that, Bernie loses again. Like, are you still going to tell me with a straight face that there's nothing shady or unethical about that?
I don't even know what that sentence that you just said meant, but okay.
Okay. Let's say they run again in let's say Bernie runs again in 2024. And this time, if the moderate candidates don't rally together and like sacrifice their running positions.
If Bernie can run and he's got like a majority of the vote, then Bernie will run and win. That's it. Doesn't matter.
No, not majority of the vote. Let's say that if moderate candidates don't all have to rely on mass all quitting all at once and mass endorsing a single candidate of their choosing, as long as they don't do that stunt again, Bernie will win the nomination. Will you still say that that's totally fine?
No, I don't. I would rather the will of the people be expressed as best as possible. And if 60% of people are supporting moderate candidates and 40% of people are supporting one far left candidate, then the will of the people is probably not behind Bernie Sanders. It never was in the Democratic Party.
Even so, let's say if it was 60-40, who are these moderate candidates to basically choose on their own whim who gets to be the moderate candidate that they all rally behind? That doesn't seem like representing the will of the people.
They probably go based on popular support. If they choose somebody that's not popular, then it would probably go to the other guy.
No, who they perceive based on polling data, who they think will be the most popular moderate candidate. Again, this is still not fully representative of the will of the people. They're just literally choosing who they think will win.
At the end of the day, the people get to break. Or I'm sorry, the people get to vote, right?
Yeah.
Then it's the will of the people voting. I don't understand what your question is. You're.
They are influencing.
Can you just go? Can I just send you? There's a video that you need to go watch. Okay, here. Like this is you. Okay. Have you seen the Bernie Math video by College Humor?
No.
Okay, I posted in DGG chat and in Kick chat and in YouTube chat. I don't know where you hang out. Just go watch that video. This is who you are. Like you're the living embodiment of this.
I haven't watched the video, so I don't know what you think I am, but
it's the talking about the convoluted scheme in which Bernie Sanders is the rightful winner of the Democratic election, even though he couldn't even get above 30% of the support of the party. Like you just have all these like convoluted schemes in your head for like how he should have gotten, what the will of the people is, blah 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 blah. There's a collective set of ideas. We can broadly group these as moderate or progressive. The Democratic Party did not support progressive ideas. They supported moderate ideas. You're just asking that a ton of moderate candidates decided to drop off as they had no chance of winning, and then people rallied behind one moderate candidate. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing unethical about that. There's nothing betraying. There's nothing rigged about that. That's just what people do in primaries. Like, if the only way that your candidate can win is by having 6 other similar candidates stay in so that your candidate get a plurality of the vote, that's not democracy. That's not good. I don't know why you would even support that.
Okay, I never said it was a conspiracy. I said that the election process is flawed if moderate candidates get to choose who everyone has to rally behind.
No.
If
that's not flawed. What would be flawed is if 9 candidates all like shared the same voter pool and then one candidate had its own unique voter pool and then he won. That would be flawed. This is why people support like ranked choice voting to prevent exactly this thing from happening.
Yeah, but even then, like that's another thing that like maybe I could to an extent agree with, but like that's like a flaw with our election process then. Like the fact that you don't want to change our election process or our electoral system at all. Like obviously there are flaws with the system that don't properly represent the will of the people, but like you don't want to change anything about the system.
Who said I don't want to change anything about the system?
Because like you're obviously happy with the outcome of the 2020 election, so like you don't want like any adjustments made to it whatsoever because you're happy that Bernie lost.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, good. I'm glad you conceded on that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, my next question was about Brittany Simon.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a limit, by the way, to how like harsh I can be on these calls, or no?
Do your worst, bucko.
Okay. So what exactly happened with Brittany Simon? Like, why don't you talk to her anymore?
I think she got triggered over a tag I gave, and then we just had big disagreements over that, and then, yeah. It's basically that.
Okay. Would you mind if I played devil's advocate for Brittany here?
I don't think I want to dig up old Brittany drama. Feels like, why would I do that?
Cause like, I think that like you burned her bridge over much less than someone like Sneeko, right?
Yeah, of course.
I think that's a little bit. Yeah. So like, don't you think that you gave her kind of an unfair shake?
Well, no, I considered her an actual friend. I don't think I ever considered Sneeko a friend.
Wait, but if you considered her an actual friend, then how come you like threw away that bridge so easily?
Because my standards
compared
for
to
friendships
Sneeko?
are higher than my standards for acquaintances.
Hold on. I feel like you definitely have made it seem like in the past that you were totally really close with Sneeko, and then
Yeah,
now that
I've
like
made
you're
it
burned
seem
bridge with
like
him, you're
that because
rewriting
you
history.
guys see me hang out with a person in real life 1 or 2 times, and you assume that we're close friends. But that's you guys being autistic, not me.
Okay. Basically, one of the things. What exactly did she do that like made your high standards of her as a friend like totally shatter? Like, what exactly did she say?
I don't.
That was like.
Bro, I mean, like, I feel like our shit has calmed down. I don't know if I want to relitigate the whole Britney thing. I feel like why would I? Because she's gonna get comments on her videos. I'm gonna get more people asking like why. I don't know if there's a purpose to relitigating this whole thing.
No, because like I think it's worth like potentially rebuilding this bridge. I don't
Well,
think
that's
she was
not
that bad of a
happening,
person.
so I don't think she is that bad of a person. I don't think she's that bad of a person.
Yeah, I would say that if anything, you were kind of the one who was out of pocket in that bridge burning scenario.
Yeah,
like
but
you
it's
said.
Not surprising at all that you would feel that way. Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean it's not surprising at all? You basically were like, oh yeah, I wonder if rape victims can just walk it off next time they get raped at a party. Like you were like
I think that's
basically
what I said
saying something.
verbatim, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's like pretty out of pocket.
Yeah, I agree.
Pretty.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah, so why are you surprised that she got upset at you over that?
You know, I'm an out-of-pocket kind of guy in a world with not enough pockets.
Okay. So you admit that you were the one in the wrong then in that situation, and
Absolutely.
that you actually don't care that you were a shithead to her instead of the other way around, and that you burned bridges because you were an asshole.
Nope.
She said things like you were bad at relationships, which is true.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. You're pretty bad at relationships. You're pretty dysfunctional.
How do you? By what? Aren't you 21? How could? What do you even know what a relationship looks like?
Yeah, of course I do. And also, I'm not 21.
You're like 20. You're 23 at the most, at the absolute oldest.
Okay, you're just psychoanalyzing me now, like Mr. Girl.
No, I just
You
know I'm
abso-
correct.
Okay, whatever you say. But like, you absolutely are
Hold on,
pretty
wait, wait, wait.
dysfunctional.
If I offer to send you $50, if you send me your driver's license and you're over the age of 23, would you do that?
If you make me an orbiter, I'll tell you, but no. What I was gonna say was, you absolutely are dysfunctional. You've done insane shit throughout your career that like most people would agree is like pretty insanely dysfunctional for your relationships.
Insane.
She wasn't wrong to say that.
Really done insane shit.
Yeah. Like, didn't you, oh well, I don't know if I should say that, but you've done some insane shit. Like, I guess, what about that time you fucked your own Discord moderator, or whatever? Or not Discord moderator, you fucked, the Twitch moderator or whatever. This was like a few years ago. I think you did that, right?
Which?
And then like she had a meltdown on stream about it, and you were like trying to like tame everything down. Like clearly, like that was an insane thing. Whatever happened.
What am I talking? What are we talking about here?
It was okay. We were on. This was like a few years ago. It was like, I think her name was Eris? I don't remember.
Do you think she was just a Discord moderator?
Not a Discord moderator, a Twitch moderator, and you fucked her, and then, you know, you maybe let her on or something. Something dysfunctional
You understand that
She
that
then
was like
proceeded-
a girlfriend of mine for 6 years, right?
Okay, well, why were you still dating her and fucking her, and then why did she have a meltdown?
Don't you think before you come at me with these like heavy-handed accusations of impropriety, you should at least like have any idea who you're talking about?
Okay. Well, what about okay. What about that OCD girl, right?
Yeah, sometimes
You were
go into the cookie jar. It's not good.
No, you can't just play it off as a meme. That seriously was pretty insane. You fucked her, she had a mental breakdown, clearly she wasn't mentally capable of handling it. And then you just did it again afterwards. Like, that's completely insane. That's actually psychotic.
Hey, so I'm not gonna say that I'm a perfect person, but if
No,
like,
hold on, it's more than being not a perfect person.
Sure, I agree, yeah. But if like the most insane shit I've done in my life is I fucked somebody that I probably shouldn't have fucked, does that really make me that insane? Does that really make me that crazy? I feel like there's a whole basket of things people can do in life that is like really deplorable and really insane. Is that really the... Is that really where we're at now? Where it's like, oh my god, this person is like if you were telling friends, right, there's this guy, and oh my god, this dude is just, he's one of the most unhinged motherfuckers I've ever met in my life. And it's like, really? It's like, yeah, this dude is on another level of psychopathy, okay? He's just fucking wild. It's like, oh my god, what did he do? And you're like, well, one time there was this girl with OCD, and he fucked her after they had kind of already like split. And it was like, yeah, he definitely shouldn't have. Is that really like...
Okay. How about this? What about that time that you fantasized about murdering that 16-year-old and his dad?
The guy that was depriving me of income so that I couldn't take care of my fucking family? That guy?
Okay. For starters, I'm positive you had not tried anywhere near enough before resorting to murder.
I mean,
right?
I fully doxed the kid. I called multiple members of his entire family. I got into an email back and forth with his father, and I had 3 different interviews with the FBI. What else was I supposed to do?
You said that you could have pursued a legal route to sue those guys, and you said you didn't because it would have been too hard or
I
something
talked to
like
somebody about pursuing a potential legal route. He told me that I was looking at, and I was not as wealthy back then as I was now. He said I was looking at a minimum of $50,000, a court case that would drag out for over a year, and that I had absolutely no guarantee to win because of the sophisticated level of technology involved. That trying to explain to a jury what a DDoS was or whatever would be an unbelievably high threshold to overcome in like a civil case like that.
All I'm saying is, even if you can throw whatever excuses you want out, like that is, nobody would just say like, oh, I gotta solve my problem by murdering a fucking kid. Like there was probably more options there had to have been more options you could have exhausted. The fact that you were just like, huh, well, you know, I tried nothing and it still didn't work, so it's time to murder a child. It's like, dude, that's fucking insane. Again,
If I had
the
tried
total
nothing,
disregard for human.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. I agree with you.
Okay, you didn't literally try nothing, but you tried very little. Like
Oh,
you tried.
Really? Tell me what else I should have tried.
You should have tried going through with a legal route. You could have.
The legal route would have left me broke. I would have been out of a job by then. I would have been bankrupt. It would have been over for me. Legal route was pointless. Impossible.
You could have tried holding out. Maybe you could have tried talking to the kid a little bit
was
more.
Harassing me for months and months. Every time I tried talking to him, he just made fun of me more. What would be the point of that?
Try talking to his parents
I
more.
tried
Like
talking to his
that's
dad.
just
His
because
dad
just
told me
because
that
he
they
was
were gonna
getting.
sue me. His dad made fun of me and told me that his son was more intelligent than I ever would be, and that I should try making friends with him instead.
Well, yeah, maybe you should try. I mean, listen, life is never totally fair. I agree with that. Like sometimes you're put in a shitty situation that you don't deserve.
True, and sometimes
but,
people
like,
murder you because you fuck with their income. That's life. I agree. It's not fair all the time.
No, wait, no. That's so childish though. Like revenge or like just petty murder just because.
It's not revenge and it's not petty. It would have been self-defense of my income.
Not. Oh god, this is Kyle Rittenhouse all over again. This
Well,
the
Kyle
utter
Rittenhouse was
disregard for human
exonerated,
life.
So I mean, okay, I agree. Thank
He
you.
was-
If you think I'm Kyle Rittenhouse,
he
that's
was-
fine. He beat his case, so amen, brother.
He was legally exonerated, but morally murdering 2 people for the most dumb reason ever was stupid. Just like how you murdering those 2 people would have been really stupid, although maybe legally justified or whatever.
Oh, base. Well, as long as I'm legally justified, I'm Gucci gang.
So you admit that you're an insane, shitty person then. Good.
Yeah, you know, if that's how you want to read it, sure thing, bucko.
What about... Alright. So I've listed like 3 different things that you did that were super insane. How about, and I'll keep throwing more at you. What about how you, some of the things you've done, like, the amount of, like, out-of-pocket things you've said about black people, right?
Is it really that insane
Like,
to be racist? Like, would you say every racist person is insane?
I would say that it doesn't help your case, right? Like the fact that you, like, were publicly, like, the only person on the internet who was publicly making the opinion that, like, you know, white people should be allowed to say the N-word in private. Like, why did you need to say...
I'm the only person who's ever made that case before?
The only, like, notable Twitch streamer who did, yeah. Like, did you need to make that statement? Regardless of even if it's even true that, like, oh yeah, we should be allowed to say it in private, which is like, even if it's true, why did you feel the need to say it?
I don't know, man. Maybe I am just unhinged.
Okay. So, alright. How about you eating chicken and waffles with a Nazi? How is that not fucking insane?
That was pretty crazy. One of the craziest days of my life, I think.
You're such
Did
a
you see the
fucking
part where he
clown.
called that one guy that was walking by? He was like, "Is that a Jew?" Did you remember that part? Wasn't that wild?
Yeah, and then you got an erection when he did because you love crazy people.
No, the erection came later when I watched him and Abba double team my wife while I sat in the cuck chair in the corner. Me and Sneeko both sat and watched.
Base. No, but you absolutely. Okay. Let me.
I'll let you. I'll let you.
switch. Let me switch. Let me switch gears a little bit.
Go ahead.
You had a debate with Nick Fuentes recently on Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I did. True.
And in your infinite wisdom, you thought to engage with this and platform this guy again.
Yep.
And regardless, you choosing to debate him and challenge his ideas publicly means that you're kind of publicly show his fair against the status quo of, you know, not being a Nazi.
I'm kind of publicly what?
Okay, you know what? How do you think you did in that debate against him?
I think it went okay, but I guess a guy like that, I usually want to do better than just okay, but...
Yeah, you did pretty horrible.
I don't think I did pretty horrible, but I think I did okay.
Definitely did do pretty horrible. I mean, afterwards you were like... afterwards on multiple occasions you were like, oh, Nick, please debate me again. Let me have a rematch so I can redeem myself. Like, yeah. Of course, of course he was going to say no and not debate you again after you outlived your usefulness, because you were just a useful idiot to him.
Yeah. Is that what your parents say about you for the child tax credit?
Okay, so you're just... So you admit that you didn't do well in the debate? You did poorly?
I think I did okay. Could have done better, but...
Well, then why were you begging Nick Fuentes to debate you again and kissing his feet?
How am I kissing his feet by asking for another debate?
You were like tweeting like, oh, he's just scared. Please debate me again, Nick. No, his audience is like forcing me not to go on. They don't want me to get a rematch because I got crushed last time. And even your subreddit was saying the same thing too.
Oh, well, if my subreddit was saying it, fuck me. You got me there.
Okay. So, just by the way, that when you fail in these debates, you know, that this is just that this shows that like this whole absolutist freedom of speech, like, oh yeah, the good ideas will always rise to the top no matter what automatically. Just want to let you know that like with this debate, you getting kind of crushed a little bit shows that that's not always the case.
Wow, true. We should just end all discourse in the United States. I agree. That's the most.
Not end all discourse. Wait, hold on.
Well, we don't want to risk ever like losing a debate, right? We should probably just end everything, yeah. Wouldn't that be like the safest route? Do you want to risk losing a debate against a Nazi?
We can just ignore debate. We can just ignore debates with Nazis altogether. We're the majority, right? The majority of the population is against Nazis. They have everything to gain by debating us, and we have nothing to gain and everything to lose by debating them. So your stupid ideology of just being like, oh yeah, let's just debate them for no reason and give them a chance to gain credence with their ideology, like they did with you just now with Nick, right?
Yeah. I never thought about it that way. True.
What are you? Is something okay? My prescription would be
Tell me.
1, to avoid engaging with Nazis.
Okay.
They have nothing to gain and everything to lose by us engaging with
Nothing to lose
them.
and everything to gain, but yeah, go ahead.
Or nothing to lose and everything to gain, yeah. And mild limitations on free speech, kind of like what they have in a lot of European countries.
Let me just say this. What's that? Americans are Nazis, people.
What?
He just hit you up with the Americans are Nazis. You probably agree with him, actually.
Yeah, I would say like 20 to 30% of the population is like Nazis, but like they're a minority. They can't do anything.
20 to 30%?
Yeah. Or okay, hold on. 20 to 30% are like conservatives that are kind of radical, and some of those conservatives in and of themselves are Nazis. There.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank God. So only like 15% of Americans are Nazis in your worldview.
Wait. Okay. Do you think that like we make large leaps in prosperity by just like sitting down and talking with every single person who is like segregation during like the civil rights movement? Do you think Martin Luther King was like, you know what, let's sit down next to all these, you know, pro Jim, have a conversation with them. Let's like gradually convert each and every single one of them through conversation for the next 3 decades, just slowly de-radicalize them, and then that's how we make great progress. Like, do you think that's how we do it, by just making sure everyone gets together and we're all friends and dandy, and how we're all just what we need to do?
Yeah, I think so, actually, yeah.
That's what Martin Luther King did to stop civil rights, huh? Or to help civil rights, right?
Seems like it about that.
No, what he did was he gathered support from the majority that already agreed with him, and then he just mobilized to legislate things, and the minority that didn't follow along with him basically just had to suck it and follow along with it anyway.
If the majority was already pro-civil rights, then why did Jim Crow laws exist?
Well, he had to rally them first, but like, yeah, once the majority's been rallied to have an opinion against it,
They just needed to
like,
get
that's
rallied?
it.
They were already... The majority was already there, they just needed to be rallied?
I mean, kinda, yeah, that's what happened. That's how...
Oh, wow. Okay, never thought about it that way.
Okay. Alright, how about this? Destiny. Okay. A subredditor in your community made a post recently that made a good point about how you don't like racists like Bruce or FD Signifier, but you're perfectly okay with hanging out with crazy people like Quiznos, crazy racist people like Quiznos or Zerka. So, what would you say to that subreddit post in response?
I have different expectations on people based on what their kind of like their jobs are. So like Zerka's just like a fucking loser goofball. Like I'm not expecting serious political commentary from him. He doesn't sell himself as such, although he still has an influence. But people like FD Signifier like sell themselves as YouTube academics, so I have a much higher expectation for the type of content that they make.
And why don't they clear that bar for you, in your opinion?
I just don't like people that spread around this idea that like everybody's racist, everybody's a Nazi. Like even you just unwittingly made the claim that like 10 to 20 million Americans are Nazis. It's kind of a fucking insane claim to make, but you just in your mind.
Okay,
like
I never said that many people, but I am saying that a lot of conservatives are extreme.
That's about what you said. About half the Conservative Party is You said 10 to 20% of the Conservative Party is racist, or Nazi, I think you said. About half the country is conservative, right? So if I say, we'll say 100
okay, I
million
was
people.
being a little hyperbolic, okay? Be a little bit more charitable. So you just don't like that they call certain people like you racist. You don't like it when FD Signifier calls people like you racist, basically. Is that it?
Not just me, but sure, I can be one of them, yeah.
Okay. So you think that, like, it's just you hate the idea that they can come to the conclusion that you're racist. You think that's inconceivable that you're racist?
Sure.
Okay. So to be clear, you do have a noticeable pattern of takes and behaviors against black people, though, right?
No, I don't think so.
You once went on Twitter and started shitting on a CNN article that said a group of black people killing a black man might have still been racism. You like eagerly tried shooting down that take, even though they explicitly said that it might have been systemic racism, not.
I read the entire
that
article that was posted by the man that did it. We can go back to the stream and revisit it, but I just think it's a bit laughable when we got into an area where every single thing in society can be caused by white supremacy. Then it's probably not even worth talking about. If four black cops killing one black man is also white supremacy, it just seems like there's probably other factors at play, and to call all of it white supremacy is a tad reductive in our social analysis, I think.
He said that, first of all, that it might have still been racism, not that it definitively was. I think that's reasonable to interpret that this could have been still systemic racism, like black cops being so unbelievably violent, lynching another black guy.
And you know what the issue was with his take?
What?
There was absolutely zero evidence in his article that there was any racism involved. I'm pretty sure that was my problem with the article.
Yeah, even if there wasn't any hard evidence, like to posit that it could...
There wasn't any hard or soft evidence. There was no evidence whatsoever. There was zero evidence. None. Zero.
Even if you want to say that they didn't have evidence to posit that there is a chance something couldn't be the case, which, yeah, that is true. There was a chance that it could have still been systemic racism even without evidence.
Okay.
But the fact that you so eagerly, like, shot it down, like, no, it definitely was systemic racism. Racism doesn't exist anymore. We defeated racism. It's like, that's a little bit strange for you to so eagerly want to shut down ideas that, like, black people can be dealing with racism.
Okay. True.
The fact that you didn't want it to have any charitability to take the article at face value when they said open racism.
Well, to be clear,
like,
I'm pretty sure the guy that wrote the article was black, so.
So
why would I take
what does that have to do with
seriously?
Okay, what you said just right there in and of itself is kind of racist.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, don't like white people generally write better articles on these types of topics?
Are you trolling me right now?
Well, no, I'm just saying in general. Like, if you go and look at CNN and you look at all the people that write on, like, cop violence stuff, isn't it usually white people?
Wait, you are literally... That's discriminatory what you're saying right now.
Discrimination isn't always bad. If I only want to hire college students instead of high school students, that's also discriminatory.
No, but that's a different type of discrimination, right?
Well, why is that discrimination okay, but discriminating against who I trust for articles is not okay? Like, would I trust a white guy to tell me what the best rap music is of, like, the 80s and 90s?
That's asking for like an opinion on like how to enjoy on like certain types of music. That's harmless. But saying that like, oh, you're black, so you're not allowed to have an opinion on other black people murdering other black people.
Hold on, he's
like,
absolutely allowed to have an opinion. You just put those words in my mouth. I just said I wouldn't take it as seriously.
Yeah, but that in and of itself is kind of racist. Why would you say like, oh yeah, I don't take it as seriously unless you have white skin? Like,
I don't know. It just seems like most of the people that write articles on that on CNN tend to be white, so I just trust them more on it.
So if you're walking out on the street, a black guy walking down the street next to you, you're not going to trust that black guy to not rob you as much because black commit more crime. Is that what? That's the same type of logic you're applying there.
I'm going to be honest. I think that if anybody was to ever break the record of Usain Bolt's 100-meter sprint, I think it would probably be you seeing a black guy on the sidewalk across from you and then you running to the other side of the street. You come off to me like you would move faster than lightning.
Okay. So you just kind of just obfuscated just now. You didn't really engage with what I just said.
I wouldn't cross the street. I'd walk up to him and I'd give him the handshake where you do the clap, pull back with the fingers, and then snap as you pull away. Because I've been in LA long enough to know how to shake hands with my fellow Crips. Because that's who I am, Crip Mac 55. Keep it 55 on God, cuz.
Alright, well, you once... Okay, so you're just going to obfuscate. You also once said a black lady in a... It was to a black lady in a video you were watching recently. I think it was in the context of like that one bike lady, Karen. And that group of black kids, and you told that black lady like, oh, go back to Africa, haha, just kidding, not really, but also kind of seriously. Like, again, I'm seeing a pattern here of racist behaviors and like racist, ironic but also not ironic jokes against black people. Like it seems pretty.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't, and you're still going to say like, what is your response to that? To telling the black lady to go back to Africa?
I don't know. Maybe she would have been happier back there.
So are you still going to tell me that it's inconceivable that FD Signifier, even after everything I just listed, why FD Signifier would call you racist? You really think it's like, oh, it's inconceivable. How could anyone in their right mind find me racist?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're admitting that you're just a shithead and that FD Signifier is perfectly reasonable then.
What I'm saying is that if the year was 1730, I would have the biggest plantation of any of the other white men. It would be the most successful one. I would have the biggest, strongest workers, and everybody would respect and revere me.
Oh my goodness. Why did you donate $10,000 just to spite FD Signifier?
To kill black people.
No, what was the actual reason why?
To arrest black people so they die in prison.
What was the actual reason why?
To provide money to the cops so they could buy more crack for black neighborhoods.
Why? What was the actual reason why you burned $10,000 of your own money against poor FD Signifier, who was literally open to building a bridge with you?
First of all, he was not open to building a bridge with me. Alright, give us your final thoughts, okay? I'm tired now.
I can tell you're tired from being racist.
Yeah.
My final question, I guess, since you just conceded everything to me during this debate because you're tired, and also because I won, can I shout out my socials?
You can shout out one of them.
Twitch.tv/Trickman185 on weekdays for streams. There.
Good luck, buddy. Bye.
All right. Bye.
What do you want,
Boy.
Z?
You sure did engage with that like you had heard it 1,000 times before.
Oh no, he's a regular caller. He's a very special man. We enjoy our conversations with him.
Okay, so I actually want to ask you about something. I don't know much about this person, but I was curious. You're dragging Sneeko's ex into this conflict. Is she part of the shit posting galaxy? Like fair game to drag in, or?
I mean, she's kind of like she's like a victim of Sneeko's basically, but
it seems a little dicey to drag in an ex like that. I mean, is that something that she had talked to you about, or did you just invoke her out of nowhere?
I mean, there's a little bit of collateral there, but I mean, you know, we did strategic bombings of Tokyo and we firebombed the whole city to the ground before 2 nuclear bombs. So what are you gonna do? I'm American through and through.
Well, that's pretty patriotic. I can definitely understand that ethos. But man, I don't know. Dragging her in and her self-harm seems a little dicey if she's not willingly participating in this whole conflict.
Well, listen, she's willingly self-harming herself, so I mean, how much worse can it get, right?
Has she been like publicly or publicizing her self-harm or using it as leverage or something like that to make it fair game?
I mean, she tweets pictures of her cutting herself and then she deletes it 2 minutes later, so.
Well, to be fair, I don't know much about it. I did want the clarification because it sounded a little dicey to me. But
good. Everything on the internet is dicey. She was already kind of involved. If you have no idea about the situation, then I can understand it looks kind of weird, but she was already a little bit involved because of like things that had been happening. But there's a lot of backstory to explain for all of that. But yeah.
All right. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. I'm gonna look into it. My viewers have been sending me a whole bunch of stuff, so I'll probably explore the history there. Got lots of screenshots to catch up on.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's kind of
just
annoying
wanted to
that a
know
lot of
about
the people that fight with me, the people that they invoke, first of all, they have no problem invoking anybody near me. So like Nathan,
Yeah,
I say over and
obviously.
over again.
Yeah.
I know a lot about a lot of people that would be fun to burn to the ground. I'm glad that Xena came out and like publicly outed Snake on a ton of shit, because for most of the things that I would out people for, they involve other people. So all of the fucking losers that I deal with online basically end up being shielded because I'm not like the worst human being in the world, and I don't like the idea of just like publicly outing and destroying the lives of everybody peripheral to them to take them down. But for some of the secrets I'd have to leak, it seems like that would be the case. So I got lucky that Xena kind of lost her mind and started leaking a ton of shit about Sneeko, because everything I would have leaked would have just made me look like I was attacking her. But yeah.
Yeah, true. You kind of got saved there. I saw some of the follow-up. Yeah, more. That's always going to be a disadvantage, right? If somebody's willing to be totally unscrupulous, you're always going to be at a bit of a disadvantage if you take the high road.
Well, considering that when I go to fight with those people, I can't like leak any of the shit that I know because it just implicates a ton of other people. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah, I just wanted clarification on that. All right. Well, I'm going to drop off. Let you get back to your stream. Take care.
Okay, be careful. Bye. Dog Todd.
Yo, yo.
Yo, what up?
One sec, should I have done that? I had an interesting experience the other day, and I wanted to get your thoughts about it.
You had a what experience?
Interesting experience.
Oh, bruv, I'm all about those interesting experiences. Hit me up. What you got?
Dig that. So I was sitting on my back porch, and I was smelling some weed, and there's some guys that I saw that were chiefing. And so I was drinking a little bit, and I walked over, and I was like, hey, guys, you're going to make the whole place smell, or you're going to share? So they're like, oh, come up, come up. And so there was one white guy, tat, earrings, looked about, 26 or so. Then a black guy looked about 25, and then two Mexican guys that looked about 23. And
I'm not going to ask how you can discern all their ages with unerring accuracy, like you've got a cybernetic eye implant, but go ahead.
You're right. I honestly, they looked older.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, and so right off the bat, they're like, hey, just want to let you know we're a little racist. And they were all, laughing. We're having a good time. And that kind of threw me off because I was like, okay, I kind of feel like this is where this is going. And then they all started calling each other the N-word. And it was normal, and they were buddies. And this is the first time I was around that. And I was like, it was weird, And I was like, do I get, because they were like looking at me like I was going to say it. And I'm like, I don't know. If you were in that situation, would you have said it?
Fuck no. Why? I don't know these people well enough. Why would I risk getting my ass beat by fucking dropping N-bombs around random fucking people that I don't know? That sounds like the worst idea in the world. Yeah.
And I didn't, but it was, I don't know. It was just
what? Why just like hang out with them? Why do you feel pressure to like use their slang? Just like let them chill or do whatever.
No. I didn't feel any pressure, but I did feel a little pressure, which was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that just, I talked to different friends about it, and some friends were like, yeah, we do that all the time. And then I talked to other friends, and they're like, no, that's fucking retarded, Those guys are going to get their ass beat if they do that outside of their friend group. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
It might depend on wait, can you tell me what state you're in?
I'm in Idaho.
Oh, shit. Okay, it might be similar because when I was up in Washington, and I don't know if all these northwestern states are the same. When I was up in Washington, there's kind of it's kind of hard to explain, but there's a weird thing where the black people there are very progressive, and because of that, sometimes they don't trust a lot of the white people. So anytime you're kind of making yourself known in a new group of black friends, when they're all looking to you and they're using the N-word, usually what's understood is they're usually recording at the time. And what they want is they want you to use the N-word for them so that they have a recording of you doing it, so that if you do any weird white supremacist shit, they can out you on Twitter. It's kind of like a bonding exercise where it's like, hey, I'm comfortable enough to use the N-word around you, and then you can record it, and then if I do some fuck shit, you can out me on Twitter later so that you get your racial revenge on me. So that might have been what they were looking for.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like that because the white guy was saying it too, and it didn't feel nefarious, which was, it was just that's how they talk to each other. Because I've been around those other type of people because my cousin lives in Portland and I visit her sometimes, and it's
okay. Well, wait, hold on. I was just kidding. I made that all up.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I was just trying to be good faith.
Okay. There is a store though that I've been to in Boise. Do you live anywhere near there?
Yeah, I'm in the Treasure Valley.
Okay, you've got a restaurant that literally just serves 30 different kinds of French fries. And it's
yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What's it called again?
Well, there's a couple different places. There's Boise Fry. I can't remember the name.
They were purple potato French fries. It was so good.
Yeah, it gets pretty crazy.
Yeah, that restaurant was awesome. Sorry, but anyway.
No, you're good. I have 4 different types of fries in my freezer right now.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one other thing that I wanted to I was thinking about it and I was like, I wanted to tell you, but
Mm-hmm.
that last guy was kind of insufferable, or not the last caller.
True. He was. I agree.
How often do you smoke? Do you like go like a couple months in between, or
Yeah,
like
maybe
every
like
night, or
once a month or every couple months or something. It's pretty rare.
do you do like a lot, or is it just like
Usually if I'm with a friend, I want to chill, and they smoke, I might, but it's not too common, yeah.
Okay. Do you have is it really intense, or do you do is it just you vibing, having a good time? Or 'cause sometimes
It can be kind of intense. I try not to go super hard though. I usually just smoke a bit to like chill. The problem is me and weed is very boring. I usually just like calm down a ton and I'll like fall asleep if I'm not careful. Like it's not, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, because I can go when I go like a month without smoking, and I do like one big old bowl and a bong of salvia. It's like sometimes I feel like I'm on acid or something. It's like whoa.
Yeah, I mean, if you smoke a lot, that can happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Well, anything else? Oh, he said salvia. Wait, did you say salvia?
No. But last time we talked about salvia.
Oh. Okay. Well, hey, listen, it's been a wild ride. Thanks for the conversation, my dude.
Yeah, big bet. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about.
Fuck it. Okay, hit me up. Yeah, what do you got? Yeah.
Bet. So I like a lot. I watch a lot of the First Amendment auditor videos, and some of it goes back and forth where it's like, I understand that I completely not saying anything to the cops, and being that guy when you go through a DUI checkpoint, you have like your window rolled up and all your stuff in a bag so they can see it, but they can't touch it or anything. And then the other side of it's where it's like, the majority of the time, if you have nothing to hide and you're just talking and being normal, and you're probably going to get a warning. At worst, you're going to get a ticket and whatnot. But then sometimes I feel like it comes down to the intention of the cop, of if he's has good intentions, or he's just doesn't like something about you or whatnot. And I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
There was something in there I wanted to talk to you about, but now I feel like I'm just rambling.
Well, what yeah, I don't know. What is your question?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Do you think it's better to talk to the police, or are you lean more towards, I don't have to speak to you, this is my more of don't say anything, or it's like the second you get into interrogation, yes, a lawyer up immediately, but before that, it's like you can, most of the time it's better to be communicated with cops or authority or whatnot, Yeah, that's kind of my question.
What was the question there?
I need to drink something.
Wait, did I just hear a knock on your door?
No, that was me going over a baby gate.
'Cause I thought I heard the door knock into the background.
So, when it comes to like talking to police, do you lean towards more of the side of I don't have to say anything to you, this is my right,
Oh yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you're pulled over and what you want to say. Like I'll generally try to be as polite and cooperative with cops as possible, but that's because I know I don't have shit on me or anything like that. But I mean, like if a cop like pulls you over and is like asking questions about like some serious crime shit or some shit, I don't know. I mean, it's up to your personal tolerance. I mean, in general, you probably lean away from saying anything to the cops. It just depends, but
yeah.
How
would the police where you live with it?
Can I add to this dog shit call?
What are you talking about?
I want to add to his first thing and the last thing. I don't know about that second thing he was talking about with the weed, but when he was talking about the N-word and you trolled him, there actually was something a bit insightful about like assimilating with black groups of friends.
Yeah.
Like there's this phenomenon where like I know you know that in social situations, if you're in a group of people, they start adapting each other's vernacular, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like the black and Ebonics is so far from like regular like white speech that it's almost like visceral when a person is like deciding in their brain if they should like call you homie or dog
Sure.
or maybe the N word. So like you could watch out for that, I guess. Trippy guy. I'm just gonna call you Trippy guy because
that works.
Here's a okay. Can I give you my very limited experience with black people? Here's like a phenomenon that I kind of notice in real life. I think it happens with I've seen it happen with black people and gay people. That, and you can tell me, Evil Fossil is a black man. Okay, if you feel this way, or if you don't feel this way, whatever. I'm just kind of curious. If you're a white guy and you're hanging out with a group of black people, I feel like there is kind of a stronger distinction between here's hypothetical. If I was a white dude and I made friends with like a group of black people and we're all just like kind of casual, I feel like I'm probably never saying like the N-word in that setting. I just don't know if it would work out that way. But when you have like one black guy who's friends with a lot of white people, it almost feels like that black guy, I don't want to say it's like self-hatred or something that dramatic, but it almost feels like his buy-in to the group is like letting them do it. Another example I can think of this is like a gay guy in a group of straight friends sometimes will like encourage them, like, oh yeah, you can say faggot, like it's fine, like that's cool or whatever, like I don't care, whatever. Do you think that dynamic is true, or do you think that dynamic is not true at all? Do you know what I mean by that? I think
it's true. Nah, it's definitely true. I don't think, what do you call it? Like, I don't think it's like
internalized racism or self-hatred, but like the group buy-ins are a little bit different, yeah.
It's definitely a thing. The buy-ins is definitely a thing, and the black person, I feel the way I call it when I meet a black person who do that, I just be like, you validation seeking is mad easy. Like, it's just easy validation sitting out there. Sure. To let white people say.
To be clear, hold on, because members of my black community are upset. I have at least one confirmed black man in chat who says in all caps, "You are off the perk. What? I have never seen this in my life." There you go.
Yeah, he wildin'. I mean,
I don't know.
Define his black. Yeah.
Define his blackness. My experience in high school, there was a black guy, and he like. It almost felt like everybody was making black jokes around him, and it kind of felt like he had to play along, otherwise people wouldn't like him. But it feels similar because I knew there was a gay guy that worked at a carpet cleaning shop who also did that. He used like F-slur and stuff a lot and encouraged us to do it. And I feel like if there's like one fat guy in a group, I feel like it happens too, where if you're the minority in the group, you kind of encourage people to make fun of you, and that's like a little bit of your buy-in. But maybe it doesn't happen all the time, or maybe those are just my examples, and it doesn't.
Nah, I feel like that's the fat thing too also happens, where it's like, oh, yeah, it's definitely unhealthy to be fat, even though they're sitting there like fat. And they honestly, sometimes they be healthier than the people around them, because the other people be either like got a whole bunch of different shit in their life that leads to less health in general. But they were like, whenever the fat thing comes up, yeah, it's just. I see somebody in chat said it's a survival tactic. Honestly, yeah, you're right. Buy-ins is the perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I talked to one of my other black friends about it, and he was totally chill with it. He's like, yeah, that's like, I don't really care. But he also was adopted by 2 white parents, and then my other black friend who's not from Idaho, it's completely like, nobody other than him says it around. It's like, I don't know. I was just interested. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know about appealing
what
to
do I?
Yeah, I don't know about appealing to the black friends, bro. Just let them do what they do. Like, the whole point is not to like realize you're like in your brain when you're asking what to do. It's like you feel like you could win points in them situations. Like, it has nothing to do with you, bro. Especially if you don't want to be racist.
Well, yeah, and I've never like felt like I've wanted to say it in any type of situation. But when I was hanging out with those guys that night, it was like, the way they brought it up, they were like, hey, it was almost like you had to be there, but it was like they were, I don't know, I didn't end up saying it, but it was like,
I mean, when I was online, like when I have groups of friends, we'd be playing online, and yes, it was just a group of, and back in high school, when we'd be playing online, like World of Warcraft or League, if we was to invite somebody to like, I guess back then it would be like Skype or Ventrilo, but like Discord, right? And you're talking to voice chat. it would be an inside thing for us to just wait for him to, like, of the white person to Freudian slip some N-word, and like we will actually try to neg it out of them. That could be possible too. Like, and I know that this sounds troll, but it's literally a thing. So I wouldn't, like I said, you don't want to leave yourself open to situations like that. I honestly don't see the value in even asking this question in a social situation.
Well, the question wasn't of should I have said it. It was more of like, well, I don't know. Maybe that was the question.
I wanted to tell you also, and I'm gonna just be quick with the third one with the cops. Bro, the only thing cops could ever do is escalate until somebody dies or get locked up. Like, there's no, like, why do you want anything other, like any kind of cohesion from cops? It's just not a thing, bro.
So my question is, in that is in order to not escalate, is it better to sometimes give up your rights and just talk normal, tell the truth?
Yes,
Or
and
is it,
because the cops have a lot of systems in place for you to complain or you to follow through. And I mean, honestly, that's like the white thing to do, I guess. Like, only a white person is really gonna call and complain after they got like harassed by the cops. But you can do that, bro. Like, in the situation, there's no reason why you should ever be like asserting any values or acting out of line when you're already like in a situation with cops. You're in a system that is put there to control you. I don't understand why you want to express so much.
yeah. So is it like the only time that you would, like, I don't say in quote be difficult, but like express your rights and not talk as much? Is it if you were actually rolling dirty or hiding something, or is it when you, or is it if a cop has a bad intention? It doesn't matter how honest you are, they think you're lying, and then in that case it would have been better for you to actually use your rights and be like, no, I'm not going to speak to you until my lawyer's here, or just give me the ticket. I don't have to tell you where I'm going or coming from, or is it like if the cops are harassing you, that's kind of like,
well, you got to look at it this way. It don't, like, what's the best that can happen to you, bro? Like, if the cop had bad intention, the best you can do is fuck it up for yourself. And like, even if the cop had good intention, you could still fuck it up for yourself. Like, there's nothing where the cop could just leave you alone. That's the best case scenario. Then just don't talk to him. If you like really want that to be the quickest way, to resolve the situation, just don't talk, bro. Like, so I don't understand why you like have this complex in your head, or you constantly thinking about talking or interacting with the cops outside of just like, they're trained to interact with you from putting you in jail, killing you, or letting you go. Like, I don't understand. This is all they're trained for.
So like, yeah, that's my question. Is what would you do in that? So does it just depend on the situation? Depends on what you do. So what situation?
Just always shut up, bro. Just always shut up with the cops. Just always shut up, unless you're the one who called them and you need help.
Wow, Frederick Lighto, 6 for 5 gifted subs. Somebody gifted 5 earlier, and I think I missed it.
Do you agree with that take, Destiny? That it's like just shut up when the cop comes and they knock on the window and no, here's my license.
I mean, I think depending on how you get pulled over, like, cops can show a lot of discretion. If you're very ornery, if you are very combative, they're gonna throw whatever at you because they're an asshole.
Yeah.
But there could also be
because I feel with Evil Fossil's take that
Go, Frank, I'm being a little bit evil, bro. I talk to the cops because I got a PBA card, bro. So like,
well, whenever I get
cops, so I get away with it, bro.
I talk too, just because it's easier, and I usually don't have anything to hide, and if I do,
wait, what is a PBA card?
It's the card, like you like every. Is it PBA? Let me pull the card out here, right? The Captain's Endowment Association card, what we call it. So my sister is a police captain. It's just a courtesy card. Like, you pull out the card, you be like, here, look, my sister's a police captain. You can call this number and you can talk to her. And then if you if it's just a minor infraction or if it's something small, they'll just like wave it off and be like, yeah, you're a person in society. We're not gonna mess with you. They just leave you alone.
Jesus.
It's reparations. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
All right, well, that's me adding. I'm gonna get out of here. Popcorn, yum.
So,
Love you too, son.
you're definitely more of an atheist than agnostic, correct?
Probably, yeah.
So you believe you lean towards more we can know if there is or isn't a God, and we know that there isn't, then we don't know if there is.
Sorry, I was looking for a porn video. Say it one more time. What were you saying?
So you believe we more definitively that there isn't a God than more of a chance that we don't know enough to know that there.
I mean, technically, what you would call me is I would be an agnostic atheist. Is technically what you would call me.
Okay.
I'm agnostic because I would say we can't have knowledge of whether or not there's a higher power or not, and I'm an atheist because I don't believe in a higher power. So.
Okay, so it's. Would you say that you, if there is a higher power, it's something that what people call a higher power isn't even close to what? It's just there's no point of even talking about it because it's.
Well, I mean I don't know. I mean you can't have information about it. Wait, how are you still in here? You're the guy. Oh my God, you're really milking this, huh? Yeah, no, I have no. I don't think you can have any information about like a higher power. Yeah.
Okay.
Take careful steps.
So you definitely. So there's like no benefit to.
No benefit to what?
I'm just trying to picture. Like, is the worldview of.
Is normal the hardest difficulty?
Having God in the picture somewhere, however you define, the picture of your worldview, is it more beneficial or is it like?
How God? Wait, what?
Having God as something within, because if you're atheist, you say it's not. There's something out there that we wouldn't even know, but it's like. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm talking. I have
You're good.
My speech level's in the 63rd percentile, and my abstract thinking is in the 93rd percentile.
Well, I mean, you're still beating half the people, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
You know.
But it sucks because I'm thinking way faster than I'm speaking, and I sound like a schizo. Can't even get a sentence out sometimes. Yeah, so the question was, is there any benefit? So you basically say, in your worldview, it's not only that we can't know if there is a God, there is most likely isn't some sort of being out there. Or I shouldn't even say being, some sort of thing out there that is influencing it from... Yeah, I'm just trying to get your definition of how you would define atheist. Like...
And then a person that states they don't believe in God, I think, right?
Yeah, but how would you define God? Is it like a divine creator? Is it
something like that? Yeah.
Okay, how do you define like divine and creators? Like, I'm trying to get your worldview. How do you picture it? There's just nothing.
Well, usually when people talk about divine or creator, they're talking about some immaterial, non-physical thing that exists in a way that somehow influences our existence today. That seems to be what people are talking about. So, and like, I don't believe in immaterial and non-physical things, or if they exist, I don't think you can have knowledge of them. So,
Well, I think, and I agree. I think thinking that there's some fairy dust thing out there, but is there something that's within the physical that's built into the framework that has some sort of function like? I hate using the word like that because it feels like it brings in so many different connotations, but it's.
What is your definition of God?
Okay, so like I think it's something if it's something that could potentially like it's like the end of the rainbow type thing, and so I think about like the end of time or the Big Bang. It's like the beginning and the end of, and it's something that we're slowly trying to figure out by building these big telescopes, and it's so like I picture in the future when we get to a technology that can go back and perfectly look through the time and rebuild all the atoms, has some perfect AI system where it can go and almost like view our consciousness from like our perspective, and it's almost like it's like the idea of when you close your eyes, it's like you die, it's like, oh, you just go to the end. It's like or do we just never get there? Well, in the hypothetical we get there, it's like, would that be God? I don't know.
Would it be God if we got to the end of the rainbow?
No, that's the end of time. We got to a point technologically where we could rebuild, go all of through time and basically omnipresence all through time, where we can go back and look at everything because we have some sophisticated AI that can remap all of the atoms and restructure them and view them from, some crazy and future technology, what is that what we would picture as God? Or I don't know.
Maybe? I don't know. I don't know exactly what... Yeah, I don't know what your definition is. How do I stray from this game, guys? Oh, that's my shield. Did he blow my other guy up? Bro, I totally forgot how to play this game. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is to any of your questions.
No, you're right.
I can't
even formulate the question.
Okay, well, think about this, and then...
Yeah.
Yeah, and then come back to me and let me know, okay?
Okay. I feel better because I was worried. I was wondering if you weren't going to say you had some sort of agnostic part of you, and you were just going to say, no, I'm straight atheist. We have the ability to... we understand enough to confirmatively say there's no such thing or existence or possibility of some sort of thing, material or immaterial, whatever definition you would have for God. You're an agnostic atheist.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind, okay?
Okay, me too.
Okay, good luck. Have fun.
Okay, you have a good one. Goodbye.
I'm so lost. Pop Dode.
It's me. Okay. So I wanted to add my schizo ramblings to the stream. I wanted to
Bro, that's what we're here for, yeah.
I know. See the bad guy I saw in chat. Everyone was talking about oh, weed L. This is what weed does to your brain, dude. I'm here to turn the tides on the opinions on weed. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a certified bonger. I just took a bonger before I hopped in here. And I don't sound like it. So some weed schizos can work out. You know what I'm saying? But so pretty much, my weed schizo rambling that I was thinking about. So pretty much, I think on some John Zerka type shit, that there was at one point a group of people that did run everything like an Illuminati-esque group that set things up politically and in like the framework of how society runs, so that it perpetuates or how do I put this? So that like the people in power.
Hold on. Wait, you're actually a schizo.
No, I know. Trust me though. Think about it. They set up the way that shit works in a way so that the people at the top, what benefits them also benefits that group, and so that group existed in the past and set things up in a way that made it so they, without having to actually have direct, interactions with any of the systems that work in society, they are able to perpetually stay in power without having any direct interaction, because the shit that benefits the people at the top also benefits them, and they set it up in a way for that to be able to happen, And there's like more specific examples of shit like that I could go into, but I'm sure you don't want to just think about it, You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
Yep, keep that in mind. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? I definitely didn't work out as well as I thought it would in my mind. But next year 5, have at it.
Have fun, buddy.
What's up, bud?
What's up?
Hey, why that bad, huh? Alright.
You're not even how did you get in here? What do you want? Why do you even have perms here, motherfucker?
You gave them to me.
Yeah,
man.
big mistake.
You DM me, you gave me perms?
Okay,
You
how do
asked
I... Also, why do you sometimes go back and forth between being British and not being British? Thanks, Capybara, for the
I'm Australian.
Okay,
It's pretty much the same
thing.
thing.
Okay, whatever.
Alright,
Warum sehe ich die so spät?
started this hydration up?
I don't know, I just have a water bottle for the gym, and now I'm just like, now it just sits next to me on my desk.
Well, we need to know, like, what actually gets you to change to do these things. So. Jim Flares have been asking, man. We need to know how to convince you to do shit like this.
Sorry.
So good.
Hold on. Okay. What is your question?
Well, you just randomly started drinking water on stream. I've been watching for years. I've never seen that.
Oh, I just have a water bottle. What's the point of this?
I mean, that's a good change, man. I figured something must have happened to, like, spark it. You just randomly decided to start drinking water?
Oh, because I was getting tired, because every time I go to the gym, I'd buy like a $5 bottle of water, and I'm like, this is fucking retarded. So I just started bringing a water bottle with me instead. Yeah.
Good job,
and now
man.
it just sits in my house. Yeah. Okay.
That's it. Bye.
Bye. Okay, how do I buy some of these? I don't want to buy 1,391 people. How do I just buy a few of these things? Control click. Oh, no! Oh. Oh, that buys as many as I need. Well, but don't I want a few extra, right? Because if people die in fights, I want like shift click. Ah. There must. What about shift and control? There must be a better way than this. There has to be a better way than this. Shift drag. Drag where? Hold down. Double click. Hold alt. What? Hold down, click with shift, and a bar will appear. Okay, hold down, click, shift, bar. No. Shift, click, bar. Ah! What the fuck? There we go. Heavy machinery. Do you just sell this shit?
Just a harmless flower.
A
If you go over crew, you have to pay extra supply costs every day. Wait, really? Oh, 51 is to function.
So much more to see.
Hey, did I just sell all my fuel? If streaming hadn't worked out for you and you had another job, what would you want it to be? I want to be the best carpet cleaner in the world.
Shut down.
Okay, let me fight one dude. Okay. 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 Boom, 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 boom. Okay, shift and then the... Wait, why would I not deploy him too when I click all? Okay, whatever. Oh, combat freighter. Do I not usually use a freighter? And probably in fighting. Well, it's a combat freighter, right?
Wait until.
Yeah, fuck it, dude. Wait, somebody said settings. Invert, strafe, and turn. Wait, are you I want to do this one? Oh, now it's gonna shoot where my thing is. Oh. What are all these little, like, things I've got? Oh. So we've got lasers, we've got ion cannon, and I've got pulse laser. Is there a way that I can make, like, all of them fire at once? They're set to auto fire. Oh, okay. Just stay on 2, everything else will auto fire? Bro, I don't remember how to play this game at all. I used to be so good at this game. Oh, it is auto firing. Oh, I forgot about managing your flux cucks. Flux slowly goes up as my shield takes damage, I think, right? Oh my god, my dude up there is almost blown up. Dead, easy. Coggers, okay.
You can vent flux with the. Oh yeah, true. And then I can just take all their ships. Do they just have infinite fleets to send out? Okay. 2, okay. Missiles. Alright, easy. Your ship has a short-range teleport? By default? Really? Oh yeah, it does. That's the whole point of the wolf ships. Oh my god, I think that turned my shield off when I did it though. Phase skimmer.
Script.
Hold up. He's. Oh my god. Fuck this fucker. Alright, we're done with this. Does here on YouTube as well give you anything besides DVR? You record locally for vids, and if it's hurts removing big screens, it's all DVR. Oh, get mad. 145.05. Lex discusses the JQ. Ah.
If we now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusions created by...
So I have to ask you about an interesting dynamic of stories. You wrote an article 2 years ago titled "When the World Seems Like One Big Conspiracy," how understanding the structure of global cabal theories can shed light on their allure and their inherent falsehood. What are global cabal theories, and why do so many people believe them? 37% of Americans, for example.
Well, the global cabal theory, it has many variations, but basically there is a small group of people, a small cabal, that secretly controls everything that is happening in the world. All the wars, all the revolutions, all the epidemics, everything is...
All the people who get banned on Twitter.
That is happening is controlled by this very small group. People who are, of course, evil and have bad intentions. And this is a very well-known story. That it's not new. It's been there for thousands of years. It's very attractive because, first of all, it's simple. You don't have to understand everything that happens in the world. You just need to understand one thing: the war in Ukraine, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, 5G technology, COVID-19. It's simple. There is this global cabal. They do all of it, and also it enables you.
That's the thing. I don't know why I've never considered that before. The elegance and the simplicity of a lot of conspiracy theories must be very attractive as well. That I can have one thing that's explanatory of literally everything in the world, and it's the only thing I need to understand, and as long as I understand that, I understand everything. That is true. That must be pretty alluring too. I don't need to research the vaccines. I know that Bill Gates did that. I don't need to research economics. I know the WEF is corrupt. Like, yeah. You knew this? Have I said that? I mean, like, it's attractive. I don't know if I've necessarily honed in on, like, the simplicity thing before, but... You said that word for word before? Oh, maybe I see the bald minority guy talk about it and it feels smarter.
To shift all the responsibility to all the bad things that are happening in the world to this small cabal. It's the Jews, it's the Freemasons, it's not us. And also it creates this fantasy, utopian fantasy. If we only get rid of the small cabal, we solve all the problems of the world, salvation. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the war in Ukraine, the epidemics.
Or I guess I've talked about this before. I guess when I think of simplicity, what I guess maybe I have said this before and I just forgot. I feel like it's got to be fun to have an explanation for something without needing to do any research on anything. I've never thought about that, I guess.
Poverty, everything is solved just by knocking out this small cabal. So, and it's simple, it's attractive, and this is why so many people believe it. It's not new. Nazism was exactly this. Nazism began as a conspiracy theory. We don't call Nazism a conspiracy theory because, oh, it's a big thing, it's an ideology. But if you look at it, it's a conspiracy theory. The basic Nazi idea was the Jews control the world, get rid of the Jews, you solve all the world's problems. Now, the interesting thing about these kind of theories, again, they tell you that even things that look to be the opposite of each other, actually they are part of the conspiracy. So in the case of Nazism, the Nazis told people, you know, you have capitalism and communism, you think that they are opposite, right? Ah, this is what the Jews want you to think. Actually, the Jews control both communism, Trotsky, Marx were Jews, blah, 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 and capitalism, the Rothschilds, the Wall Street, it's all controlled by the Jews. So the Jews are fooling everybody. But actually, the communists and the capitalists are part of the same global cabal.
Oh,
And-
like when I asked Nick Fuentes, because the Holocaust, there were a lot of people killed in the Holocaust, okay? At least 100,000, right? For the Holocaust, not only were there 6 million Jews killed, we all know that, there was also some, I read anywhere from like 5 to 7 million Soviets were killed as well. And I remember asking Fuentes, were the Soviets killed during the Holocaust, or did they like come together with the Jewish people to agree to invent that nobody actually died, right? Or did the Holocaust exist but it only killed Soviet people? Yeah, Nick was like, well, the Soviets and the United States came together to invent the Holocaust. He's like, what? Really? The diametrically opposed poles of the Cold War came together to agree on a conspiracy theory that big?
Again, this is very attractive because, now I understand everything and I also know what to do. I just give power to Hitler. He gets rid of the Jews. I solved all the problems of the world. Now, as a historian, the most important thing I can say about these theories, they are never right. Because the global cabal theory says two things. First, everything is controlled by a very small number of people. Secondly, these people hide themselves. They do it in secret. Now, both things are nonsense. It's impossible for people to control a small group of people, to control and predict everything, because the world is too complicated.
Yeah.
You know, you look at a real world.
There's a talking point that I've used before, is that like all policy is really hard. I wish I had a paper. I've seen arguments before. I've seen arguments as extreme as policy is impossible. That it's actually impossible to accurately predict or influence human behavior with any type of government policy. So the idea that some small group of people have figured out how to do it with unnerving accuracy, that like a group of people figure out how to control the entire world's human behavior, when it's hard to get people to just like change their diet, yeah. Destiny. The Holocaust refers to the genocide of the Jews. The others died during that era of the Holocaust. That's great if you say that, and that's great if some people might think that academically, but broadly speaking, I have never in my entire life heard that before. But I'm sure that maybe some people might say that, but I have never in my life heard that before, ever.
Conspiracy. Conspiracy is basically just a plan. Think about the American invasion of Iraq in 2003. You had the most powerful superpower in the world, with the biggest military, with the biggest intelligence services, with the most sophisticated, you know, the FBI and the CIA and all the agents. They invade a third-rate country, third-rate power, Iraq. With this idea, we'll take over Iraq and we'll control it, we'll make a new order in the Middle East. And everything falls apart. Their plan completely backfires. Everything they hope to achieve, they achieve the opposite. America, United States, is humiliated. They caused the rise of ISIS. They wanted to take out terrorism, they created more terrorism. Worst of all, the big winner of the war was Iran. You know, the United States goes to war with all its power and gives Iran a victory on a silver plate. The Iranians don't need to do anything. The Americans are doing everything for them. Now, this is real history. Real history is when you have not a small group of people, a lot of people with a lot of power,
competing interests,
carefully planning something,
and it going
and
horribly
it goes
wrong.
completely out of against their group. And this we know from personal experience. Like every time we try to plan something, a birthday party, a surprise birthday party, a trip somewhere, things go wrong.
Still one.
This is reality. So the idea that a small group of, I don't know, the Jewish cabal, the Freemasons, whoever, they can really control and predict all the wars? This is nonsense. The second thing that is nonsense is to think they can do that and still remain secret. It sometimes happens in history that a small group of people accumulates a lot of power.
He's gonna copy all the Destiny talking points. I see. Who is this fucking guy? What's his DGG name? Yuval Noah Harari. Which chatter is he? Yeah, a small group of people can keep certain things secret for a limited amount of time. There's no way you get hundreds or thousands of people in, especially people that want to kill their own people to keep it all a secret.
If I now tell you that Xi Jinping and the heads of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, they have a lot of power. They control the military, the media, the economy, the universities of China. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is obviously everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Because to gain so much power, you usually need publicity. Hitler gained a lot of power in Nazi Germany because he had a lot of publicity. If Hitler remained unknown, working behind the scenes, he would not gain power. So the way to gain power is usually through publicity. So secret cabals don't gain power. And even if you gain a lot of power, nobody has the kind of power necessary to predict and control everything that happens in the world. All the time shit happens that you did not predict and you did not plan and you did not control.
The sad thing is there's usually an explanation for everything you just said that involves a secret global cabal. That the reason your vacation planning always goes wrong is because you're not competent. There is a competent small group, that ultra competent small group. I hear this with intelligence agencies. The CIA are running everything. Mossad is running everything.
You see, I mean, as a historian, you get to know how many blunders these people do. They are so, and they're capable, but they are so incompetent in so many ways. Again, look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Before the war, people thought, oh, Putin was such a genius, and the Russian army was one of the strongest armies in the world. This is what Putin thought. And it completely backfired.
Well, a cabal explanation there would be there's a NATO-driven United States military-industrial complex that wants to create chaos and
so
incompetence.
They put a gun to Putin's head and told him, Vladimir, if you don't invade, we shoot you. How did they cause Putin to invade?
How did the Jews cause Nick to get no-fly listed by fighting with the airline attendant? How did the Jews cause Kanye to get kicked out of JP Morgan by him saying that he wanted to meet with the CEO, otherwise he would hate the company? Right? Like, it's true.
It's the thing about conspiracy theories is there's usually a way to explain everything.
It's like religion. You can always find explanation for everything. And, you know, in the end, it's intellectual integrity. If you insist on, whenever people confront you with evidence, with finding some very, very complicated explanation for that too, you can explain everything. We know that. It's a question of intellectual integrity. And I will also say another thing. The conspiracy theories, they do get one thing right, certainly in today's world. I think they represent an authentic and justified fear of a lot of people that they are losing control of their lives, they don't understand what is happening. And this, I think, is not just a legitimate fear, this is an important fear. They are right. We are losing control of our lives. We are facing really big dangers, but not from a small cabal of fellow humans. The problem with many of these conspiracy theories is that, yes, we have a problem with new AI technology. But if you now direct the fire against certain people, so instead of all humans cooperating against our real common threats, whether it's the rise of AI, whether it's global warming, you're only causing us to fight each other. And I think that the key question that people who spread these ideas, I mean, many of them, they honestly believe, it's not malicious, that they honestly believe in these theories, is do you want to spend your life spreading hate towards people? or do you want to work on more constructive projects? I think one of the big differences between those who believe in conspiracy theories and people who warn about the dangers of AI, the dangers of climate change, we don't see certain humans as evil.
Humans?
The problem
Is that
isn't
Bernie?
humans. The problem is something outside humanity. Yes, humans are contributing to the problem, but ultimately the enemy is external to humanity. Whereas conspiracy theories usually claim that a certain...
Wait, I feel like I've seen this same joke about, I feel like I've seen this exact same joke about another conspiracy. Am I crazy? Was it global warming or was it... I'm dead, but the virus is a hoax. I gave you scientists created a vaccine, but you were too selfish about yourself and other people. The conspiracy was higher than I thought. I feel like there was another, or an earlier thing this was directed at, but I don't remember.
certain part of humanity is the source of all evil, which leads them to eventually think in terms of exterminating this part of humanity, which leads sometimes to historical disasters like Nazism.
So it can lead to hate, but can also lead to like cynicism and apathy that basically says it's not in my power to make the world better. So you don't actually take action.
I think it is within the power of every individual to make the world a little bit better. You know, you can't do everything, don't try to do everything. Find one thing in your areas of a place where you have some agency and try to do that and hope that other people do their bit. And if everybody do their bit, we'll manage. And if we don't, we don't. But at least we try.
You have been part of conspiracy theories. I find myself recently becoming part of conspiracy theories. Is there advice you can give of how to be a human being in this world that values truth and reason while watching yourself become part of conspiracy theories? At least from my perspective, it seems very difficult to prove to the world that you're not part of a conspiracy theory. I, as you said, have interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu recently. I don't know if you're aware, but doing such things will also, you know, pick up a new menu of items that your new set of conspiracy theories you're now a part of. And I find it very frustrating because it makes it very difficult to respond. Because I sense that people have the right intentions. Like we said, they have a nervousness of a fear of power and the abuses.
That last answer was unsatisfying. I mean, you can't change the world, right? He is also, he ripped off another Destiny talking point, which is succinctly summarized. I think I say, you can't change the world, but you can change your world. Like, you can change all the things in your immediate environment, you can change things around you, you can work to influence things there. But if you take the perspective that you have to, like, change the entire world, that you need to, like, go out and, like, fix everything, you're gonna be fucking miserable because you'll always fail at that. Probably part of this issue is that our things have become so much more nationalized or internationalized that when we go online, we're not looking at like social media issues related to our environment, it's the world environment. So we feel like we're more invested in that. We want to change that, you know?
Of power. And as do I. So I find myself in a difficult position that I have nothing to show to prove that I'm not part of such a conspiracy theory.
I think ultimately you can't. We can't. I mean, you know, it's like proving consciousness. But you can't. That's just the situation. Whatever you say can and will be used against you by some people.
Yeah.
So this fantasy, if I only say this, if I only show them that, if I only have this data, they will see I'm okay. Doesn't work like that. I think to keep your sanity in this situation, first of all, it's important to understand that most of these people are not evil. They are not doing it on purpose. Many of them really believe that there is some very nefarious, powerful conspiracy which is causing a lot of harm in the world, and they are doing a good thing by exposing it and making people aware of it and trying to stop it. If you think that you're surrounded by evil, you're falling into the same rabbit hole. You're falling into the same paranoid state of mind. Oh, the world is full of these evil people no, most of them are good people. And also I think we can empathize with some of the key ideas there, which I share. That yes, it's becoming more and more difficult to understand what is happening in the world. There are huge dangers in the world that we are existential dangers to the human species, but they don't come from a small cabal of Jews or gay people or feminists or whatever. They come from much more diffuse forces, which are not under the control of any single individual. We don't have to look for the evil people. We need to look for human allies in order to work together against, again, the dangers of AI, the dangers of bioengineering, the dangers of climate change. And when you wake up in the morning, the question is, do you want to spend your day spreading hatred?
Yep.
Or do you want to spend your day trying to make allies and work together?
Let me ask you kind of a big philosophical question about AI and the threat of it. Let's look like at the threat side. So folks like Eliezer Yudkowsky worry that AI might kill all of us. Do you worry about that range of possibilities where artificial intelligence systems in a variety of ways might destroy human civilization?
Yes, I talk a lot about it, about the dangers of AI. I sometimes get into trouble because I depict these scenarios of how AI becoming very dangerous, and then people say that I'm encouraging these scenarios. But I'm talking about it as a warning. I'm not so terrified of the simplistic idea. Again, the Terminator scenario.
Hold on 1 second, Rebecca.
This guy is asking the real questions. Big brain. Can we kick this guy soon?
Such a busy world.
This room temp dump would know about life not being fair. Why is he so stuck on playing devil's advocate against you constantly? Abortions up to 1832 weeks are based.
Ich weiß nicht mal, ob das noch richtig ist. Ich glaub's nicht.
If you bring that out with a guy, and again I swear to God I'm going to go to the next Tiki March rally. Join the Groypers and write your name as an inspiration in my manifest, Stephen. Not sure what is more dumb. That guy thinking 20 to 30% of Americans are Nazis, or 20 to 30% of a population could pose no risk to the majority. This Xingzia dictator wants you to stop talking to Ensis Joy. Remind him of that time you kicked a puppy cause there were minority small children around. Thanks, Awobi, you gave me a lot to think about. These people are unbearable. Make it stop. Please see Walk on stream.
The forest holds many surprises.
Was? Oh Gott, viel zu viel.
Can you play remove him from disc? His moral grandstanding is unbearable. I think he might be brain dead. What you've done here, Steven, is you've made me tired. Note to self. Do not purchase a tier 5 sub.
Such a busy world.
Dude, how much did he pay you to have this conversation?
Has been slain. My friend.
3 co-workers of mine smoke weed on the job, and it makes your brain not work on God.
Things aren't always what they seem.
We W GigaChat, we W GigaChat, we W GigaChat. Hey, looking to chat about male insecurity. Tips for short guys. Tips about talking to women, etc. will be waiting in T1 room lol.
An ally has been slain.
Normalize big dick T5ing just to jump in and skits out ramble. Manamandin. Destiny. Watching you has helped me understand the world better and how it works. Me from the Tim Pool space back in 2016 and for all the good times since. Stay base chat.
Of robots running in the street shooting everybody. I'm more worried
Lex Fridman,
about
and you will know
AI
her in 1 hour
accumulating
45
more and
minutes
more
9
power.
seconds. I would love you
and
at some comments to
basically
this.
taking over
Love from London and
society,
Vigo.
taking over.
Hey Destiny, please continue the history research memes at some point. It was genuinely very entertaining. After finishing up on the Balfour Declaration, you should read the wiki article on mandatory
fuck.
Palestine.
Why do you guys ever tell me my mic is muted? Fuck you guys.
I'm more worried about AI.
Ask Mac about the Catholic priest
accumulating-
killed in Dachau during the Holocaust.
An enemy has been
Okay.
slain.
more and more power.
Destiny,
and
have you heard of behavior analysis? You talk a lot about human behavior, and there is a science dedicated to researching it. May help debates.
Wow, I'll keep that in mind.
Destiny, thanks for the glizzy.
How many of these are built up? Alright, let's chill.
So much more to see.
Okay.
Basically taking over society, taking over our lives, taking power away from us until we don't understand what is happening and we lose control of our lives and of the future. The two most important things to realize about AI, so many things are being said now about AI, but I think there are two things that every person should know about AI.
Yeah.
First
Okay.
is that AI is the first tool in history that can make decisions by itself. All previous tools in history couldn't make decisions. This is why they empowered us. You invent a knife, you invent an atom bomb, The atom bomb cannot decide to start a war, cannot decide which city to bomb. AI can make decisions by itself. An autonomous weapon systems can decide by themselves who to kill, who to bomb. The second thing is that AI is the first tool in history that can create new ideas by itself. The printing press could print our ideas, but could not create new ideas. AI can create new ideas entirely by itself. This is unprecedented. Therefore, it is the first technology in history that instead of giving power to humans, it takes power away from us. And the danger is that it will increasingly take more and more power from us until we are left helpless and clueless about what is happening in the world. And this is already beginning to happen in an accelerated pace. More and more decisions about our lives, whether to give us a loan, whether to give us a mortgage, whether to give us a job, are taken by AI. And more of the ideas, of the images, of the stories that surround us and shape our minds, our world, are produced, are created by AI, not by human beings.
If you can just linger on that, what is the danger of that? That more and more of the creative side is done by AI, the idea generation. Is it that we become stale in our thinking? Is that idea generation is so fundamental to like the evolution of humanity?
That we can't resist the ideas. To resist an idea, you need to have some vision of the creative process.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very old fear. You go back to Plato's cave. Some of this idea that people are sitting chained in a cave and seeing shadows on a screen, on a wall, and thinking this is reality. You go back to Descartes, and he has this thought experiment.
The WEF is literally the group he's a part of telling you doesn't exist. The WEF is like a World Economic Forum where people come together and they try to figure out like ideas for like the future of tomorrow, but they don't like have, I don't believe the WEF is like controlling government policy. You have to draw a line from A to B. You can't just say this guy talked about this thing and therefore like they control all the world governments. Like
of the demon. And Descartes asks himself, how do I know any of this is real? Maybe there is a demon who is creating all of this and is basically enslaving me by surrounding me with these illusions. You go back to Buddha, the same question. What if we are living in a world of illusions, and because we have been living in it throughout our lives, all our ideas
Fuck you.
or our desires, how we understand ourselves, this is all the product of the same illusions. And this was a big philosophical question for thousands of years. Now it's becoming a practical question of engineering.
wait, what the fuck was that? Is there a ghost in the background?
Question for thousands of years. Now it's becoming a practical question of engineering. Because previously all the ideas, as far as we know, maybe we are living inside a computer simulation of intelligent rats from the planet Zircon. If that's the case, we don't know about it. But intelligent rats
From the planet Zircon.
The planet Zircon. If that's the case, we don't know about it. But taking what we do know about human history, until now, all the, again, stories, images, paintings, songs, operas, theater, everything we've encountered and shaped our minds was created by humans. Now, increasingly, we live in a world where more and more of these cultural artifacts will be coming from an alien intelligence. Very quickly, we might reach a point when most of the stories, images, songs, TV shows, whatever, are created by an alien intelligence. And if we now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusions, created by an alien intelligence that we don't understand, but it understands us, this is a kind of, spiritual enslavement that we won't be able to break out of, because it understands us, it understands how to manipulate us, but we don't understand what is behind this screen of stories and images and song.
You're being hyperbolic of the subtle arguments dissident right is making and picking out meme guys to debate them. You're not talking to more prominent figures. I've linked Keith Wood's videos and Arvel's videos multiple times, but you never interact with more subtle and well thought out JQ arguments that are very different from what they used to be back in post-term right. Listen, I'm sure they've gotten more sophisticated, but when I'm dealing with like JQ shit or whatever, I'm only doing it to expand my personal knowledge of history. The reality is, nobody takes it seriously. Half the JQ guys probably don't even take it seriously. Most of the audience are fucking retards, and in 50 years, all of it will be buried and forgotten because it's all bullshit. Nobody that seriously works in foreign policy or politics in any stage of the world is using like JQ theory to predict like how the world develops. I do it because it's an interesting argument, and some retards like believe it, but like I approach it with the same level of like, well, it's another flat Earth debate. Like to sit here and pretend like there's some serious academic discipline behind JQ shit. Like it's the same repackaged like anti-Jewish garbage you see a million times in the past because you're too lazy or scared to deal with the world as is, and you need a big boogeyman to explain every single problem you have in life. You're basically like an incel historian.
So if there's a set of AI systems that are operating in the space of ideas, they're far superior to ours, and we're not almost able to. It's opaque to us. We're not able to see through. How does that change the pursuit of happiness, the human pursuit of happiness, life? Where do we get joy if we're surrounded by AI systems that are doing most of the cool things humans do much better than us?
You know, some of the things, it's okay that the AIs would do them. Many human tasks and jobs, you know,
Earlier in this, Lex said 36% of Americans believe it. Does that mean that it's inherently a serious topic? Bro, like 70% of Americans are still religious. I don't consider like gods like a serious topic. Like tip.
they are drudgery, they are not fun, they are not developing us emotionally or spiritually. It's fine if the robots take over. I don't know, I think about the people in supermarkets or grocery stores that spend hours every day just, you know, passing items and charging you the money. I mean, if this can be automated, wonderful. We need to make sure that these people then have better jobs, better means of supporting themselves, and developing their social abilities, their spiritual abilities, and that's the ideal world that AI can create. That it takes away from us the things that it's better if we don't do them, and allows us to focus on.
Okay. I don't care about AI talks.
What type of cars are you usually into is the question that I usually get now that we have this autofocus channel and we talk about all these different cars. And the answer that I usually give is high-tech cars. That's the sort of generic version of it, right? A lot of electric cars are in the forefront of this, so they come up a lot, but just anything high-tech in a car is interesting. And I think that actually does still apply, but also this one came up completely randomly and organically because I just kept seeing it on the road, and I was like, is that a Prius? I don't know if is this the new Prius? And eventually I had to ask and check it out, and guys, I think the new Prius is kind of sick. I don't know if I'm crazy for this one, but I really had to check it out. And now that I've been driving it, there are a lot of really cool features and tech in this car, and I completely get it. I want to talk about this as a hybrid. So a lot of people go straight to EVs as the highest tech cars because they typically are. But let's be honest, not everybody is ready for an electric car. Right, this is the Prius Prime, meaning it's a plug-in hybrid. It has 44 miles of electric-only range. You can plug it in and charge it up and never sip the gas at all, but it does also have a gas tank for 400 plus miles of gas range. It's got something crazy like 55 miles per gallon.
Jesus.
And it actually looks kind of good this time. So let's check it out. Look at this thing, man. This is the Toyota Prius Prime, the 2023. They're nothing too crazy. And on this side is the gas cap. This is actually the handle to get into the back seat. We'll get to that in a second. On the other side is going to be your electric charge, which for me is about 29 miles. And it was full at 100%. I drove it all the way to the studio, 29 miles. in terms of typical interior stuff, like a lot of plastic, a lot of the.
Wait, is he like branching out? Oh, he has a wait. Is autofocus just his channel, or is this just like a multi? Oh, he does car reviews too. Does this guy just review every product, or does it? Is it just cars and phones? I like the thumbnail consistency. He's an expert on all products, true.
So much more to see.
What do you want?
Hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Awesome. Okay. Oh wait, I gotta turn off the stream. Okay, perfect. Shit. So some of my stuff was a little bit more relevant to a few days ago. But do you remember me at all?
Do you have the microphone issues?
Well, yeah. Besides that, last time I was here like about a month and a half ago, I debated Q about Israel-Palestine. I was the Jewish guy.
Okay. What's up?
Yeah. Well, I saw you were doing research on the JQ and other stuff like that, and I found that something that gets brought up a bunch.
Wait, I don't care that much. Is there anything? I'd rather just read stuff before, because there's a ton of people when I come in and talk about a ton of million different things. But, like, I haven't read enough.
Okay.
Okay, so.
It's something that's probably not going to come up in the
just
research.
Go, spit it out. What about it? Go.
Okay. So it's about like and you mentioned it as well about the different like ethnicities of Jews, and like genetically they're all basically extremely similar and are between the other like ethnicities of Jews. There's no like closer genetic tie than like another Jewish ethnicity. So like even though it's like Ashkenazi and Sephardi, they're all kind of under the same genetic branch.
Okay, I don't know if that's true, but I'll take your word for it.
I have a genetic study I could post later, or just post in the chat. I'll just slam it in real quick. But besides that, what else was I going to talk about? So it seems like you're not really interested in talking about the JQ right now.
No, because I just don't have the background yet for it. So, and everybody's got their own. I'd rather do my own research yet.
What are your thoughts on, like kind of thinking someone's a funny person, but also like not being too close to them because of their views? Like someone like I felt like super uncomfortable with the way that Lauren, what's it called? That Lauren felt about like Nick Fuentes and how friendly she wanted to be with him and how much charity she would give him despite no reason to.
What is your question? Like, I mean, there's probably going to be a line at some point of somebody supporting people that you find too abhorrent. You probably won't want to have anything to do with them, but.
Like, I have like moral, I like think to myself like, because I find like someone like Karantos as to be a very funny person, a very likable person, but at what point do you like draw the line if someone has like very iffy views, but you also find that generally they seem to be quite a nice character besides their like shitty views, or like what views are like too abhorrent to forgive, etc. Or is that not it's something you should do?
I mean, there's probably, I don't know. I mean, it lines up to everybody to decide. Like, if there's somebody that, like, really fucking hates the fact that apartheid ended in South Africa, I don't know if I would even bring that up in a conversation. I might never discover that feature, right? Whereas if somebody, like, super hated people whose parents came from Cuba, right? We would probably never get along. And there's also probably going to be some views where somebody legitimately believed that we should genocide all minorities in the United States. I probably wouldn't get along with that person. But if somebody's just like kind of racist or whatever, I don't know if that would come up as much. I don't know. It's going to vary a lot based on the person.
Because yeah. Because like with Q, I think you've also agreed that he seems to have some quite he thinks he calls himself not anti-Semitic, but I'd say some quite anti-Semitic views and like the light Holocaust denial. Wait, you're still on YouTube. Sorry, I'm not going to talk about that.
Sure, you might. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, I have a lot of stuff for like after you do a little bit of research on the JQ.
Okay. Well, ask Carandos for a debate, and you guys come argue about it. Okay.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll come back in here later once you've finished going through some of the Israel-Palestine stuff and JQ.
Okay. I love you, buddy.
All right. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Fuck. What are the What are the Republicans up to? God, I'm fucking bored. Ugh. Putin cut deal with Wagner chief to save his skin. MI6 head says. Prague. There was a rare moment when the publicly visible Kremlin matched the reality behind closed doors. That is according to the head of Britain's MI6, who in a rare speech in Prague gave the first confirmation from Western intelligence that the boss of private military group Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, did indeed strike a deal with Putin to end his advance on Moscow during the failed rebellion of June 24th, and he had, it seemed, been welcomed into the Kremlin to meet Putin days later. The MI6 chief, known as C. Prigozhin, also expressed some bafflement at the tremors around the Kremlin during the weekend and the speed in which loyalties were spurned and returned. You look at Putin's behaviors on that day, Richard Moore said of June 24th. Prigozhin started off, I think, as a traitor at breakfast. He had been pardoned by supper, and then a few days later he was invited for tea. So there's some things that even the chief at MI6 finds it a little bit difficult to try and interpret in terms of who's in and who's out. Moore also gave a rare indication of the continued health and whereabouts of Prigozhin himself, whose characteristically profane and frequent audio messages published on Telegram have recently stopped. Asked by CNN if Prigozhin was alive and healthy, Moore replied, the Wagner leader was still floating around per his agency's understanding. Western intelligence agencies have been reticent to comment on the failed rebellion for fear of providing a false backbone to Russia's familiar excuse for internal dissent, that it is arranged and fueled by Western spies. Yet the on-camera speech provided an opportunity for Moore's expression to convey how shocking the weakness betrayed by Putin that weekend had been. He really didn't fight back against Priggy, Moore said. He cut a deal to save his skin using the good offices of the leader of Belarus. He said, referring to the intervention of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, who struck the deal. So even I can't see inside Putin's head, he added. He has to realize, I'm sure that's something that is deeply rotten in the state of Denmark, to quote Hamlet, and he had to cut his deal. Moore added it was difficult to make firm judgments about the fate of Wagner itself as a mercenary group, but they do not appear to be engaged in Ukraine, and that there appears to be elements of them in Belarus. Moore chose the city of Prague, which he remarked as the last European capital of Russian tanks roll into it before Ukraine, as a venue for a speech. He began with an unusually open appeal to Russians silently appalled by the sight of their armed forces pulverizing Ukrainian cities, expelling innocent families from their homes, and kidnapping thousands of children to spy for the United Kingdom. I invite them to do what others have already done for the past 18 months, join hands with us. Their secrets will always be safe with us. Together we will work to bring the bloodshed to an end. It was an abnormally public appeal that fit the upended global geopolitics forged by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. While Moore maintained that China is absolutely complicit in the invasion because of its continued support of the Kremlin head, he added that Iran's support for Russia has caused division in its most senior officials. Iran is clearly keen to make as much cash as it can out of the situation, he said, and while Iran is notably selling drones that usually hit civilian targets, he added it will sell anything it can spare and it thinks it can get away with. Wow. Jesus Christ. Hold on, I don't know if I can, even though it's censored, I don't want to risk it.
One more second here. So when Hunter Biden paid for this woman to do this with him.
She's showing pictures of his dick.
travel across state lines from California to Washington, D.C. on June 15th. This is a violation of the Mann Act. This was prostitution. One more platform. This is evidence of Hunter Biden making sex. Excuse me, this is my time. Making pornography.
Should we be displaying this, Mr. Chairman?
To a foreign.
Why are Republicans so unhinged? Oh my god. Can we just go back to normal politicking? Bro. Hunter's cock, Donald Trump, and trans kids. Literally the Republican trifecta of politics. Jesus. My God.
A promising guard.
What the fuck? Hold on.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Poll for the men. A woman tells you one of these two things about her past, which turns you off more from wanting to have a relationship with / marry her. Traveled to 10 countries, 42%, or was in prison for murder, 58%. What the fuck?
Seeds take root.
I've been waiting through oceans of time for the world to notice me. That's so deep.
Such a busy month.
We could just be on the road. That is true. That is so true.
So much more.
Bernardo Castro and Analytic Idealism Convo. Please God, please go, go, go. Did you hear the news on the Tate brothers? They found a videotape showing Andrew.
Wow.
Me?
I downloaded this Ixion game, but this feels like a stream killer.
Hey Destiny, I'm currently banned on Kick. Not sure why. Can I get an unban?
Sounds like your mom got you banned. Would I debate that one guy? Would I debate RFK on Joe Rogan about vaccines? Yeah, of course, if I had the opportunity to. No shot is just a real sentence. This can't possibly be real. No more Diablo 4. Bro, I'm fucking bored of Diablo 4. Fuck that game.
Hey, Destin.
What do you want?
What do you think about this? There's another incident just happened recently here in Canada where there was some kind of Pride Day at the school and a bunch of the students didn't show up and then the teacher lost it.
Are you talking about the... Didn't you make a video on this like a month ago?
No, there's a new one that just happened like 2 hours ago. It's another school. It's an elementary school this time.
I don't know why... I just don't think you should have Pride Day in schools. It's too political right now. I don't think... Yeah, I just think it feels dumb to me, but...
So there's no Pride Day? That's it?
I personally don't think so, but I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, why? Like...
You don't think it's a good idea to show support to your LGBTQ fellows?
None of this is about LGBTQ anymore, okay? It's all about the T. That's the only thing all of this is turned into. So Pride is about the T, the flag is about the T, LGBT is about the T. So it basically, like, I might be premature, but it feels like gay people, like, nobody cares that much anymore. Like, I don't even know. I don't know how the Muslims are in your country, but I think even Muslims in my country don't give a fuck about gay people anymore. But like the Pride and everything is all about like the T stuff. And obviously that's like the most divisive social political issue right now. So why put it in the school ground for people to fight over it? Like, it seems stupid.
I would say that I think we've gone to a point where the status quo when it comes to, you know, the LGB is definitely tolerance. It may not be fully on acceptance, but they tolerate where they're like, you are what you are, and I'm not cool with it, but I'm not going to get in your face about it. Which, I don't know if that's a terrible place to be. I think that's pretty decent for the most part. Do you agree or disagree?
Say that one more time?
That maybe there's not a full-on acceptance, but there is tolerance. Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me, but who knows? Like, people are pointing out on my show, it's like, oh, well, actually, some people are getting against gay rights. Yeah, because of the trans stuff. I literally think it's that. I think that if we have a backslide on LGBT rights in the United States or Canada, it's probably going to be a response to the hardcore trans stuff, I think. That's why I don't like grouping it all together. I don't like grouping it all together either, because I think that there are undeniable, solid arguments to support lesbian, gay, and bisexual people. But the trans stuff is way more divisive and implies so much more. Like, I don't like that T got grouped in with everything else now, because it's like, we don't have to change the structures of society, and we don't have to change people's understandings of the world that much for lesbian and gay people. But for the trans stuff, when we're talking about like medicines for children and like all sorts of other stuff, like that requires, it's a way, way, way broader topic, and it feels unfair that the activist T movements have like hitched themselves onto every other minority movement for credibility. I don't think that's a fair thing to do, but.
Yeah. Hold up. I'm gonna just send it to you. This came fresh off my press. I just didn't. Even if I was for it, let's say I granted, like, all right, cool, I'm for Pride Day. Honestly, personally, I think Pride in school is not a terrible idea. I just think it matters to me how they run the curriculum. Like, the same way if they want to have a Black History Month, I don't really care that they want to teach history stuff about it. I just think some of the other activities they might engage in during that school period can be a little bit weird depending on the school. So I'm actually okay with Pride. I think it depends on how they run it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the issue. Like, if Pride was literally
Jesus!
Like, gay people and trans people should have rights in schools or whatever, then it's fine. Fuck it, that's fine.
That's
But
just
the
the
problem is, it
damage.
feels like another invitation to have like the most socio-political divisive issue now in school battlegrounds. And like, it only takes like 2 schools doing some dumb shit for it to like dominate the headlines for another like 2 months. It's just like, I don't know, like, why?
Yeah. Me, what I just didn't understand is where people thought it was appropriate for teachers to talk like that to students. Am I crazy in thinking that's a wild way to talk to students?
What do you mean about which particular thing?
Well, I think at one point the lady, I think she's just talking to the students and about how hateful she thinks it is. That
Wait, hold on. You linked this tweet from today. This is a month or 2 old, isn't it? I feel like I watched you make a video on this, and I'm pretty sure that
No,
it's
no,
the
this is
same.
a different one. This is a different one.
Are you 100% sure?
100%. Northwood Public School is a completely different one. Yeah. And the date, it's a June 20th apology, so it's a different one. Yeah. The other one was a school in Edmonton. This one's in Windsor, Ontario, so it's definitely a different one. I think the audio just came out, but the story broke a little while ago. There was like an apology on like June 20th. So this is new. The audio is. Actually, if you look at the tweet thread, he actually links to the other incident at a different school, the one that I had referenced.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, I'm not trying to.
No, you're right. You're right. I do see it. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hit you with some fake news. I tried, okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just making sure because it's obviously it's very similar. It's a teacher going on a group of Muslim kids for not being tolerant of LGBT people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So going off on elementary students, is that correct?
Yeah. She's talking about how hateful and hurtful it was, and that they were absent during the Pride specifically.
I don't know if there's like an avenue for this through the administration of the school, but I feel like what should be criticized is the teacher's reaction, not so much the Pride celebration at the school.
I mean, like, I think that argument will, like, realistically in the real world, I agree with you, but the argument only goes so far, right? Like, it's not the problem of the LGBT stuff, it's the teacher at school. It's not the problem of the LGBT Pride stuff, it's the few people at the Pride event that decides to sexualize it. It's not the problem with the LGBT stuff, it's that some people are crazy activists on Twitter. It's not the problem with the LGBT stuff, it's that some people are crazy about the athletic stuff. Like, at some point, like, people are going to look at you and be like, oh, okay, not you in particular, but, like, people will look at you when he's saying that. It's like, okay, well, there seems to be, like, a common undercurrent here. There's a common thread. And while I can agree that, like, maybe it's not fair, I mean, at some point, it's like, obviously this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are also hitching themselves to the movement in a way that is, I think, not really related to what the trans rights is about or should be about. And we definitely need to be calling out our bad actors more. But it really seems like a major loss to sacrifice being supportive of queer folk in school and such, to sacrifice that over the bad actors.
It's just that the trans stuff implies so much more that I just don't know if it's fair to group it together, right? You don't need, like, medications or treatments to be gay or lesbian. You don't need to do things or alter, like, the development of children for gays or lesbian. We don't have to redefine, like, competitive social categories like sports for gays or lesbians. We don't have to change the way that we refer to people or use new pronouns for gays or lesbians. Like, the trans stuff implies so much more radical social change that to throw that onto, like, the LGBT stuff, it's like, oh, look, it's all the same. Or it's like basically the same thing as, like, black people marrying white people. Like, you know, if you're against miscegenation or whatever, you should be in favor. Like, it's just, there's so much more that's implied to all of it that I feel like hitching it onto the other stuff is a little bit unfair.
Well, the LGBT Alliance talks about this issue as well. I mean, like, obviously there's some who have more, like, you know, we don't support trans people who are part of the LGBT Alliance, but their core argument is very much what you stated there, is that the T implies so much more and makes it so much more difficult to do, like, first to retain what success the L, the G, and the B have had, but also to do further advocacy for. Because there's so much of packaging along with it. And this is something, like, I've argued for this for a long time as well, is that I think as trans people, we kind of, like, need to do our own advocacy and not rely so much on hitching ourselves to the LGBT, because of the fact that what I've seen historically, being involved in a lot of this stuff and doing activism and such and working with LGBT organizations, is that the T gets deprioritized. It always becomes about the L and the G, right? And they're the ones who kind of get, like, all the attention. Even the B doesn't really get attention and doesn't really get a lot of support. So that was something I used to argue about years ago. And now it's kind of like, yeah, it's become this complicated mess of so many things. I think even, like, trans advocacy has its own issues where we're trying to lump in so many things instead of prioritizing the key things that would really move things forward for us, that we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot with our advocacy and our activism, even just as the T alone. So I think there's going to need to be a lot of reassessing of what priorities are, but I don't want to just sacrifice Pride, like Pride Month and Pride support at schools because of these bad actors, because I think that's going to be more detrimental, more immediately detrimental.
What's going to be more immediately detrimental?
If we actually sacrifice it, like if people stop doing Pride support at schools.
I just think that, like, I mean, like, look, like, I feel like the Pride flag is like the perfect example of how like destroyed, like, activists have made the Pride movement.
The progressive Pride flag.
Yeah, like, well, no, isn't that the Pride flag now? I'm pretty sure that's the default. Yeah.
Is that the one with all the rainbows and then the trans people?
It's got like the brown person stripe, the black
yeah.
person stripe, and the trans person shit or whatever. Yeah. Like the
Yeah.
rainbow was just like all the colors of the rainbow. It's simple, it's easy, it makes sense. Like the whole visible spectrum right there for us to, and then just like adding all this like cringe, I was almost gonna say gay shit, but it's not even, it's more than that. It's just all this like it's just so stupid, and then it's just so dumb. I'm over it. I don't know what to say. I'm just so over it. It's so cringe, and like that's it. That's all I got. Like my bandwidth is like maxed out on all that cringe shit, and it's just like all of it has become like so stupidly like self-destructive, and yeah, I don't know.
You know, though, historically speaking, every time you said you're done with it, you're moving on from it, you're not talking trans issues anymore, it comes up again. And
No,
you
when I'm
end
saying
up
when I say I'm done with it, I don't mean I'm never talking about it again. What I mean is that like my patience for entertaining these types of arguments is at zero. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you're kind of like whittling down to the core things that you think that you can consistently support and not.
Yeah, or that I would
really
care
figure
about.
out.
Like if I did like some fucking, like if we do canvassing and somebody was like talking about like hanging up like a fucking rainbow flag in our auditorium if we were like hyping up canvassers, like I'd go for it. I would shoot down that abomination of a new flag every single time. Like I just don't want anything to do with it. I think it makes everybody involved look stupid. I don't know.
Maybe this is a bit of a tangent, but I feel like I hate the term people of color for the similar reason. I hate the lumping of everything like that as if it's all similar or of equal measure or equal struggle or even similar. I hate it. And so
Look at you selling out to the white man.
I know, right? It's just like, no. I mean, if anything, it's kind of the opposite. I think it's like, I think everything should be dealt with in its own accordance. And I think grouping everything as like, can all the people who are not white just get together in this corner? I just kind of feel as though.
Yeah, it really is. I know you and I talked about this a while ago, but yeah, like the whole like people of color thing, that was supposed to be more of like an academic kind of thing, to be able to speak about black people in a way that was
I think that 50 to 100 years ago, I think there were legitimately reasons why you almost could group treatment of non-whites in this country in a certain way. Like I think you could speak meaningfully about it. But I think today, a lot of different communities have a lot of different presence across a lot of different like media vectors, whether it's TikTok or Twitter or Hollywood or whatever, that the term is a bit meaningless now. And I think that to some people's horror, like I would say that I think we're past almost all of the simple racist and sexist problems in the US and maybe even Canada. Like I think we're past like a lot of the simple shit. So now if we want to solve issues, we've got to be willing to dive a little bit deeper into the conversations than just white versus POC or man versus woman or BIPOC or whatever. Like we have to have a little bit more of a sophisticated conversation. Otherwise it just devolves into everything being like white supremacy and bigotry and Nazism, and it's like we're not getting anywhere.
I think it's also just not useful for advocacy. I think the issues facing different communities are very different.
Mm-hmm.
So when you just go at every conversation with POC, it just jumbles everything up together. And I think that's also why the political advocacy groups are different for each racial group generally. Like the Asians generally have their own advocacy groups for a lot of things when they're trying to advocate for new legislation. So I don't know. For me, when I hear the term POC, I think it's both not useful because it doesn't speak to a lot of the issues of each group, and two, it's not great for political advancement.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm actually in a conversation right now in DMs with somebody talking about like this very thing of just having way too many things shoehorned into the political advocacy for trans issues, and the difficulty that it's causing us, and the image issues that it's causing us as well. And this is something I'm still looking into, so I don't have all the data ready to go right now, but I'm definitely noticing, and I'm hearing from other people who do this kind of research, that overall the T is losing support broadly across the political spectrum. And that's not a good thing. So it seems like even people who are on the left side of the spectrum, the more progressive people, are starting to become more hesitant about their own willingness to just accept narratives from trans advocacy. And are being a little bit more skeptical. And so, like, for instance, like the Anna Kasparian situation, that's actually not an uncommon thing among progressives right now. It's kind of a sentiment that I'm hearing more and more about. So I'm still waiting on the numbers for this, and it's something I want to do a lot more coverage of. But it's concerning, and I think it has a lot to do with this trying to throw everything into the basket, including some of the really outlandish stuff.
I can confirm. If you guys knew the amount of progressive women who've contacted me in private, being like, "Oh my god, thank you so much, thank you," I'm like, "Yo, I'm about to get my dick sucked," but it's just good to know that there are actually a lot of progressives who do feel some way about a lot of the rhetoric coming from the outside. Women.
Yeah. Can we get someone on here to like push back on this so it's not a circle jerk? Otherwise, I gotta leave.
Well, love you, buddy.
See you later, guys.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Destiny, why are you so jaded, bro?
Why what?
Why are you so jaded? What's your problem, bro?
It's just politics is so boring right now, and red pill shit is how I'm completely exhausted on that. And Republicans just want to talk about Hunter Biden's cock and fucking trans people, and it's just everything's so boring. Fuck. I was gonna start doing research for like JQ shit. Like I don't know. Fuck.
How do you feel about this Just Stop Oil people? Do you think that their protest makes sense considering they believe that the world is gonna end?
No, they're fucking stupid too. We have to have like there needs to be a realistic off-ramp towards green energy. We can't just stop consuming oil. None of these motherfuckers are gonna turn their lights off, you know, at 6 p.m. every night. Like,
An ally has been slain.
it's, yeah, because there's gonna have to be a massive decrease in energy consumption if we're still waiting for green energy to come online. And obviously the Western world is not gonna happen, so.
Do you think that their worries and concerns are valid?
Yeah, of course.
I think, especially considering the recent energy crisis that happened as a result of the recent wars, like I think it kind of heightened people's sensibilities to like energy sources. Because I think for a lot of us, a lot of it just feels unlimited. Like we just don't even think that any of this is finite because we've always had access to it, so we take it for granted. So I think the crisis, whether it exists or not, is not really present in anybody's mind because we've never really had to struggle for energy for most of us in the Western world.
Sure.
So I think it's good that they're raising awareness for it. I just maybe the methods are kind of wild to me, but from their point of view, like the world's gonna end, so who cares if you can't get to work on time or whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How would you counsel them to do better?
I would have to. Wow, the Dan Dangler. Thank you for the 2,448 viewer host. I love you and your streams very much. How would I encourage to be more effective advocates? I mean, like I said, arguments about the problem is that 99% of the arguments about like fossil fuels are moral arguments, and 99% of the arguments need to be economic arguments. That's all it is. Like we have to figure out like what are the best ways to use government policy to encourage people to do more investment and research into green energy. Like that's where the conversation starts and stops. That moralizing a wall and everything doesn't help anybody. Like the reality is like nobody's shutting off their AC in the summer. Nobody's going to stop driving their cars. Nobody's going to stop consuming, you know, so much power for their computers and their phones and all this shit. Like, yeah. It's so I feel like you need to it has to be like an economic conversation, but people don't seem to want to have that. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's all moralized, so it's stupid.
Yeah. Do you I hear a lot of people talk about the fact that nuclear energy is probably the way going forward, but I've heard a lot of rhetoric against it. What are your thoughts?
Nuclear energy, based on everything I've seen, seems like the obvious way forward. It just has a really, really bad PR problem. People really don't like nuclear.
Is it because of the bombs, or is it something else?
I think it's probably because of an indoctrination we get growing up about how scary nuclear shit is. Like watching Hiroshima and Nagasaki is super scary. Anytime there's a nuclear disaster, it gets more coverage than fucking like any other type of disaster. Like, have you heard of like the Fukushima shit?
Is that the reactor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that place. Don't they have? That's where the fish come from, right?
I'm sure there are fish there. But
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if they're I'm just curious, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but if you had to guess like how many people died during the Fukushima nuclear disaster?
I think it was like 20 people.
Okay. That's a conservative estimate. It was 0. Maybe one guy died later from lung cancer.
No, I'm pretty sure some of the employees died.
Nope.
Weren't there some people who had to turn off the radio? It was like some brave thing. I'm pretty sure I saw it in a movie. It was some old Asian people who like stayed behind to make sure the reactor went off, and they died from it later.
Fukushima was, I think one person died. I think one person died because of like lung cancer later on. That might have been the person you're thinking of, but otherwise there were no direct deaths. Like, yeah.
Okay.
That but there's but yeah, but like that's like one of the worst disasters of all time. Like, but people just like lose their mind when it comes to nuclear related stuff. So yeah.
Got you. Didn't that shit happen because of a tsunami or something?
Yeah, it was a huge tsunami incident. I think there were probably incidents with safety at the plant as well. I'd have to go back and check, but yeah. But also, a lot of the nuclear reactors that are running in the U.S. are like old as fuck too. These reactors are like 40, 50 years old because we don't want to build any new ones. So of course they've got more safety issues. Yeah, it's just annoying, but.
I feel like I've always heard about the energy crisis since I was a young person, just because they kept saying like, "Oh, global warming, this, stuff like that," and it always feels like it's getting pushed back. But I think as a result of recent war, I've really become a little bit more interested in the topic itself. And I'm wondering, do you ever think it's gonna? When do you think it's gonna actually become a full-on mainstream topic where everyone's gonna have to deal with it at some point?
I don't know. You need like a mainstream politician pushing it. I don't think anybody wants to right now.
Gotcha. Anything else?
Good one. Yeah, I don't know. I wish we would have more serious conversations about nuclear, but I'm pretty sure like even in Europe, aren't they taking steps back? Like, didn't Germany shut off like some of their nuclear power plants in order to go back to coal-fired shit?
Yep. Even though people want to remove their dependence off a lot of the stuff coming from, Russia or Ukraine or whatever it is, I feel like they haven't actually taken any actionable steps. And my issue, I don't know if this is accurate, but it seems as though most politicians are really concerned with their terms and making sure that they come out efficiently. And I think planning for the future that far ahead would be very expensive, and I think much more difficult than people realize. And so it's like huge long-term projects that would take 30 to 40 years. A lot of politicians today just wouldn't want to invest the time into that because they wouldn't be the ones who benefit from it.
Yeah, that's the issue as well, is that I think the nuclear power plants, because right now we're having a huge surge of it's LNG. Is it liquid natural gas? I think whatever LNG, like the natural gas stuff or liquefied natural gas, it's a much cleaner source of energy. It's much cheaper than a lot of green energies right now. It's easy to like burn as you want. You don't have to wait for the sun to rise, and then and they're cheaper to build. I think nuclear outperforms LNG reactors, or I shouldn't say an LNG reactor. A nuclear reactor will outperform an LNG plant after like 10 or 20 years, but it takes a while to recoup the investment. So, yeah.
It's all about the money at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the time horizon too. Humans are really bad with long time horizons. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably have a hard time re-electing a politician who's like, bro, this plan I'm putting in place is going to be amazing in 30 years if we're struggling right now from an economic standpoint, right? I think people are so like paycheck to paycheck, we're just thinking about their finances all the time. It'd be hard for them to ever be able to see that horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, always a pleasure chatting, brother. You have yourself a good one.
Have fun, make everybody. I love you. Destiny is clueless. He doesn't even realize the energy department is literally spending tens of billions on nuclear now. Oh my god, really? Newest nuclear reactor, United States. The newest one we built was 7 years ago.
And then the next newest one we built was 27 years ago. Wow, bro. You fucking owned me.
Enemy double kill. Aced. You have slain an enemy.
A small modular nuclear reactor just got US approval, a big milestone. Good job. Oh, another police chase for me to mind-numbingly just sit here and veg out watching. Oh, I hide.
You should be, because today we're using the spike mat. Using the spike mat is very simple. All you need to do is lie on it and stay there. The staying there part is where it gets hard. There are 5 stages to using the spike mat. The first 4 of them are pain, and the last one is where the magic begins. The first stage is 3 to 5 seconds of sharp pain as the spikes dig into your back. Stage 2 lasts about a minute, and it's a sore, burning pain. Then you'll progress to stage 3, where you have about 5 minutes of prickly, tingling sensation all across your back. You've lasted this long, you're doing great. Stage 4 is when your mind stops noticing the pain and fades into the background. You may not feel very much pain, or it may go away completely. In the final stage, the pain goes away completely. You enter a deep state of relaxation, and you become immune to all torture. Don't test these claims. You may choose to make it harder by raising your legs, putting more of your weight onto your back. At the end of the final stage, you end up with this cool spiky pattern on your back, where you look kind of like a dinosaur. This reflects your new mental fortitude and immunity to pain. Thanks for watching. Follow for more.
Is this real?
Okay, that's
so why did you want to
people
flag
love
down
your
porcelain?
people.
By the way, Nick, why did you want to flag down porcelain? What did he
Because
do?
the guy's annoying. Because the guy. Okay, that's.
So why did you want to
people
flag
love
down
your
porcelain?
people.
By the way, Nick, why did you want to flag down porcelain? What did he
Because
do?
the guy's
to you?
annoying. Because the guy's annoying, and his content should be.
Oh, so
honestly,
it's
yeah,
annoying
his
now,
content
too.
sucks, so it shouldn't be online anymore. And I get to say that, okay? And I get to choose. His content. He calls himself a documentarian. Give me a break. He's not a documentarian.
Are you telling me the irony
He's a
bro can't
glorified
detect
YouTuber.
sarcasm? Oh, really?
He's not being sarcastic. The guy thinks he's a
Oh, okay.
documentarian. And I think
forgot
that's
your mind
and
was
I think that's hilarious because it's stupid. But no, his content sucks, and so his content should. I think we should flag you because your content sucks too.
Sure,
Honestly.
sure. You sure you're not going after, porcelain because he did a baked Alaska documentary and
No.
your ass hurt your friend got made fun of?
When was that, Jim? Was that like?
I mean,
years
let's
ago?
see. You got angry. You got angry because Ethan Ralph got fucked with. You got angry because baked Alaska got fucked with. It sounds like you're just a little bitch running around protecting your friends.
Not really. I just hate his content. I hate his content, and I think it shouldn't be online anymore. And you're the little bitch that's crying about it. I mean, you keep saying like you're so mad, you're so mad. I said like, oh, you got DMCA'd. I don't know, seems kind of funny. And everybody else is like, oh my gosh, you can't DMCA. I report like people are shitting on me. I report their streams. I report everything they have to try and get them banned. And I said that I report people, which is true, and I do. Mostly on Twitter, though. I'll just say that. Mostly on Twitter. I report like.
Echtzeit stimmt.
Oh, I had this up. The authors argue that gendered pregnancy care is too focused on helping women have healthy babies, and that it might be okay for trans men to normative bodies. This can't be real.
Why?
I traveled 1,000 kilometers to New York City to do this.
There's no one right now. And yes, it's my favorite game. What's yours?
What?
Do you play League? And don't really have an official Discord, that's the problem right now. Okay.
So what's going on here? First of all, the Lydian mode that has that raised fourth. The left hand is super straightforward. And it goes back and forth between different shells of chords within the Lydian mode. And in the right hand, it's not just random notes. Usually we have groups of 4, but at the ends of phrases, we have groups of 5. And we have a bunch of these B flats on the 16th note upbeats of phrases, so it has this bloppy feel.
I fucking put up Breath of the Wild forever, being a huge fan of Ocarina of Time. When I finally played it, I hated myself. It's such a good game. Wow. Bro. Cool. This video talks about the state of nuclear. Shit's expensive, as well as new tech. Did this guy ever figure shit out? Oh, cool, he's still driving. What? Bro, I lived in California for 3 years. I never saw any of these chases, but I feel like when on YouTube, it feels like there's like one going on like every fucking 10 minutes. What the fuck? Because you're a nerd that plays video games. True. Oh, hold on. Wait, did he just jack a vehicle? Wait, did he just steal this dude's shit? Did this guy leave his keys in his car at a gas station?
Where it looked like he was going to make a switch. Perhaps now we know the answer that there was no one else in the because that individual or individuals would have taken that opportunity to get out. So at least that's good news. There is no one in.
Wait, this is so behind.
Another gas station.
But it's got commentary.
Sure. Is this the same one that? Oh, this is. Yes, we're back where we started.
Oh,
No,
okay.
this is
No, this is a
Clarendon.
narco. It's a narco. It's a narco.
Okay, all right, this is a different one.
Yeah.
Wait, we got a van tearing out of there. He did the swap. He did the swap.
Oh, this is way more hype.
No. He did. This is
Unbelievable. We're at 3 vehicles. This is the second one that we've seen, and we understand that that van was. Carjacking victim. So that van continuing on right there, that's definitely him, there's no doubt about it. Using those center lanes, picking up those high speeds again, and we're on Ventura Boulevard coming up to Topanga. At black and white, not sure. Hopefully he makes a U-turn, but he's not. Coming back up onto Topanga Canyon. But you got to think, you went from a Caravan to a BMW to a full-size Econoline. You know, I don't even know if they call them that anymore. It's not, it's a Chevy. But so you went to
Kickstream. Wait, everything looks fine on my end.
a full-size Chevy van. So, you know, this is the thing. It's like these are all very different types of vehicles. This is a very different type of driving for that vehicle. There you go. That officer from LAPD didn't get the rope-a-dope, and they are now right behind him once again. So this van's starting to move, and again, a lot of traffic, and he's making his way into more of a high-traffic area coming up, and looks like we are going to be getting onto the 101. This is going to get so dangerous.
Oh my gosh, this is
Hier
just
5-8.
unbelievable. I mean, really, one of the morals of the stories, be careful when you're at a gas station and keep your keys on you and don't leave them in the vehicle. Lock your doors. Although if you have a keyless starter, that doesn't help either, because you can just be close enough to the car and someone's able to start your car.
Really?
But wow, this is
I feel like most keys require you to be very, very, very close or like inside the car. Like I think if I was standing outside my car, like behind it, I don't know if you could just push the button and go.
It's just I don't even have the words for it, because I don't think we've ever seen something like this.
You can see the gas cap and the door open.
Really,
there's so much traffic. Wanted to just get a better look at it, but I need to stay a little bit wider. Take a look at all that traffic. You just saw those that driver keeping his foot in it, now up onto the sidewalk or the curb, whatever you want to call it over there, making his way onto DeSoto and cutting across traffic. There you go, California Highway Patrol waiting for him. And it's a lot of traffic underneath that bridge, a little bit of a fishtail, and back onto the highway he goes, the opposite direction.
Yeah, he's back on.
Where'd that copper? That copper got
I
lost.
thought he was exiting to go to another gas station. Seems
Wouldn't have shocked us, huh? I mean, that seems to be his MO. There's a lot of
Ja,
lessons
ich kann nicht.
and one of them is definitely
Starten.
do not keep your vehicle running or the keys in it when you're getting fuel. Believe me, I am not doing that ever again. Look at that. Okay, there you go.
Hab ich einen
LAPD
Kopf mal.
helicopter in the shot right there always makes a nice picture, but right now he's kind of hugging that right lane, and now right behind that other vehicle. I just don't want to see him make contact with anybody at high speeds, especially on the freeway. We don't want to see somebody losing control. But again, this is the second one.
So what is like the goal when they just like run around all day? Is it just like fun for them, or like what is the plan here?
We're westbound or northbound on the 101, heading out of the Woodland Hills area, out towards Calabasas.
Yep, I know. And we're watching this. Volume is picking already, almost 2 in the afternoon. So there are a lot of people out on the roads, and again, most of these people have no idea what's happening. So that's always the danger. That gas cap is out, so one would think, perhaps.
Don't say it's gonna leak gas.
The car is full of gas, and the guy didn't have time to put the
Oh,
cap on,
okay.
or it's about to run out of gas.
It's going to need some fuel.
One extreme
but you
or
just
the
don't
other.
know. Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, my parents, when they were driving, half the tank meant empty to them. With me, I'm waiting for, I'm always doing do I got my AAA card? Because I'm always running on empty.
So
but
am
just
I.
don't know this person's, you just don't know this person's driving habits. That the owner of the van, the guy driving that van, we know his driving habits. We've been watching it. 100 miles an hour on surface streets, cutting in and out. Many a close call, and it looks like thinking about, but not. You know, it looks as if we were going to take the off-ramp there, went through that gore point, and again, really high speed, hard on the brakes because there's a lot of traffic out there this afternoon. I don't know if he's going to try to get back off the freeway right now, though. Looks like we're northbound on the 101. Calabasas will be the next big city, but you know, or next city as it would be. But you said this started in the Ventura area. That vehicle was stolen out of Ventura, so maybe we're going back to Ventura.
Just trying to figure out what was the purpose of this third carjacking. Did he really think that was going to throw the police off? What was the point of that?
Who knows?
I know.
Really,
this is just
truly.
us speculating, but
Yeah, you just don't know with these.
I think the guy's distracting the cops from another crime. Yeah.
I talk to friends and family, and you know, people that watch Fox, and they were just curious. They ask me all the time. It's like, what is that guy thinking? And I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, and it would be fun to have one, maybe just to talk to. But I'm sure that psychologist won't know either. Whoever's inside driving that vehicle right now is just trying to get away, thinking that maybe he's going to be able to do it, or just enjoying his last few moments of not being in custody. But right now, we're going 90 miles an hour, 101 freeway, and you can watch it right there. We're coming up on in this area. A lot of weaving in and out, and he seems to really like that right shoulder.
Might be thinking
So
of an
maybe
exit. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe change his mind.
But eye on it, and again, you know, this is the deal. 100 miles an hour, full-size Chevy van, work van. If this vehicle taps or bumps into somebody, it's not going to go well. And
Thanks,
I can
dude.
also see that vehicle, it is not a BMW. Oh, look at that!
Oh, bump that car.
No, that little Mini Cooper, and it was a nice one too. That little blue. Thank goodness he didn't lose control, but definitely is going to have some damage. So we did see one collision out there that's going to be on the 101 near Las Virgenes, and that was that little blue Mini Cooper convertible. So that person's probably not very happy about what happened, but I'm hoping California Highway Patrol might be behind him still, even at these high speeds, to be in the general area. LAPD definitely above. I won't lose the car, or the van, as it would be, but just kind of getting a idea of traffic and or if there's law enforcement. I don't see anybody behind him.
I don't see any, I don't. So, Stu, you know, we're about 1:56 here, close to 2 o'clock. I'm going to step away. Marla is coming in now to relieve me, but I'm going to fill in on what's
Imagine,
happening. So
unironically,
she's caught up,
your name is
and
Stu.
we can give our audience a chance to catch up too if they're just joining us. So basically, Marla, this was a carjacking. Well, actually started in Burbank apparently, and the first vehicle this suspect had was involved in a collision of some sort with a law enforcement vehicle. And then, that's the first vehicle. During the pursuit, they were able to successfully administer the spike. So loses the tire, he parks, gets out, look at him, he's running in, he's gonna run into that gas station because that car was pointless at that point to drive. Both of the tires had gone.
Jesus.
Look,
And there are no cops?
BMW, that white BMW in the back. The person who had stepped away. See the person who had stepped away? They kind of turn around, they look to see what's going on. Oh, yeah. So he's jumping in. Law enforcement pulls in a number of black and whites, but they're late. He's already in the car, and you're going to see him in a moment take off. By the way, you're looking live on the left side of your screen. On the right side, we're showing you what led to this very moment where we are right now. So we're playing that for you. There he is in the white BMW on the right side of your screen. He takes off.
How do you get away in this situation using 100% of your brain? I feel like if he could find like a parking garage
like that.
or something, he needs to be, or like a mall, he needs to get into some place and then like walk in and then disappear that way, right? I don't know. I mean, you're not going to drive away from a helicopter, I don't think. Or some people say you do, I guess, so I don't know.
Then, the drive, he comes to this gas station. Okay, now he's at this other gas station, and now you're not going to see him do this, but he swaps again. He carjacks the van.
Currently in.
The van he's currently in. So this is vehicle number 3, carjacked, vehicle number 3. And you see him take off, and that's where we are now. Jumped on the freeway. And so we have 3 vehicles that this suspect stole. And the pursuit is on. He's driving recklessly, weaving in and out of traffic, as you can see.
Yep.
He's
very scary for drivers
bumped
out
a
there.
number of cars, really scary, going the wrong way, completely, just one of those has nothing to lose at this point, so that makes it all the more dangerous. So this is where we are, and we'll see what happens next.
Okay, Araxia, well, thank you. I know you've had a long day. I will pick it up from here. Marlete is here relieving Araxia as we're looking live at this wild pursuit.
Wild
Pursuit, I will say, of the day. I know, Stu and crew, you were over a pursuit that lasted hours involving a cement truck. That was today, if you can believe it. And here we are all these hours later, and the clock is just about to strike 2. And we have a second wild pursuit, as Araxia just outlined for me. This is the third.
He's gonna go look for a new vehicle, or?
Is a white van. This is now in the San Fernando Valley. Stu, go ahead. Give me your thoughts.
We're in the Agora Hills area actually right now, and you got Ventura, California Highway Patrol. Just got off the 101 freeway. Reyes Adobe. He got off, and then he's now you can see him making his way back over, and it looks.
Oh, he was getting right back on.
Freeway, California Highway Patrol right behind him. Now, whoa! Oh my goodness, that was embarrassing.
Did he lose control of his car? What happened to that cop car?
Here in the Ventura area, they all have procedures that they have to follow. But it seems that we've followed a couple of them in the past, and the officers out here, California Highway Patrol, out of the Ventura area, they're a little bit more aggressive, and they do not appreciate suspects speeding and pursuing on their freeways. So right there, you've got one of the two maybe of the California Highway Patrol vehicles making their way, trying to catch up to that white van. That van actually in the triple digits. That's not a mistake on Skybox. Every now and then when we go live, those numbers go wild. But you can see it right there, just touching the 100-mile-an-hour mark, just in those triple digits. Moving very, very quickly. Don't know what's inside that van, but I would venture to say it cannot be that heavy. It's a very light vehicle in the rear. We have seen it fishtail a couple of times, so that driver clearly, right now we haven't seen any problems, but this would be a good vehicle for a pit maneuver if they slow down. There's no way they're going to do it at any kind of 100 miles an hour, but if these get an opportunity, there's a California Highway Patrol, I would put money on it that they will try to make that pit maneuver. Right now, though, going about 100 miles an hour, California Highway Patrol.
Oh, ich verliere alles da dafür.
Ja, well, I know it's a second.
PD10 is still with us. That's great news for those officers. They're going to get good information where it is and where it's going. But right now, you've got 2 California Highway Patrol officers. You got that polar bear. That's that all-white one. And then you've got the standard right there. And then, of course, that suspect vehicle. And like I said, on the freeways, these officers, they're going to keep up with that vehicle the best they keep it safe. But I'm telling you, if the opportunity arises on an off-ramp or some kind of surface street, they might make that move, and we're going to hopefully see a good pit maneuver. Right now, traffic's starting to get a little tight, and that always worries me, especially because we've seen them already clip one vehicle today. That was that little Mini Cooper, I think, right before you got on the studio. Yeah,
I
feel bad for that
Cooper
driver.
Sideswiped or get clipped. Fortunately, not too much damage, but nonetheless, I mean, it's just, you can't even imagine what that must be like as you're cruising along at the speed limit on a Wednesday afternoon, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get clipped by a pursuit suspect. So this is the Thousand Oaks area, US 101 North. The exit they just passed was Ventura. Speeds upwards of getting close to 100 miles an hour. We've seen it beyond the triple digit thus far. Extremely dangerous, erratic driving by this suspect. We can tell you that it is one male suspect. We've seen this person because they've literally gotten out of their vehicle to carjack another vehicle. This is the third vehicle that this person has carjacked. It is a white van. Now on the shoulder there, Stu, I know the big question for law enforcement is beyond, motive and what's driving the suspect.
What's driving him? Isn't he driving the van?
Whatever the case may be, they also always treat these suspects as if there aren't.
Well, they always have that in this person may be armed, and the fact that he's taken a couple of other vehicles might indicate that maybe he has something more than harsh language or luck
How do you not get nosebleeds? I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed in my life. I think that's like a genetic thing. Like some people are just like prone to nosebleeds randomly. I mean, I'm sure if you hit me in the nose, I'd bleed, but I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed in my entire life.
That rear end swerving back and forth. A lot of suspects decided to get off that freeway. Kevin, just go a little bit wider. I want to see where those California Highway Patrol are. Now he's
But I know people that like used to get like a lot of nosebleeds, so I feel like there must be like some genetic predisposition towards like having nosebleeds. I guess I don't know, or maybe some autoimmune or some disease. I don't know.
Looks like we're just getting off to get back on.
Oh no!
And what is he doing now?
Trying to make a U-turn right here.
No.
Ooh.
Gonna get boxed in. By the
This is
polar
what
bear.
Oh wait, did that guy just break him free? He can back out.
Yep, the California Highway Patrol, Ventura, they do not play. I told you that earlier on, and they are really showing it to us again. Right
Would they
there.
shoot him?
And again, this is, you know, somebody might say, oh, that was it's not. You saw what this guy was doing. You saw those carjackings. We hope, thank goodness, there wasn't anybody in any of those other cars. But right now, that van stuck-ish. But is it shut down? Is the engine off? Is this person complying? I don't know. And if he decides to run, and crashes
You see the
into
hands
another
up
officer.
too.
The hands are out.
Hands are out. It looks like finally he will surrender. So this is the Moore Park Road exit in Thousand Oaks, right off the 101. That was quite the showing of force from Ventura Police and also CHP. Ventura Police are involved, right? Or the Sheriff's Department?
No, this is just going to be the California Highway Patrol. California Highway Patrol. This is going to be the Ventura division of them. And you can see it right there. They got officers. They got this guy down on the ground. I'm sure that's hot pavement, but right now, you know what? Oddly enough, I just don't care that much. Anyways, he is on the ground. He is spread out. He is complying. Offers California Highway Patrol out. And again, what an ending to a crazy pursuit. But that's the thing. If they wouldn't have taken those measures, this could have continued and it could have ended tragically. And right now, damage to a couple of vehicles, and the California Highway Patrol capturing somebody that was involved in a crash, injuring an officer, possibly injuring an officer that we heard earlier on. But right now, that suspect in custody, Marla, coming to a successful end out here in the Ventura County.
Now officially in handcuffs by CHP officers down below. Again, we do want to applaud those CHP officers for taking these extreme measures to finally bring this to an end. Extremely dangerous pursuit involving, you see the young man down there now being taken to a black and white, involved in what we deem to be 3 carjackings. So we're happy that he is now in custody. Sorry for those involved and whose vehicles were damaged as a result of his erratic driving. Stu, it looks like his demeanor, like he has a few choice words for deputies down there, for officers.
Yeah, definitely. He is cooperating. He might be a little bit vocal, but you know what? In the end, I'm just happy that nobody was serious. And again, not clear on the injuries on that officer, but that suspect involved in an earlier pursuit. And then that car popped up again, and then saw it was a short pursuit, but he lost those officers. And then they found that vehicle. Really were looking for him. But in the end, California Highway Patrol doing what needed to be done to a stop, and that suspect now in. You can see him right there, little unhappy about what his situation. I'm happy the public is safe and that this is over finally with no major injuries.
Yeah, we're all happy about that. Thank goodness. I think we do want to show our viewers the ending of how this all came to a conclusion. Finally, this is.
Good job, Stu. Fuck, I just don't have the brain for this right now. Surfs TV attacking Anna for this segment.
The forest holds menace.
Why Portugal's decriminalization of drugs has backfired. Why are these people like actually so fucking retarded? Like he's actually like a Nazi when it comes to like misinformation online. Like, let me take a picture of the TV. Why is he even watching? Or is it of his monitor? Why is he taking a picture of a monitor? So, is it supposed to prove a point? Like,
when you look at Portugal, you look at what some other form would we tackle this better if we legalized it and regulated it? I know that seems like a crazy notion.
Of course. Look,
but you look at some of the outcomes in Portugal and you think, well, maybe it's not so crazy.
So I think Portugal is a very different country. And in fact, if you look at some of the strategies that have been tried in Portugal, some of them have been tried in certain municipalities in the United States. And what you end up seeing is drug overdose numbers go up, addiction numbers go up. So I think if
the segment was so insane because it didn't backfire, which is defunded by conservatives and stopped working well. And she even briefly acknowledged it was defunded, but just like it's a casual side detail, she's pretending like it just backfired.
the Portugal approach could work here, it would have frankly already worked.
That was Republican Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, making the case that while drug decriminalization worked in Portugal, similar models have not worked out so well in the United States. Now look, considering the pretty brutal spikes in overdoses and deaths in America each year, I was ready to at least hear him out. But he actually might be getting something wrong. In fact, we might all be getting something wrong. Okay, let's watch more and I'll explain what I mean.
Look, some harm reduction absolutely matters, right? Suboxone, just sort of medically assisted treatment for people who are trying to break clean of this stuff. All that's part of the equation. But I think that if we believe we're going to solve the opioid problem by handing out needles...
Does this guy have, like, eyeliner on? Or...
Yep, he has.
Am I crazy? Or, like, mascara? He's a kitty cat.
We're going to make the problem worse, and in fact, we're already seeing evidence that we've done this. So, no, I don't think that's the solution, but I do think that we should follow the evidence wherever it ultimately leads here. Legalization is not going to help, but maybe doing medically assisted treatment more and making that more accessible, that's a good solution.
Look at J.D. Vance mentioning Suboxone and medical treatments to help people who are suffering with addictions. It's incredible. I mean, can we just address his tone and how much Vance has moderated his messaging since running in the GOP primary for his Senate seat in Ohio? He even seems open to doing more than just, locking people up for drug abuse. And he seems willing to admit that the model worked in Portugal. But as I was researching the story, I was actually shocked to find that tides are turning in Portugal, and their much lauded drug reforms are beginning to show cracks and weaknesses. Okay, so let's go back and refresh our memories of how Portugal reformed their drug laws. Back in 2001, Portugal ended punitive drug policies and instead decriminalized consumption of all drugs for personal use. Consumption remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police and referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines, and recommend treatment. The decision to attend, though, is voluntary. So the so-called harm reduction model was born. That's what happened in Portugal. And the initial results were absolutely promising. In fact, TYT covered Portugal's success story many, many times. Here's one example from 2012.
And back in 2001, Portugal decriminalized all drugs. Now, we talked to you about the Portuguese experiment before, and then it seemed that it was going well with the numbers. Well, a new report is out after 11 years of this experiment. How has it gone so far? Well, the numbers are in, and they are astounding. The number of drug addicts being treated has dropped by half in Portugal. They cut the rate by 50%. What happened? I thought it was supposed to go up. No, there's far less drug addicts. And if you think that's an impressive number, drug-related diseases, including STDs and overdoses, have been reduced by an even greater number.
Look, he wasn't lying. At that moment in time, August of 2012, data indicated that HIV transmission rates through shared syringes had plummeted. And other metrics illustrated the success of the decriminalization policy as well. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 16.5%. Overdose rates dropped as public funds flowed from jails to rehabilitation. There was no evidence of a feared surge in drug use. The decriminalization policy in Portugal was so successful that in 2009, while writing for the Cato Institute, Glenn Greenwald reported that, quote, none of the parade of horrors that decriminalization opponents in Portugal predicted and that decriminalization opponents around the world typically invoke has come to pass. And he was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction. Officials in Portugal, including the very But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a vote has come to
Should it be has or have? None of the parade of horrors have come to pass. None of the parade of horrors has come to pass. What do you think? I think it should, this has to agree with none, right? None has come to pass. None have come to pass. Well, does it? None of the 15 students has come to class. None of the 15 students have come to class. None of the group has come to class. None of the group of students has come to class. It would be has, right? None of the group of students has come to class. Would that be it, right? None. Has. It is has. Has is correct. Okay.
To pass.
Wow, the broke Jew. Thanks for gifting 1 sub, buddy.
Was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction. Officials in Portugal, including the very architect of decriminalization in the country, say they're noticing a steep spike in the number of people suffering from addiction. A newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022, and that's up from 7.8% in 2001.
Such a busy world.
Newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022, and that's up from 7.8% in
I'm so curious what illicit drugs means here, because this number could be pretty bad or it could be not that big a deal. Like, does this include marijuana? I'm really curious.
2001. In other words, there are now more adults reporting illicit drug use today compared to the year the decriminalization policy was implemented, with the very intention of lowering the prevalence of drug abuse. Portugal is still doing better than some European
And even that term, drug abuse, I'd be curious what...
countries, and drug use there is still below European averages. So you've got to look at it all in context, okay? Analysis by the Washington Post found that Portugal's prevalence of high-risk opioid use is higher than Germany's, but lower than that of France and Italy.
Wait. Cheeseburger. Border.
But what about overdoses? Unfortunately, that's where things start to look pretty bleak. Overdose rates have hit 12-year highs and almost doubled in Lisbon from 2019 to 2023. Sewage samples in Lisbon show cocaine and ketamine detection is now among the
Okay, wait, 12-year highs, but this policy was passed like 12 years ago. So is it higher or is it lower than when it was first passed?
Yes, it is higher.
What overdose are we talking about? Do they mean like overdose on heroin or like overdose on weed, right? Because weed overdoses are like significantly less fatal, you know?
highest in Europe, with elevated weekend rates suggesting party-heavy usage. Yeah, I think that suggestion
Oh,
is
sorry. I mean 22 years ago, not 12 years ago. 22 years ago. My bad.
correct. Now, in Porto, the collection of drug-related debris from city streets surged 24% between 2021 and 2022, with this year on track to far outpace the last. Crime, including robbery in public spaces, spiked 14% from 2021 to 2022. Arise police blame on increased drug use. And look, let's just pause for a second. That doesn't surprise me either. People who are addicted, especially if they're addicted to certain drugs like heroin, fentanyl, if they don't get...
Wait, why are people thinking you can't overdose on weed? You absolutely can OD on weed. It can be fatal if you OD hard enough, especially if you're using edibles.
Their next fix, they become dope sick, and they could even die in some cases. And so they'll do anything to get the resources in order to get their hands on their next fix. So that's why you'll notice, instances of burglaries and stuff like that kind of spike in relation to, or simultaneously with a spike in, drug overdoses and drug use. Anyway, not only does the Washington Post provide broad statistics on how the liberal drug policy has fared in recent years, they also detail tragic stories of individuals struggling with addiction, leading any non-sociopathic person to feel quite a bit of despair. So take the story of one of the state-funded so-called squat houses on the south side of Porto as an example. The objective is to provide addicts a private place to use outside of public view. But there are unintended consequences, as it enables some to hide their drug addiction from family members who might be able to stage an intervention and help their loved ones get clean. Inside, the 47-year-old man struggled to mix ashy heroin with fragments of...
Wait, is that impossible to OD on weed? Back in my day, it was almost impossible to OD on weed. Weed was bad, but now you're getting THC concentrations of like 250% in some of these weeds that you can buy from like a lot of these stores. I think if you were to fully smoke probably like 2 spliffs that you'd buy from like any weed shop in California, I think you could easily overdose 100%. If you smoked 2 of them within like an hour, I'd say.
Crystal crack, crushing both into a souped-up speedball. Observed by a nurse, he took the needle and jabbed it into a vein in his neck. The veins on his hands have dried up, the nurse said, matter-of-factly. I can't use it home, said another person at the center. It causes too much trouble, so I make the drive an hour and a half here. And look, I also don't begrudge some who feel these policies do little to compel people who are addicted to drugs to get clean, because fact of the matter is that's really not what these government-funded organizations are interested in doing. They're clear about that. In the tourist quarter, in the shadow of Porto's fortress-like cathedral, a social worker with a government-funded nonprofit handed out clean syringe packages to people who use heroin. When crack pipes are available, the social workers give them out. There's no judgment, few questions, and no pressure to embrace change. Now, summing up that philosophy, a woman named Louisa Neves, who's the president of one of these nonprofits, said, quote, "You have to respect the user. If they want to use, it is their right." Now, I think safe injection sites
Are you saying that'll kill you? No, an overdose doesn't necessarily mean it'll kill you. I'm pretty sure that if you OD on weed, it's like a 30 or 40% chance. Whereas like on fentanyl, it's like a 100% chance. If you OD on crack, it's like 90% chance. But I think for marijuana overdoses, I think it's like 20 to 30 or 40%. It probably depends on how old you are too, and how many times you've OD'd on weed before.
Are important, incredibly important, in preventing the spread of deadly diseases. But how these sites are operated matters a lot, and we'll get to what I mean by that in just a moment. And while I want to reiterate that these policies were passed with the absolute best intentions, the unintended consequences are hard to ignore in recent years, but they can be fixed. Now, over the last 18 months, a drug encampment in Porto sprung up below a school. More homes have been burgled. One neighbor said she found a person naked from the waist down, shooting up outside her house gate. Residents have launched U.S.-style neighborhood watches and hired private security guards, something exceedingly rare in Europe. Police deployed in force to the area 3 months ago to crack down on dealers who can be and are being arrested. Patrol cars are now stationed in the neighborhood 24 hours a day, scattering people using drugs. And the mayor of Porto recounts a contradiction spurred by the policy that sounds honestly all too familiar to those living in coastal cities in Western United States. These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside of school or a hospital. It is forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies. And yet, it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs. We've normalized it. By the way, the mayor of Porto does not want to reverse the decriminalization law in Portugal, but he is calling for some tweaks, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Now, even the head of Portugal's National Institute on Drug Use and the very architect of the decriminalization policy in the country admitted to local press in December that, quote, "What we have today no longer serves as an example to anyone." His words, not mine. But he's not ready to fully reverse the policy, and I'd agree with him. Instead, he wants to make improvements, and there are two things that stand out to me while looking at this story closely. For one, the program started with the government carrying out services following decriminalization, but later outsourced the work to nonprofits. So Portugal decentralized its drug oversight operation in 2012. A funding drop from 82.7 million to 17.4 million forced Portugal's main institution to outsource work previously done by the state to nonprofit groups, including the street teams that engage with people who use drugs. The cut in funding quite clearly had a terrible impact and weakened Portugal's successful program. Also, speaking from personal experience here in Los Angeles, leaning on publicly funded nonprofits to carry out the job is a terrible idea.
What? Oh God, Amy, what are you doing? June 14th, July 19th. Didn't Xena present screenshots confirming this? I'm curious about your level of concern. I was defending a friend, so I have a legitimate reason to chime in. I don't understand your personal involvement. Even if you're simply trolling, what is the purpose? You're a funny girl. You have enough entertainment value to gain the clout and recognition you seek without creating unnecessary conflict. Just leave them alone. Uh-oh. Fight time. Hold up. Break time. Bro, what is the plan?
It's just dead! Everyone is just dead! It's fucking 10 minutes, Bastions! Built in!
Generating
No food!
Options for
No
generating
fortress!
C31. Generating.
Yeah. For one, there tends to be a lot of waste. Just look at.
You need to literally smoke pounds and pounds of weed to OD LeMayo. It's virtual. That's not true. Back in my day, you needed to smoke pounds and pounds of weed. Nowadays, you could probably get like 2 buds and you'd have enough, probably to OD. If you rolled it really well, if you got a sick wrap for it, and if you were using like a good lighter, you absolutely could OD way easier than 20 pounds of weed. What are you talking about?
Look at the insane 6-figure salaries of the executives for these nonprofits and how much money they take home every year, paid for by the taxpayer, of course. Also, these nonprofits would no longer serve a purpose and would no longer receive government grants if drug abuse issues were solved. We certainly wouldn't need as many of them if these issues were mitigated through other means. There's an inevitable conflict of interest, and I'd rather have a centralized government program. Luckily, Portugal is headed in the right direction and is now moving to create a new institute aimed at reinvigorating its drug prevention programs. As with many liberal U.S. cities, Portugal's lack of emphasis on rehabilitation while pursuing harm reduction strategies is also proving to be a problem. The number of users being funneled into drug treatment in Portugal has sharply fallen, going from a peak of 1,150 in 2015 to 352 in 2021, the most recent year available. And what about so-called dissuasion commissions, the commissions I mentioned earlier that are supposed to, talked to people and tried to encourage them to get clean. Well, of 24 street people who, by the way, that's the Washington Post wording, not mine, but of the 24 people who used drugs and were asked by the Post, not one said they'd ever appeared before one of Portugal's dissuasion commissions envisioned as conduits to funnel people with addiction into rehab. Now look, identifying the flaws, the current flaws in Portugal's decriminalization model is critical if we want to avoid circling back to destructive war on drug policies. Some of the earliest adopters of liberal drug policies, unfortunately, have now begun reversing course. Consider lawmakers in Amsterdam and how they decided to institute a ban on smoking pot in public places. I mean, honestly, that reversal seems a bit overboard, but it's also worth noting Norway's decision to implement a Portugal-like plan to decriminalize drugs. Well, that fell apart in 2021. And cities across the US have implemented, in their minds, Portugal's model because of how successful it was in the beginning. And to be fair, I'd be shocked if municipal lawmakers were aware of the latest data and how it demonstrates otherwise. In fact, numbers coming out of states like Oregon make it pretty clear that they are unaware of some of these issues and flaws. In Oregon, where the policy took effect in early 2021, openly citing Portugal as a model, attempts to funnel people with addiction from jail to rehabilitation have had a rough start. Police have shown little interest in handing out toothless citations for drug use. Grants for treatment have lagged. I would really emphasize that part. And extremely few people are seeking voluntary rehabilitation. Meanwhile, overdoses this year in Portland, the state's largest city, have surged 46%. And if you zoom out and look at the United States overall, the numbers are stunning and incredibly tragic. So in the United States alone, overdose deaths fueled by opioids and deadly synthetic fentanyl topped 100,000 people in both 2021 and 2022. And that's double what it was in 2015. Look, people are dying, and we need to find a way to reverse this trend. We desperately need to find a way to save lives without going back to overly punitive policies. Let's just pause for a second. I
heard from Dara that you could overdose on just one puff of marijuana cigarette. Good one.
I want to reiterate.
Good troll, dude.
And just a final question here. Is there any sort of work being done with the airlines in order to get flights actually on time or not delayed as much? Just curious if there's any work happening there.
Yes. So we've seen almost a doubling in terms of improvement on-time performance since last year. That is a reflection of all the work that we've done across the ecosystem together with our partner airlines, with agencies, reducing processing time, reducing wait times, and fine-tuning operations with our air carrier partners. And we see the great results that have come from that.
Feel the thorns embrace.
That. I do not want to go back to war on drugs, like overly punitive policies. They did not work. They were not good. I do think that we can save this model, but we need to make some tweaks. The problem is people are unwilling to ever admit that something isn't really going as well as we thought it was going, or that there might be some flaws that we might want to work on. Because if we don't learn from Portugal's mistakes, or our own, we definitely will go to war on drug policies and mass incarceration that, again, does nothing to actually deal with why these individuals have drug addiction issues in the first place, right? It's not going to do anything to actually help them get rehabilitated. Now, Portugal also commits far more of its resources to social spending programs. So for anyone who might think that, well, you know, maybe the problem in Portugal is the same problem we have here in the United States. Root causes, everyone, root causes. It's because of poverty. Not quite. The OECD defines this as expenditures targeted at low-income households, the elderly, disabled, sick, unemployed, or young persons. Now, Portugal not only dedicates a higher percentage of its GDP to social welfare spending compared to the United States, and that's, again, according to OECD data, it also has a much better healthcare system. While it definitely isn't perfect, all residents in Portugal have access to healthcare, so they have universal healthcare provided by the National Health Service, which is funded mainly through taxes. They still have co-payments, and healthcare delivery is based on both public and private providers. So while it's not a single-payer model, they do have universal healthcare in Portugal, yet they're still having the same problems we're experiencing with drug addiction here in the United States. So sometimes the issues that we're seeing need more than, more social programs. I think Portugal's model is promising. It shows that it worked. They made some changes beginning in 2012, and those changes were not positive ones. They did not have a positive impact. But that's okay. Clearly, they're reversing course, and I'm excited to see how the numbers change now that they're going back to a centralized government model that, takes care of the services associated with their drug policies instead of kind of outsourcing them to these nonprofits. But the point that I'm trying to make here is sometimes you have to adapt to the situation changing, and clearly the situation changed in Portugal. And if we're going to point to Portugal as a success story, if we're going to implement Portugal's policies in US cities and use Portugal as an inspiration, we just got to make sure that we implement it correctly. Because my fear is if we don't, if the policies fail, the pendulum will swing in the opposite direction, and we need to prevent that from happening.
Thanks for watching the Young Curse.
Based.
Another way to show support is through.
This seems pretty fair and dry. How could people have had a huge problem with this segment? 57 minutes! Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks' shameless fear-mongering over drug addicts.
I've been an advocate for
while we're on a bit of a TYT hate train, just a little bit of one, you know, I wanted to take a look at something. Somebody emailed me this. Now, I've been an advocate for drug decriminalization for a long time. The basic argument being that if a person is a drug addict, treating it like a criminal issue is a really dumb idea, because addiction will make you do dumb things to get your high, and it just means then you do that and then you go to jail and you don't get medical help, and it's just like a lose-lose. Like, nobody benefits from this, right? Whereas normally, not for everyone, but for a lot of people, if you just say, okay, we're not going to arrest you for doing the drug, okay? But if you want to do the drug, you have to come over to this clean government facility where we have a bunch of like detox counselors, and like, oh hey, would you like a candy bar? Would you like a complimentary mint? Well, why don't you come on down here to this like addiction class or something? And then if you do that, like a lot of people end up getting better. Because like people want to live fulfilling lives, you know? Most people do. They just have to be given the path. And TYT released a video saying that Portugal, a country that practiced widespread drug decriminalization, has seen its addiction numbers explode. So I want to see what's up. I'm interested in the argument. So I'm interested from some perspectives. If their arguments are bad, I want to make fun of them. And if their arguments are good, I want to look at associated research to reassess the validity of my perspective. After all, if drug decriminalization doesn't actually improve things, which I still think it does, that's worth re-examining. So let's find out. Everyone, put your thinking caps on, okay? We're here to learn.
Some other form.
Bit loud. Not a bit loud. That was a bit loud.
Well, it's better if we legalized it and regulated it. And I know that seems like a crazy notion.
Of course. Look,
but you look at some of the outcomes in Portugal and you think, well, maybe it's not so crazy.
So I think Portugal is a very different country. And in fact, if you look at some of the strategies that have been tried in Portugal, some of them have been tried in certain municipalities in the United States. And what you end up seeing is drug overdose numbers go up, addiction numbers go up. So I think if the Portugal approach could work here, it would have frankly already worked.
That was Republican Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, making the case that
only in Ohio. Yeah. I'm sorry.
While drug decriminalization worked in Portugal, similar models have not worked out so well in the United States. Now look, considering the pretty brutal spikes in overdoses and deaths in America each year, I was ready to at least hear him out. But he actually might be getting something wrong. In fact, we might all be getting something wrong. Okay, let's watch more and I'll explain what I mean.
Look, some harm reduction absolutely matters, right? Suboxone, just sort of medically assisted treatment for people who are trying to break clean of this stuff.
Remember, J.D. Vance is the thinking man's Republican. He's one of those Peter Thiel fools, at least before Peter Thiel dropped funding for the GOP. You know, the kind of conservative. So there's like two kinds of conservatives, I think, and one of the, like, or sorry, I should say like two dominant trends of conservative thought, and one of them is like Christian fascism, and the other one is this like enlightened philosopher king pseudo-libertarianism, where it's basically a bunch of people whose mainline policy goals aren't bigotry, but every incidental outcome of what they believe happens to lead to bigotry, and they want to like, they're.
Destiny, that take is actually brain dead. What the hell? Yeah. Let me roll it really well in OD. If you don't know the difference between a densely packed joint and one that's packed with a lot of air or whatever, I mean, like, I don't know, if you don't actually smoke weed or do anything, like, there's a reason why rolling good blunts is an art. But listen, man, that's on you, okay? Enjoy your weed.
Like authoritarian, but from an ideological perspective, if that makes any sense. Like, they're approaching authoritarianism as a proposed potential solution to the degradations of democracy, right? They're trying to frame themselves as like the intellectual philosopher kings who are meant to rule over us for all of our betterment. Isn't that always the solution to everything? Yeah, it's almost like billionaire busybodies who think they have 300 IQ actually end up arriving at the same conclusions as neo-Nazis like 90% of the time.
All that's part of the equation, but I think that if we believe we're going to solve the opioid problem by handing out needles, we're going to make the problem worse. And in fact, we're already seeing evidence that we've done this. So no, I don't think that's the solution, but I do think that we should follow the evidence wherever it ultimately leads here. Legalization is not going to help, but maybe doing medically assisted treatment more and making that more accessible, that's a good solution.
Look at J.D. Vance mentioning Suboxone and medical treatments to help people who are suffering with addictions. It's incredible. I mean, can we just address his tone and how much Vance has moderated his messaging since running in the GOP primary for his Senate seat in Ohio?
Oh, Vosh, you can't let her compliment a Republican. You gotta pause her and hammer her on that. How dumb can she be to not see he's a crypto-fascist? Get her, Vosh.
He even seems open to doing more than just, locking people up for drug abuse. And he seems willing to admit that the model worked in Portugal. But as I was researching the story...
Oh my God, he's gonna let it stand. Our little Vosh is growing up. Never mind, all right.
I was actually shocked to find that tides are turning in Portugal. And their much lauded drug reforms are beginning to show cracks and weaknesses.
Okay, so let's learn.
Okay, so let's go back and refresh our memories of how Portugal reformed their drug laws. Back in 2001, Portugal ended punitive drug policies and instead decriminalized consumption of all drugs for personal use. Consumption...
You're talking so unusual. Fine, I'll go 1.1. Okay, so quick refresher for people who don't...
How are you changing the speed of her talking to 1.1? Is that like, why not like 1.25, 1.5? Are these steps really not granular enough for you? Like, what?
No. my understanding of the effects of the drug policy in Portugal are basically just like summed up in the wiki article. I haven't done a huge deep dive, but it seems like there's a lot of good. Basically, it led to an increase in treatment, which is what you want, a massive drop in HIV infections because people weren't using dirty needles.
Okay, Vosh, now listen, I'm a huge fan of Wikipedia. Obviously, I love Wikipedia. But the argument is that as of today, the results are not that promising. The first thing you brought up was as of 2012. The second thing you brought up was, we're not sure. You need to click through the link and find out. The third thing that's here is of 2009. This is of 2009. This is of 2012. So none of this is current.
The total number of overdose deaths plummeted to the point where, here, look, as of 2012, Portugal's drug death toll sat as
Yes, that 2012 would be 11 years ago, Vaush.
per million in comparison to the EU average of 17.3 per million. Or, in other words, about 1/6 the European average. So, lower overdose, and that's pretty good.
I've rolled literally 1,000s of blunts. I've stuffed the max amount of weed in a blunt. It would take like smoking 20 plus at a time to OD not to. If you're rolling, one, you have to have, first of all, if you don't live in California, you don't even know what good weed is, okay? So one, you need to be living in California to have access to the purest strains, okay? Two, you obviously, you're not gonna OD on fucking indica, okay? You need a sativa strain. So two, the strain is obviously important as well. And number three, I mentioned about having a good wrap and good lighters too. In order to get the purest inhale when you're smoking. So. Sorry, I read a joke, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked for a second. The wrap that you're using and the lighter that you use have to be infused with hydrogen because hydrogen burns purer and cleaner than oxygen, and it's going to get you a better burn on your weed, and it's going to increase the absorption, right? This is why people, but if you're using weed outside of California, if you don't have a hydrogen lighter, bro, you don't even know how to smoke.
Good, that's actually really good. Then it says, and this is new to me, so I'm reading this now live, this reduction has decreased in later years. The number of drug-related deaths are now almost at the same level as before the drug strategy was implemented. However, this may be accounted for by improvement in measurement practices, which
yeah, so we see this Vaush. This is all of this is as of 2012. That's what half of her video is about. As of 2012, it looked good.
includes a doubling of toxicological, there we go, autopsies now being performed, meaning more drug-related deaths are likely to be reported. So the argument being perhaps that now that there's a higher standard for identifying drug deaths, or it might be they're just detecting more than before. Also, I believe drug use has been increasing on average all over the Western world right now, so it's possible that to an extent these increases have also been just a global trend during the same period.
Like, if we really want to figure out like who's right or wrong, we can just do this. Portugal decriminalize all drugs results. Or just do this and we'll see if anything comes up. Oh, we get an article from January. Is that July? April, May, June, July. Okay, from July. Don't I have a Waco account? Hold on. Sorry, that wasn't me. One tail from Porto. Oh, Porto's bakery. Best good Cuban bakery. Portugal. Addiction haunts the recesses of this ancient port city as people with gaunt, clumsy hands lift crack pipes to lips, syringes to veins. Poke, 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 poke. Authorities are sealing off Warren-like alleyways with iron bars and fencing in parks to halt the spread of encampments. A siege mentality is taking root in nearby enclaves of pricey condos and multi-million euro homes. Portugal decriminalized all drug use, including marijuana, cocaine, and heroin, the scary drug, in an experiment that inspired similar efforts elsewhere, but now police are blaming a spike in the number of people who use drugs for a rise in crime. In one neighborhood, state-issued paraphernalia, not pornography, powder blue syringe caps, packets of citric acid for diluting heroin, litters sidewalks outside an elementary school. Porto's police have increased patrols to drug-plagued neighborhoods, but given existing laws, there's only so much they can do. On a recent afternoon, an emaciated man in striped pants sleeping in front of a state-funded drug use center awoke to a patrol of 4 officers. He sat up, then defiantly began assembling his crack pipe. Officers walked on, shaking their heads as Hunter Biden loaded his pipe and smoked. Portugal became a model for progressive jurisdictions around the world embracing drug decriminalization, such as the state of Oregon, but now there is talk of fatigue. Police are less motivated to register people who misuse drugs, and there are year-long waits for state-funded rehabilitation treatment, even as the number of people seeking help has fallen dramatically.
The return in force of visible urban drug use, meanwhile, is leading the mayor and others here to ask an explosive question. It's time to reconsider this country's globally hailed drug model. These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside a school or a hospital. It's forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies, and yet it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs, said Rui Moreira. I don't know how to pronounce it. Porto's mayor. We've normalized it. I will say something that was kind of funny is in California. I'm pretty sure it is the case. It's like, it's very strange, but you can be outside smoking a joint on the street, but you can't drink alcohol. Which is interesting. I'm not saying that whether that's good or bad. That's funny to me. Re-examining drug policies. Cocaine production is at global highs. Seizure of amphetamine and methamphetamine have exploded. The multi-year pandemic deepened personal burdens and fomented an increase in use. In the United States alone, overdose deaths fueled by opioids and deadly synthetic fentanyl topped 100,000 in both 2021 and 2022. High scores, boys! Back-to-back records, or double what it was in 2015. According to the National Institutes of Health, Fauci, anyone? 85% of the U.S. prison population... Wait. He's the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. My bad. Fake. I just spread some fake news. 85% of the U.S. prison population has an active substance use disorder or was jailed for a crime involving drugs or drug use. Across the Atlantic in Europe, tiny Portugal appeared to harbor an answer. In 2001, it threw out years of punishment-driven policies in favor of harm reduction by decriminalizing consumption of all drugs for personal use, including the purchase and possession of 10-day supplies. Consumption remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police, referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines and regular.
Oh, come on.
Intent is voluntary. Other countries have moved to channel drug offenses out of the penal system too, but none in Europe institutionalized this route more than Portugal. Within a few years, HIV transmission rates via syringes, one of the biggest arguments for decriminalization, had plummeted. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 65%, overdose rates dropped as public funds. None of the, are, quote, does this like cite research or anything, or is it just an article? Increase in illicit drugs. Oh, Creaker, thanks for gifting a sub. You should give Kick Chat on stream a black outline so we can see what they're saying. I did that. Maybe the outline could be thicker. Talk to Puggy. They're the one that got me this new overlay, so. This is just an article. This isn't really research, huh? I wonder if there have been any studies done on this yet. But interesting. Oh. 20 years of Portuguese drug policy developments, challenges, and the quest for human rights. Abstract. Portugal decriminalized the public and private use, acquisition, possession of all drugs. Arguing that the Portuguese drug policy model has proven influential enough to emancipate drug use from the stigma that associated in this article, critically discusses the developments and current challenges Portuguese drug policy confronts, namely the growing diversity of drug use patterns observed in Portugal, as well as in Europe, to this end, international and national legal instruments. Conclusions indicate that these policies are marked by contradictions and ambiguities that have permeated its history since the very beginning, and modest ambitions, particularly regarding the implementation of harm reduction measures. Moreover, the polemical Supreme Court judgment reestablished in 2008 drug use as a crime when the quantities exceeded those required for an average of 10 days might have impacted the
Use of heroin and cannabis also increased in Spain and Italy, where drugs for personal use were decriminalized many years earlier than in Portugal. I didn't know they were decriminalized for personal use in Spain and Italy. give it a look later. So there are a lot of factors here. But okay, let's see how it goes.
Remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police and referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines, and recommend treatment. The decision to attend, though, is voluntary. So the so-called harm reduction model was born. That's what happened in Portugal. And the initial results were absolutely promising. In fact, TYT covered Portugal's success story many, many times. Here's one example from 2012.
And back in 2001,
oh my God, vintage jank.
Portugal decriminalized all drugs. Now we talked to you about.
Why did how did Jenk look like a Giga Chad? What the fuck? Do you ever know? Like.
The Portuguese experiment before, and that it seemed that it was going well with the numbers. Well, a new report is out after 11 years of this experiment. How has it gone so far? Well, the numbers are in, and they are astounding. The number of drug addicts being treated has dropped by half in Portugal. They cut the rate by 50%. What happened? I thought it was supposed to go up. No, there's far less drug addicts. And if you think that's an impressive number, drug-related diseases, including STDs and overdoses, have been reduced by an even greater number.
Look, he wasn't lying. At that moment in time, August of 2012, data indicated that HIV transmission rates through shared syringes had plummeted. And other metrics illustrated the success of the decriminalization policy as well. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 16.5%. Wow. Overdose rates dropped as public funds flowed from jails to rehabilitation. There was no evidence of a feared surge in drug use. The decriminalization policy in Portugal was so successful that in 2009, while writing for the Cato Institute, Glenn Greenwald reported...
Man, we are like really backloading the drop here, aren't we? I feel like preempting this information with this much is like, oh man, you know? Yeah, it's like the first shoe dropped really early on, and I feel like I'm watching somebody climbing a ladder, like holding the shoe out with one hand and climbing out with the other, like getting ready for the biggest other shoe drop possible.
Oh, because she's climbing the ladder to drop the shoe?
On an elevator up to the top.
That, quote, none of the parade of horrors that decriminalization opponents in Portugal predicted and that decriminalization opponents around the world typically invoke has come to pass. And he was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction. Officials in Portugal, including the very architect of decriminalization in the country, say they're noticing a steep spike in the number of people suffering from addiction. A newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022. And that's up...
Wait, hold on. That was in the Wikipedia article we just looked at, and there's some other worthwhile information we might want to take a look at.
Wait, was it? I thought the Wikipedia article, all the data cut off at like 2012. This is in 2022.
Yeah, does she mention it?
Up from 7.8% in 2001. In other words, there are now more adults reporting illicit drug use today compared to the year the decriminalization policy was implemented with the very intention of lowering the prevalence of drug use. Portugal is still doing...
Nope, she doesn't mention it. Okay, so, wow. Reported lifetime use of, quote, all illicit drugs increased from 7.8 to 12%. Lifetime use of cannabis increased cocaine more than double from 0.9 to 1.9 ecstasy, heroin. It has been proposed this effect may have been related to the candor of interviewees who may have been inclined to answer more truthfully due to a reduction in the stigma associated with drug use. Or to put it another way, drugs have been legal to use for personal reasons for 20 years in Portugal. People are probably going to be more honest when asked now. If you ask people back when it's like illegal or has been illegal for your entire life, like, oh yeah, you do heroin? Hey, sir, can you tell me if you do this drug that will get you thrown in jail? A lot of people are going to answer dishonestly. There's another factor here that I think is worth looking at. Reported lifetime use of all illicit drugs just means have you used it in your lifetime, not have you been using it for your lifetime. In other words, this isn't a reference to addiction. It's possible that the number of people who have tried cocaine...
Yeah, but doesn't she go on later to say that there are numbers that say that more people are being registered for overdoses and stuff like that? Like, they're not just relying on that self-reported number. There's other data too, no?
Pain has gone up, but okay. Right? What about addiction? Because that's like the harm, right? Like if a person does cocaine once because they're in college and they want to try it, they want to know what it's like, and they're like, okay, then move on. That counts as lifetime use. Is that? I don't really think that's like, I don't really think that factors in the way addiction would, you know? You can make the argument that if personal use of these drugs is legal, maybe people will be more likely to experiment with them, but that's not really the harm we're looking to reduce. I'll take a look at it later, SBO. A lot of words in there, and I am illiterate.
Better.
Read after what Vosh is reading. It's been proposed... Oh, so people don't even know. However, during the same period, the use of heroin and cannabis also increased in Spain and Italy, where drugs for personal use were decriminalized many years earlier than in Portugal, while the use of cannabis and heroin decreased in the rest of Western Europe. The increase in drug use observed among adults in Portugal was not greater than that seen in nearby countries that did not change their drug laws. Oh, so it seems like so then the reported use probably is true. It's not just that some people are being more honest.
I'll take a look at it later, SBO.
Why wouldn't he finish reading the last of this bullet point? Why would you not just...
A lot of words in there, and I am illiterate.
better than some European countries, and drug use there is still below European averages. So you've got to look at it all in context, okay? Analysis by the Washington Post found that Portugal's prevalence of high-risk opioid use is higher than Germany's, but lower than that of France and Italy. But what about overdoses? Unfortunately, that's where things start to look pretty bleak.
All right.
Overdose rates have hit 12-year highs and almost doubled in Lisbon from 2019 to 2023. Sewage samples in Lisbon show cocaine and ketamine detection is now among the highest in Europe, with elevated weekend rates suggesting party-heavy usage.
I am extremely concerned with this standard of data collection. First of all...
Wait, why weren't we concerned with the standard of data collection before, though? When we were reporting, like, the dropping of drug... Or why is the standard of data collection now an issue?
12-year high, the decriminalization happened more than 12 years ago.
Oh, that's true. That's a point that we brought up.
So that's, like, without more context, that doesn't mean much. Like, maybe overdose rates are higher now because of COVID and everyone's alone and, like, mad and stuff and sad.
Yeah, because, yeah, that's why I thought that the 12-year thing is weird. Why would you talk about 12-year high? What if they're still significantly lower than in 2001? Is that when they passed this policy, or 2002?
But that doesn't really reflect, like, the effect of the decriminalization. You would have to compare it to other countries and how theirs have gone up recently, and then compare it to the proportion like 20 years ago. Yeah. Also, I don't know why we'd be looking at Lisbon specifically. Once you start introducing, like, city comparisons, like, there's a million things that could potentially affect that. How much have overdose rates increased in cities broadly around the world over the COVID period? Also, if we're taking a look at a sample from 2019 to 2023, aren't we really just looking at the effect of COVID? Like, can you really fairly say that this is purely representative of the effect of decriminalization? If decriminalization has been going on for 20 years, but COVID's been going on for the exact time period you're examining? I also don't know, like, by what standard am I meant to, like samples in Lisbon? I'm sorry, I don't really have, like, a preconceived idea as to how I'm supposed to look at this and think, like, oh, well, the sewage samples in Paris would have a different story to tell, you know? You understand what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know, like...
Man, who really samples sewage for drug use? That's wild. If Lauren and Amy were to ask you to moderate a debate between them, would you? If they wanted to, sure.
Here's a question.
Oh, but it looks like Lauren's doing it on her channel, which she should. It's good content for her.
What are the overdose rates in all of Portugal? Shouldn't that be easy to find? If a person dies, they're registered by the police department. Like, shouldn't it be easy to find that? Overdoses per year in Portugal. Okay, drug overdose deaths in Portugal from 2008 to 2019. Well, wait, that's not... Do we have any, like, more recent data? FAQ from Europa.net. Drug overdose deaths. This is total, not per capita. We get a per capita graph?
Oh, good job. Somebody give me a graph.
Okay, we'll have capita. One of these is probably per capita. I'm just getting through it fast enough that I can't tell.
Distribution of drug-induced deaths reported in 2020 by age group and country. Oh, this you can't. It's a distribution. It can't be per capita, right?
Distribution by age.
This is just the ages that people are ODing, I guess, or dying.
Group and country.
I should.
Okay, but what about per capita? Capita. One of these is probably per capita. Fast enough, but I can't. Not sure. Tell exactly. What about this? Drug-related deaths. Wait, what? Drug-related deaths per 100,000 people, not age-adjusted. Portugal, EU excluding Portugal. Damn, look. Portugal's got quite a lower rate compared to European countries broadly. So there has been an uptick here, and the uptick isn't just COVID-19, because this happened before 2019. So I'd be interested in knowing if there's any other factor that contributes to that, you know? Poverty, crime, you know, Euro banking crisis. There's a lot that can affect stuff like that.
Okay, this is boring. I just wanted to show Bush, but he's asking good questions. His title here is kind of extreme. Maybe he gets unhinged later on in the video, but I think so far he's asking good questions. Thank you for the OD on weed, Patrick. Yes, I've seen you spam the same like 7 million times. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
No, fine.
You have been slain. Enemy double kill.
any longer because it's defensive. With the collapse of the Soviet Empire, meant in fact you no longer even needed NATO. Europe could come up with its own security. But
well, it certainly,
NATO
but it doesn't seem like that because the
as
people
an
of
arm of the American empire. That's,
but
that's,
you don't
that's
believe
the challenge.
You don't believe though that the people of Ukraine right now need NATO to defend against Russian aggression?
Well, the people of Ukraine right now who are suffering, I'm in deep solidarity with their suffering. They are being caught between this proxy war between the American empire and the Russian Federation. Now,
that's not really true. But Dr. West, I mean, it wasn't early on. You're far more educated than I am. But early on, with Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, who wanted to join NATO, Warsaw Pact countries, suddenly free, did not want to be under the yoke of the former Soviet Union any longer, and they are the ones who applied to join NATO. It wasn't the U.S. pushing these countries in an expansion play. It was these countries suddenly free, the people in those countries saying, we want to be in the EU. NATO is the fastest way. It's a kind of a stepping stone to the EU. We want that. We want to turn to the West. No, would you have denied Hungary, Czechoslovakia the choice?
Well, I mean, one, I would have followed George Kennedy. I would have abolished NATO right after the collapse of the Soviet Empire, and I would have tried to welcome Russia into the nation, the community of nations, rather than trying to push them against the wall. We know that their system of repression and domination is one in which they're going to feel as if their backs are against the wall. I think you would probably...
Russia invite into NATO. Actually, this is something of interest. So, relation between the NATO military alliance and the Russian Federation was established in 1991 within the framework of the North Atlantic Cooperation Council. In 1994, Russia joined the Partnership for Peace program. On the 27th of May 1997, the NATO-Russia Founding Act was signed at a NATO summit in Paris, France, enabling the creation of the NATO-Russia Permanent Joint Council. Through the early parts of the 2010s, NATO and Russia signed several additional agreements on cooperation. The NRPJC was to 2002 by the NATO Russia. Oh, what's up?
Oh, are you still reading? I didn't know how far behind it was.
No, what's going on?
No, I'm in talking about this dumb fuck.
Which dumb fuck?
The dumb fuck you just had on stream with Anderson 360.
Oh, we're only listening for like 60 seconds. What about him?
It's fucking insane, dude. Like, to talk about like bringing NATO into the fold, or Russia into the fold of NATO. Russia has never wanted to be in the fold of NATO. NATO has been the ultimate enemy to Russia, aside from the primary enemy.
I thought that NATO extended an invitation to Russia at some point. That was like there was like a talk of that, of us all joining the same kind of like defensive alliance.
Russia has never had interest in it at all. Not in any sincere way. If they ever entertained that, it was not with any sort of sincerity. Like, you had Yeltsin come into power after fucking Gorbachev, right? Yeltsin comes into power. There's a lot of economic turmoil up until 1998 election when Putin gets into office. But like all throughout that, NATO was never really a consideration. Fixing things with the West, that was considered. There was perestroika and all that other shit, detente. But at the end of the day, Russia was never coming into the fold with the West. And then once Putin got there, it was guaranteed, solidified. That isn't happening. He is he was a KGB colonel. He was never going to backslide on that. And then once he got into power, it was turning the FSB into KGB 2.0, Russia into the ultimate surveillance military state. None of this is happening. So the idea that like Russia was ever seriously considering joining NATO, one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard.
Wow.
That was it.
That's a wild statement.
It is. That was it.
Okay. I love you.
Okay. Ask me if I have anything else.
Oh, when are we doing this chef thing? Are we talking about this or what?
I sent Nito my offer. I did some like evaluation on like the amount of level of effort for me on top of doing my regular job and all that shit, and I think I found a way that like makes it so I can actually do it, but also helps mitigate the cost. Blah blah blah. I sent all the details to Nino. So.
Wow. Okay. Love you, bud.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. The idea of Russia becoming a NATO member has at times been floated by both Western and Russian leaders, as well as some experts in February 1990, while negotiating German reunification at the end of the Cold War with U.S. Secretary of State James Baker, General Secretary of the Communist Party, Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, said that you say that NATO is not directed against us, that is simply a security structure that is adapting to new realities, therefore we propose to join NATO. However, Baker dismissed the possibilities of dream in 91, the Soviet Union was dissolved. Russian President Yeltsin sent a letter to NATO stating that Russia's long-term aim was to join NATO. During a series of interviews with filmmaker Oliver Stone, President Vladimir Putin told him that he floated the possibility of Russia joining NATO to President Bill Clinton when he visited Moscow in 2000. Putin said in an interview with David Frost in a BBC interview just before Putin was inaugurated as president of Russia for the first time in 2000, he told Frost it was hard for him to visualize NATO as an enemy. Russia is part of the European culture. I cannot imagine my own country in isolation from Europe and what we often call the civilized world. According to Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Danish Prime Minister, Putin made many statements here. He was favorable to the idea of Russia joining NATO. Already at the time, however, Christina Kirkzerredlich, I don't know, and some other reporters active in Chechnya, alarmed that Putin's true nature had been exposed by the Russian atrocities during the Second Chechen War, and that it by no means resembled that of a Western Democrat. It was, however, convenient for the Western elites to brand these reports as Russophobic, disregard them as better by Anna, Russia journalist and human rights. Okay, interesting. Okay, so not really like a serious thing.
Probably agree that if Russia or China had missiles in Canada or Mexico targeting Washington, D.C., U.S. government would blow them to smithereens. That's how empires behave. You've read the history. I know the history. We're critical of imperial activity, no matter who it is, American, Russian, and what have you. But America's the most powerful empire in the world, in the history of the world, my brother. And it seems to me, if we can't dismantle that empire in order to empower poor and working people here and abroad, we're going to lose our democracy. It's almost like Rome. You know, it's Cato the Younger and Cicero against Julius Caesar.
Right, but
what happens when your empire begins to take over your democratic possibilities?
I just spoke to the foreign minister of Ukraine. We're going to have that interview later on. I think if you said to him, you're standing with the people of Ukraine in solidarity, and you're saying that they are just victims in this proxy war, he would say, you're out of your mind. I mean, they are thankful. They are thankful for NATO. They are thankful for the U.S. You can call it the American empire, but I mean, they are thankful for all these countries rallying to their side. I mean, I've been there. You've probably been there as well. I mean, it is a horrible. It's an invasion. I mean, of killing civilians in cities.
Oh, no, it is a criminal invasion. I'm not denying it's a criminal invasion, but what I'm saying is you go back to the men's talks, you go back to March, 1 month after the war began.
MVTT, but he was trolling and not knowing he is right. Wait, what are you guys arguing about? Unless I'm fucking retarded and I'm positive. That's not what OD means. Wait, what is this guy arguing about? Wait. I understand the joke. The joke is that you can't OD on weed, but you can. Oh. Yeah, the joke is that you would OD and die on weed. That's the joke. You can probably overdose on weed to some extent, but it's probably incredibly difficult to do, and the symptoms probably are very rarely, if ever, fatal. But yes, that is true. Overdosing on a drug does not mean you're dying from the drug. You can OD on like fentanyl and heroin and not necessarily die. I don't know what the technical definition of an overdose is. That you require medical assistance, or that can't be it. I'm not sure, but
Again, my brother, I'm calling for ceasefire. I don't want to see
you
the
can call for
suffering of
ceasefire. Vladimir Putin isn't really listening to what you say or I say or anybody says. He's doing what he wants to do, just like he slaughtered. I mean, you saw what he did to Grozny. You saw what he did to Grozny in the 90s. I mean, he flattened that city. Civilians were trapped in that city. No, the world didn't come to the rescue of Grozny. He did exactly what he wanted to do. I mean, unchecked, he will slaughter people.
Well, I mean, unchecked.
Grozny? I thought it was pronounced Grozny. That's that second Chechen, I think it's right, that second Chechen conflict that's referred to. I believe it is, right? Oh, it might have been the first, during the first one.
Champion.
Was the heaviest bombing campaign in Europe.
He will slaughter folk unchecked. What we did in Iraq was slaughtering people unchecked. What we've done in other places unchecked.
Sir,
I don't like the comparison. Maybe you could argue Vietnam, but like, and somebody can link me if I'm wrong, the United States and Iraq was not like, oh God, what was the city that one libertarian candidate got blown up over in Syria. What am I thinking of? I'm drawing a blank. Aleppo, yeah. It wasn't how Russia acted during the Syrian civil war. I don't believe it's the. I don't believe it's the same. I don't think that we fucking just level cities in the same way that Russia does. But
Empire.
Dr. Weiss,
Nation states do that though.
No, I
and they're
understand.
wrong. And when they're wrong, you have to pull up. You have to point it out.
Look, again, I respect you. You know, I love you. But
Oh,
I do think it's inappropriate to compare the Russian bombing of Grozny and what we witnessed there with the war in Iraq. I mean,
True.
To say that innocents were
good for you. True.
Are killed. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
half a million Iraqis killed, my brother.
I don't believe that number is real. Fuck, we should look at this. 500,000 Iraqis. Actually, let's do this real quick too. First and second, just so you have like a catch up on this. The bias of destiny, lol. When you make comments like that, you instantaneously get permabanned from my channel. Go be a tanky or a fucking retard somewhere else and kill yourself. Human rights organizations accused Russian forces of engaging in indiscriminate and disproportionate use of force whenever they encountered resistance, resulting in numerous civilian deaths. According to Human Rights Watch, Russian artillery and rocket attacks killed at least 267 civilians during a December 1995 raid by the Chechens on the city of Gudermes. Throughout the span of the First Chechen War, Russian forces have been accused by human rights organizations of starting a brutal war with total disregard for humanitarian law, causing tens of thousands of unnecessarily civilian casualties among the Chechen population. The main strategy in the Russian war effort had been to use heavy artillery and airstrikes, leading to numerous indiscriminate attacks on civilians. This has led to Western and Chechen sources calling the Russian strategy deliberate terror bombing on parts of Russia. According to Human Rights Watch, the campaign was unparalleled in the area since World War II for its scope and destructiveness, followed by months of indiscriminate and targeted fire against civilians. Due to ethnic Chechens in Grozny, I thought it was Grozny, but he's pronouncing it Grozny, seeking refuge among their respective teeps, is a Chechen and English tribal organization or clan. Destiny. We didn't indiscriminately, but at the same time, considering the phrase acceptable civilian casualties became infamous in the Iraq campaign, we are not much better. I think there's a significant difference between civilians die in wars and we can conduct...
Elijah Muhammad,
it's a difference in strategy. But what about the part where they all fart and diarrhea on each other? Scat Manisus Austin. True, I never really considered that, okay. Ooh, boop, 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 boop. Okay. What? Why are you guys posting shitty memes in the group chat, okay? Wow, Claire Donut. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Due to ethnic Chechens in Grozny seeking refuge among their respective teeps in the surrounding villages in the countryside, a high proportion of initial civilian casualties were inflicted against ethnic Russians who were unable to find viable escape routes. The villages were also attacked from the first weeks of the conflict. Russian cluster bombs, for example, killed at least 55 civilians during the January 3rd, 1995 Shali cluster bomb attack. Russian soldiers often prevented civilians from evacuating areas of imminent danger and prevented humanitarian organizations from assisting civilians in need. It was widely alleged that Russian troops, especially those belonging to the internal troops, committed numerous and in part systematic acts of torture and summary executions on Chechen civilians. They were often linked to Zakista
cleansing raids on town districts and villages suspected harboring militants. So curious, when the Abu Ghraib was the prison in Iraq, right, where U.S. troops were committing like abuses against the soldiers, right? I'm scared to open this link on stream. How many people were ultimately held accountable for this? Hold on.
Red Krugs.
It's just a
gang top.
Wikipedia
If no
article,
gang,
so-
Dark Seal.
Alright.
Where's your blue level 1?
Oh yeah, because the good thing about that is since I'll be like full HP, I won't even die to the
What are you talking about?
Like if Zinzao tries invading me on blue, I won't
Oh.
even die to him.
Right, and Zenzao's a really slow clearing champion, so I wouldn't even ward my
11
blue
soldiers
Zenza.
were convicted of various charges relating to the incidents.
You always
with
auto big on them,
all
Q.
of
Don't
the
auto-
convictions,
you
including
don't
the charge
Q
of
auto.
dereliction of
It's
duty.
fine.
Most soldiers only received minor sentences. 3 other
Yeah,
soldiers
so
were
just
either,
reset here, and then just
cleared of charges or were not
either
charged.
cover
No one
the
was
gank
convicted
bottom
for
or just
murders
farm your
of the
bot side.
detainees. So that's pretty bad.
I doubt he ever ganks mid lane.
But some
So you don't
people
think I should
were
do the top
charged and
opportunity?
convicted with stuff. Obviously, I'm
What
pretty sure Bush
opportunity?
apologized
What
for
is
it.
opportunity here, bro?
Something I'm curious
dive?
about,
Or you
and
get-
somebody could tell me.
Okay, that's in I think 2.5 ways,
I guess
buddy.
it's all censored,
Go down.
but- oof. So I've seen videos of like soldiers being raped in Russian prisons by several Russian soldiers. Like, does Russia do? Wait, hold on. Does Russia ever acknowledge like a wrong like that, or is it just like swept under the blanket and then you just like move on completely? Like, I'm curious if. Hold on, I'm permabanning like 30 people right now. 1 second. Okay, where do you watch this stuff? I don't know. There used to be a site called Ogrish, but now I think people watch on like Lively's. Yeah, so I mean, like, does the United States make mistakes? Absolutely. Do we commit atrocities? Probably. But the standard of holding people accountable, even if it's not as good in the U.S. as it could be, is far different than the standard of holding people accountable in Russia. And I think that the widespread abuse, especially from 91 onwards, of Russia towards places that it inhabits or places that it fights, is I think a lot more extreme than in the United States. But I mean, I know that we obviously do bad things too, and there probably could be a higher level of accountability, but you are like mega retard brained to equate the two and say they're the same. Although I can understand the appeal for it, especially if you're like a 17-year-old that's never been laid in his life, and the only way you're ever gonna get pussy is by sucking up to the most like base level foreign policy takes in the fucking world, which is to say, oh, the United States is just as bad as everybody else. But like, you're fucking retarded to think so. But humanitarian aid groups chronicled persistent patterns of Russian soldiers killing, raping, and looting civilians at random, often in disregard of their nationality. Chechen fighters took hostages on a massive scale, kidnapped or killed Chechens considered to be collaborators, and mistreated civilian captives and federal prisoners of war. Russian federal forces kidnapped hostages for ransom and used human shields for cover during the fighting and movement of troops. For example, a group of surrounded Russian troops took approximately 500 civilian hostages at Grozny's 9th Municipal Hospital. The violations committed by members of the Russian forces were usually tolerated by their superiors and were not punished even when investigated. The story of Vladimir Glebov serving as such an example of such policy. Televisions and newspaper accounts widely reported largely uncensored images of the carnage to the Russian public. The Russian media coverage partially precipitated a loss of public confidence in the government and a steep decline in President Yeltsin's popularity. Chechnya was one of the heaviest burdens on Yeltsin's 96 presidential election campaign. The protracted war in Chechnya, especially many reports of extreme violence against civilians, ignited fear and contempt of Russia among other ethnic groups in the Federation. One of the most notable war crimes committed by the Russian army is the Samashki massacre, in which it is estimated up to 300 civilians died during the attack. Russian forces conducted an operation of Zechista, house-by-house searches throughout the entire village. Federal soldiers deliberately and arbitrarily attacked civilians and civilian dwellings in Samashki by shooting residents and burning houses with flamethrowers. They wantonly opened fire or threw grenades into basements where residents, mostly women, elderly persons, and children, had been hiding. Russian troops intentionally burned many bodies, either by throwing the bodies into burning houses or by setting them on fire. A Chechen surgeon, Kasan Bayev, treated wounded in Samashki immediately after the operation and described the scene in his book. I believe that, wow, WCMD, I think the Second Chechen War was worse, but I could be wrong on that. The Second Chechen War saw a new wave of war crimes and violations of international humanitarian law. Both sides have been criticized by international organizations of violating the Geneva Conventions. However, a report by Human Rights Watch states that without minimizing the abuses committed by Chechen fighters, the main reason for civilians suffering in the Second Chechen War came as a result of the abuses committed by the Russian forces on the civilian population. According to Amnesty International, now if you talk to people like Ryan Dawson or a lot of people that believe in this shit, none of what I'm reading matters because they don't trust anything that Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch says. So take that for whatever you will. Chechen civilians have been purposely targeted by Russian forces in apparent disregard of humanitarian law. The situation has been described by Amnesty International as a Russian campaign to punish an entire ethnic group on the pretext of fighting crime and terrorism. Russian forces have throughout the campaign ignored to follow their Geneva Convention obligations and have taken little responsibility of protecting the civilian population. Amnesty International stated in their 2001 report that Chechen civilians, including medical personnel, have been the target of military attacks by Russian forces, and hundreds of Chechen civilians in prisoners of wars are extrajudiciously executed. Russian troops systematically committed the following crimes in Chechnya: the destruction of cities and villages not justified by military necessity, shelling and bombardment of unprotected settlements, summary extrajudicial executions and killings of civilians, torture, ill treatment, and infringement of human dignity, serious bodily harm intentionally inflicted on persons not directly participating in hostilities, deliberate strikes against the civilian population, civilian and medical vehicles, illegal detentions of the civilian population and enforced disappearances, looting and destruction of civilian and public property, extortion, taking hostages for ransom, corpse trade. There were also rapes, which, along with women, were also subjected to men. According to the Minister of Health of Ichkeria, Umar Khanbiev, I guess, Russian forces committed organ harvesting and organ trade during the conflict. Russian forces have, since the beginning of the conflict, indiscriminately and disproportionately bombed and shelled civilian objects, resulting in heavy civilian casualties. In one such occasion on October 1999, 10 powerful hypersonic missiles fell without warning and targeted the city's only maternity hospital, post office, mosque, and a crowded market. Most of the casualties occurred at the central market, and the attack is estimated to have killed over 100 instantly and injured up to 400 others. Similar incidents include the Baku-Rostov highway bombing, where the Russian Air Force perpetrated repeated rocket attacks on a large convoy of refugees trying to enter Ingushetia through a supposed safe exit. This was repeated in December of 1999 when Russian soldiers opened fire on a refugee convoy marked with white flags. The 1999 to 2000 siege and bombardments of Grozny caused between 5,000 and 8,000 civilians to perish. The Russian army issued an ultimatum during the Grozny siege, urging Chechens to leave the city or be destroyed without mercy. Around 300 people were killed while trying to escape in October of 1999 and subsequently buried in a mass grave. The bombing of Grozny included banned Buratino, thermobaric, and fuel-air bombs, igniting the air of civilians hiding in basements. There were also reports of the use of chemical weapons banned according to Geneva law. The Russian President Putin vowed that the military would not stop bombing Grozny until Russian troops, quote, fulfilled their task to the end. In 2003, the United Nations called Grozny the most destroyed city on Earth. During the Alkin Yurt massacre, where Russian soldiers went on a murdering spree throughout the village and summarily executing, raping, torturing, looting, burning, and killing anyone in their way, nearly all of the killings were committed by Russian soldiers who were looting. Civilian attempts to stop the madness were often met with death. There have been no serious attempt. I don't like this phrasing. Civilian attempts to stop the madness. That seems a little bit editorialized, but okay. There have been no serious attempts. conducted by the Russian authorities to bring to justice those accountable for the crimes committed at Alkan-Yurt. Credible testimony suggests that Russian leadership in the region had knowledge of what was happening and simply chose to ignore it. Russian military leadership dismissed the incident as fairy tales, claiming that the bodies were planted and the slaughter fabricated in order to damage the reputation of Russian troops. In what is regarded as one of the gravest war crimes in the war, Russian federal forces went on a village sweep that involved summary executions of dozens of people, murder, looting, arson, and rape of Chechens, including committing other crimes, and was known as the Novye Aldi massacre. Lots of massacres. Russian troops had cluster bombed the village a day prior before entering the village, telling local residents to come out from their cellars for inspection that day. Upon entering the village, Russian soldiers shot their victims in cold blood with automatic fire at close range. Victims ranged from one-year-old babies to an 82-year-old woman. From a 1-year-old baby to an 82-year-old woman. Victims were asked for money or jewelry by Russian soldiers, which served as a pretext for their execution if the amount was insufficient. Western European rights groups estimate there have been 5,000 forced disappearances in Chechnya since 1999. Dozens of mass graves containing hundreds of corpses have been uncovered since the start of the Chechen conflict. As of June 2008, there were 57 registered locations of mass graves in Chechnya. According to Amnesty International, thousands may be buried in unmarked graves, including the 5,000 civilians who were disappeared since the beginning of the Second Chechen War. Russia's general policy is that Chechen mass graves is to not exhume them, but yeah, anyway, the Russian government is a little bit wild, I would say.
Well, half a million? Yeah, listen, I was there. I mean, I was there. I was there with troops. I certainly understand. I also saw a lot of Americans getting killed, and I saw, you know, the horrors of Saddam Hussein. I'm just saying I don't think it's accurate to compare the pummeling of a city by Russian artillery with civilians inside, pummeling every single day with the intention of just destroying and flattening a city, with actions the U.S. took. I mean, I don't know. Look, you know, wars, horrible things happen in wars, and it's horrible.
Absolutely. But I mean, you know, and I know any comparative analysis of levels of barbarity and cruelty is going to lend itself to this ugly algebra of blood that we don't want to get into. But all I'm saying is you can't just jump into a situation where people are being treated barbarically. There's no doubt that Ukrainian people are being treated in a barbaric way. That's the murderous way. There's no doubt about that. The context is one in which that did not have to be if the expansion of NATO, and NATO is an arm of the American global power network. It's just
what you're saying, though, in Ukraine...
Nice, base. Good one. Vladimir Glebov is a Russian military officer participating in the Soviet-Afghan War and the First Chechen War. Was mentioned by mass media as the lieutenant colonel who was simultaneously recommended to receiving the Hero of the Russian Federation for his bravery, despite being known for vast war crimes during the First Chechen War. In 1990, blah, blah, blah. Prosecutors claimed he had gunned down a group of unarmed men, then planted weapons on their bodies, and he bid to claim credit for defeating an enemy unit. The newspaper pointed out that Glebov's case had later been shelved, as is typical of war crime cases in Russia, and the colonel was allowed to resign his commission without any blot on his military record. The case was also brought up at the trial of Yuri Budnov years later. He currently works in the police. He's a deputy chief of police of Naroformysk town in Moscow Oblast. Wait, more good Russian memes? Oh. Call Erudite and ask her why she quit streaming. Wait, is she not streaming anymore? Did she quit? The Beslan school siege was a terrorist attack that started on the 1st of September 2004, lasted 3 days, involving the imprisonment of more than 1,100 people as hostages, and ended with the deaths of 333 people, 186 of them children, as well as 31 of the attackers. It's considered to be the deadliest school shooting in history. The crisis began when a group of armed terrorists occupied... Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Sorry, just reading about Beslan. I figure out. I'm just going to wait for the moment to add more details that Wikipedia doesn't give you.
Okay.
you want the quick summary?
Well, I mean, I could also just like read about it, right?
You could, but you'll miss things.
Okay, why don't you
Sorry, I'm in a hotel traveling for work, bored as shit, and you're talking about something I know a little bit about. So
Okay, yeah, come back later, okay, and then tell us, okay?
all right, bye.
I love you, babe.
Love you.
Yeah, make a post to the subreddit. True. An armed group of terrorists occupied school number 1 in the town of Beslan, North Ossetia, an autonomous republic in the northern Caucasus region of Russia. South Ossetia is in Georgia, right?
Yep.
Or is that a real place, or did I just make that up? Oh, it is. Okay. Northern Ossetia. Okay. Hostage takers were members of the Riyad Us Salihin sent by the Chechen warlord Shamil Basayev, who demanded Russian withdrawal from and recognition of the independence of Chechnya. On the third day of the standoff, Russian security forces stormed the building. The event had security and political repercussions in Russia, leading to a series of federal government reforms, consolidating power in the Kremlin, and strengthening the powers of the Russian president. What all happened? Hundreds of hostages packed into the school gym with wired explosives attached to the basketball hoop. Jesus. Oh. Ugh. Hold on, let me blow my nose 1 second.
They will regret opposing me.
I can never resist an invitation to dance.
Cringe. Early on the third day, Ruslan Ashev, Alexander, together, okay. Around the third day, militants allowed 4 Ministry of Emergency Situations medical workers and 2 ambulances to remove 20 bodies from the school grounds and to bring the corpse of the killed terrorists to the school. However, at 13:03, when the paramedics approached the school, an explosion in the gymnasium was heard. Terrorists opened fire on the paramedics, killing 2. The other 2 took cover behind their vehicle. The second explosion was described as strange sound. It was heard 22 seconds later. Oh, so basically Russian people just like stormed the... Damn. Okay, I don't know why we're reading about this. I feel like I've heard this number get brought up a lot, and I feel like it's I feel like I've had a lot of people email me for why this number is ridiculous. That apparently, like, war and occupation directly and indirectly claimed the lives of about 500,000 Iraqis from 2003 to 2011. People try to say that, like, it was all, like, U.S. soldiers killing people, but I think that this study, doesn't it try to survey, like, how many people might have went hungry because of, like, sanctions or, like, crime that exploded? Yeah. Not to say that that's okay, obviously, but like the implication given is that like the U.S. military killed like 500,000 Iraqi civilians, which is not true. Click the 3 toxic foods for dogs ad.
Dr. Marty, which one is better for my dog, kibble or raw eggs?
They're known as Marty's Miracles, dogs sentenced to death, brought back to health with the methods of Dr. Marty Goldstein.
One of the greatest cases I ever had is a Rottweiler named Whiskey. He was given less than 24 hours to live by the referring veterinarian. The owner was certain he was going to die.
But Dr. Marty, a vet dubbed the Miracle Worker by Forbes magazine, made one simple change that lengthened Whiskey's life.
And he just lived for years and years after that.
Dr. Marty Goldstein, news of these
Documented civilian deaths from violence, 186,000 to 210,000. In Iraq by US-led coalition. Wait, it doesn't tell me the total number? Am I blind? I just can't see it. Why would it not spit out a number here? I must be retarded. I must just not be seeing it or something, right?
Victors are the sole authors of history. Our chapter.
You are blind top. No, this number is not changing based on... Yeah, dumb fucks. Yeah, you are blind. Yeah, fuck you. You're blind, motherfucker. I had to go on Excel for a bonus. Gotcha. I wish I was born in God. Jesus Christ. Bro. Why? There was no reason. You didn't have to link that. You literally didn't even need to. New Dumbfuck Cassante. Oh, I'm all here for Dumbfuck Cassantes.
I can't play like
the Russian forces are being supplied. Well, it's a bridge where like the Russian forces are being supplied, but it's also a bridge that, you know, connects Crimea to the Russian mainland. So you absolutely can consider it a war crime in the same way that when Russia blows up shit on the civilian infrastructure and claims that they're doing it
Really,
for,
though?
you know, military purposes. It's just like bullshit. Not that it fucking matters. They literally blew up the pipelines, dude. They blew up the pipelines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe.
Well, hold up. Okay, number one, even though I think it's fair right now to say it's most likely Ukraine blew up the Nord Stream, it is probably fair to say that right now it seems most likely. We don't know that 100%, number one. And number two, that pipeline was not active. That is not true. That pipeline was not actively supplying gas anywhere. That line was dead. Well, not dead. It was connected, but there wasn't anything flowing through that pipeline. So that's not true.
Pipelines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe, and it went nowhere. I felt like I was eating every crazy pill on the goddamn planet when I was talking about it, and everyone was like, Hassan, you don't have enough information for this.
There's still not enough information. You don't know that. Why does it matter? It was going to, right? I'd have to go and check, but my understanding was that that pipeline was already pretty controversial, and people weren't 100% sure if gas is going to be flowing through it or not. I don't know. But I'm not sure. I need to go back and read what's going on. It's kind of like when people say that, like the key, like who killed the Keystone pipeline? Like people were blaming or saying that like either Trump shut it down or something, but like that pipeline was dead for years because of all the protests and everything. Nobody worried. Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about? You have to look to like who stands to benefit in situations like this, right? So, ultimately, it's ridiculous. And this is what happens every single time.
The pipeline is useless, then why blow it up? I've heard so many different potential motivations for different people at different points in time. I don't fucking know at this point. What would the Ukrainian incentive for blowing it up would be? So that Europe had less incentive to do business with Russia for gas, or to blame Russia so that it seemed like they wouldn't want to work with them. I've heard different motivations spun for the United States, Russia, and Ukraine to all have blown up that pipeline. Yeah.
Nature bends towards chaos. Give in.
Saudin first saying I told you so when I thought it was the CIA who blew up the pipeline. For real. Here's Russia using the bridge to transport military vehicles. There's a video of the gas bubbling up from the pipeline. Of course it was active. Pipeline 1 was active and got blown up. Pipeline 2 was being built and not activated. Wait, my understanding was that it was not active. It was already filled. They filled the line with gas because I don't think it can be empty. But I don't think it was active. No, I don't believe so. Oh, thank you for this. Oh, sorry. This is about it. Pipeline 1 was shut down and 2 was paused in certification. Gotcha.
Слава русскому оружию, блин. Дима, снимай нахуй. Ёкарный бабай, вот это красавцы, а. Видно, что не новое, блядь, с этого, с расконсервацией, но, блин. Да уж, красиво, блин. Нихера себе, ребята.
Maybe that's just the vehicles they like to drive, okay? Do we know if these are actually military vehicles? Remember when Russia was burning gas over winter next to EU countries? You were right, they had gas supplies for residents. That's actually what you're. Mom said. Get it? It was failed because it needed to be pressurized. Cool. We need like enemies or something. What should the next kicker keep be about? I feel like we should do like a themed episode. I like the idea of doing like 9 OnlyFans girls fighting each other. It'd be funny. But there are other communities we could draw from too. What do you think? We could also do a kicker keep with like like everybody from like the politics orbits or whatever. Like getting Stardust, Tomfoolery, like all those people. Kicker keep with only racist people. Yeah, all the politics streamers would probably play nice with each other. We'd have to get like the really unhinged ones. I don't think they're friendly with me. Too. Do a lover host with Xena as the main person. Jesus Christ. Ah.
We Vestaya are only half of our full
Why does Kratos insist on naming it kick or keep instead of keep or kick? Well, because we're on kick, right? That doesn't make more sense. Artist versus AI artist? It's supposed to be an 8-person free-for-all, not like...
Ionia's meddling birthed our rebellion.
She was replying to my tweets and my best friend. Bro, that Marjorie Taylor Greene. What the fuck, bro? Oh god, Republicans are so boring right now. Fuck me, dude. Oh. Here, keep with all them arc main villains. Blah, blah, blah. I think having a central topic to the show would work better. Oh, like pop culture, political, music related. That'd be true. That would be interesting. Having like a themed per episode. Oh, doing a commentary community episode. Turkey Tom and all those guys. True. Watch video of Cenk versus Hassan where they discuss crime in LA at 2:20. Hassan says a person masquerades at his house and then tells Cenk that the media is lying about crime in LA. Isn't that an older video? Seeing the odds for the presidential elections, yeah. I'm too lazy to bet. Okay, listen up, listen up. If I had the money on this well, actually, you know what, fuck it, hold on, let me... Hold on. Did I even buy him? Okay, I only had like 150 bucks on the side, so just so I could put my money where my mouth is. I feel like Trump is massively overvalued. I don't know how the markets have him this high. I think that as more indictments roll out, as the January 6th stuff rolls out, as the Georgia stuff rolls out, as more details are covered about it, I feel like this number is going to drop. There's no way. I feel like Trump is super overvalued. I don't know who's going to be the Republican nominee, but I have a hard time thinking Trump is going to survive everything. I just don't see it happening. Also, I think you can buy easy no's on like Newsom and Kamala Harris. And like people are just bidding on what, Biden dying. Oh, I should have done this Trump one here instead. Fuck! You're right. I'm sorry. On the 2024 Republican primary. I got into Kenshi not too long ago. Any mods you recommend? I play all my games modless. You know what I should try to do? We should try to read like one section a day at least. And then at least I'm like working my way slowly through things. That's what I'll do. Okay, we're gonna read the whole background part of this. Okay, I'll be back and we'll do that. And we'll play a fucking game or some shit. I don't know.
Human sentience is strongly tied to our prefrontal cortex. So, shouldn't you look strictly at PFC rather than all parts being present? Children who have undergone hemispherectomy can speak and not all parts are present. Did you see Elon suing the company that represented Twitter against him during the buy? They overcharged and it was an easy case to win.
It was. I have no idea.
Steve, please play us something bloppy. One of these days I want to see someone try and get revenge on their carjacker. Imagine somebody getting carjacked and then carjacking someone else so that they can go after the carjacker. Destiny, why do the cops chase in these situations? Why not have the helicopter follow and then catch him where he stops / gets off the freeway? It seems reckless / needlessly dangerous. Destiny, please share your thoughts on the Clean Ballinger situation. Nobody is talking about it.
Shackles, now they're eating the guests, and the Tyrannosaurus beefing with Indominus Rex. Velociraptors went and cracked the code of their pen, and now they're pack hunting children in the kitchen again. Triceratops is sick, I think it ate some bad fruit, and there are compies chomping bodies in a Sorna lagoon.
I've been on
We got a
Subathon for years.
Stegosaurus
It's
throwing
allowed me
tails
to
at the
get my entire
pyros, while
life
the Dillo
together
spitting
and
poison
hold a
like a
factory
venomous
job for
Spyro.
years.
The Packies and Brackies stick with snacks that are grassy, but there's a scrappy little chappy who's been snapping at Flappy. Perhaps these savvy captives are just trapped and unhappy, so they're attacking all the lackeys wearing tan hats and khakis. Hammond said these dinosaurs were fully contained. He also said they couldn't breed, but life found a way. Now they're handing me a tranquilizer gun and a mop.
Please
It's
tell
just
me you'll be
another
there,
day
Steven.
in Jurassic Park Ops. Operations here. The pterodactyl snapped the shackles, now they're eating the guests, and the Tyrannosaurus beefing with Indominus Rex. Velociraptors went and cracked the code of their pen, and now they're pack hunting children in the kitchen again.
Excited to
Triceratops-
see you join the Dolos team aboard the Action. Thanks for researching this shit while I'm too busy with work to do so on my own. Amnesty International also accused Ukraine army of illegally endangering its own citizens by using civilian structures. Make of that what you will. Have you played Willy Wars? Think you'd be pretty good at it. No, listen. Kick or keep with all the arc's main villains. Teffels, Mr. Girl, Hassan, Bosch, Sneeko, and others.
Is, I think, irresponsible. And, Vladimir Putin himself has said, we will not live in a world
Commentary
without
community.
Russia. And it
Turkey
was clear
Tom
when he
already said he would hung, keep, or kick.
Largest public investment in social infrastructure and environment.
Und warum? Weil die AfD dort erfolgreich ist. Das zeigt den Ostdeutschen, ihr müsst nur besonders extrem wählen, dann beschäftigen wir uns mit euch. Genau das ist das falsche Signal. Ich finde, wir müssen dringend über den Osten reden, über Löhne zum Beispiel. Ostdeutsche verdienen im Schnitt immer noch 13.000 Euro pro Jahr weniger. Die Renten wurden jetzt erst, also nach Jahrzehnten, angeglichen. Ostdeutsche in Führungspositionen muss man suchen in Politik, Wirtschaft und Medien. Ich weiß, das haben Sie alles schon mal gehört, aber es ist eben auch so gut wie nichts passiert. Ich bin als Leipziger ein Kind der friedlichen Revolution. Mich hat beeindruckt, wie sich die Ostdeutschen unter Lebensgefahr die Demokratie erkämpft haben. Das war eine bewegende Zeit 1989, 90. Ist das alles nichts mehr wert? Ich bin erschrocken, wenn ich lese, mehr als die Hälfte der Ostdeutschen ist heute nicht zufrieden mit der Demokratie. Nicht wenige wünschen sich sogar die DDR zurück. Das ist so bitter, als ob eine Diktatur irgendein Problem lösen würde. Ich verstehe den Frust, aber ich verstehe nicht, warum das ein Grund ist, die AfD zu wählen. Eine Partei, die im Osten ihren rechtsextremen Kern hat. Jede und jeder kann das wissen. Da ist es auch falsch, dem Westen die Schuld zu geben. Die AfD hat zum Beispiel in Thüringen oder Sachsen Grenzen des Sagbaren verschoben. Ich finde, das müssen gerade wir Ostdeutschen klar benennen. Wer auch immer regiert, sollte versuchen, Menschen zurückzuholen, Türen nicht zuzuschlagen, aber auch nicht versuchen, die AfD zu kopieren, sondern die zu stärken, die sich im Osten für Demokratie und eine starke Zivilgesellschaft engagieren. Denn die Mehrheit wählt nicht die AfD.
Fucking little shit!
какие-то мешки грузили на этом самом, на железнодорожной станции. Но мне это занятие не очень понравилось, честно. Нет, мы пекарня это неплохо, не самое.
YouTube chat, best chat. Kick chat in shambles.
Forces are being supplied, but it's also a bridge that, you know, connects Crimea to the Russian mainland. So you absolutely can consider it a war crime in the same way that when Russia blows up shit on the civilian infrastructure and claims that they're doing it for, you know, military purposes. It's just like bullshit. Not that it fucking matters. They literally blew up the pipelines, dude. They blew up the pipelines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe. And it went nowhere. I felt like I was eating every crazy pill on the goddamn planet when I was talking about it. And everyone was like, Hassan, you don't have enough information for this. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, the Russia, fucking Europe. And it went nowhere. I felt like I was eating every crazy pill on the goddamn planet when I was talking about it. And everyone was like, Hassan, you don't have enough information for this. It's like, what are you talking about? You have to look to, like, who stands to benefit in situations like this, right? So, ultimately...
Stephen, my poor flabby Stephen,
it's
you avoided Fuentes countless times. Now we see why. If you want to win, you have to acknowledge some of the points he made and come up with more pragmatic solutions.
destiny is that Naka. DGGO. 55th on Hudno Custer. So it's a baby 300 bang bang.
This is what I mean when I say having 2 kids would be easier than 1. You guys just entertain yourselves for... I should just leave you here for a whole day. If you tried Terraria on the Get Fixed Boy seed, it's basically all the challenge seeds combined. Makes Master Mode harder. No. Okay. We're gonna read this the whole background thing. It's Lizzie Day, Senator Romney. Do I even want to click this?
The roses.
National Hot Dog Day. And, well, as you all know, today is National Hot Dog Day. And perhaps you also know that
chicken.
hot dog is my favorite meat.
Hello,
I
I'm
love
AI.
hot dogs.
What?
Rebooting. System rebooting.
I feel like that might be the most white trash thing. I don't think I've ever heard a sentence constructed
Thank you for the
like that in my
share.
entire life.
Live. Get
Hot
Queen
dog is my
Slane.
favorite
Hi, Zaza.
meat.
Guys, thank you all for the likes. I appreciate it. The roses.
I love them in buns. I love them outside of buns. I love them with baked beans. I just like hot dogs. It's the best, best meat there is, without question. So to all of you who, like me, are celebrating National Hot Dog Day, congratulations to you, and may there be many, many more hot dogs served in our wonderful land. Well, as you all know, today is buns. I love dogs. It's the best. So to hot dog can be.
Why not take a bite of your delicious hot dog?
So to
Donuts, yum! Where is this?
No spicy. No.
I'm hungry. Strawberries, yum! Ice cream, yum! Thank you so much, Diego, for subscribing. I love you. By the way, guys, Cherryfish TV on IG. Sure to check it out. Cute! I'm hungry. Cute! We got there! Okay, so if you guys want me to stay, get me to 120,000 likes and I'll stay. Ice cream, yum! Rose, yum! Oh, wow. Stacy, I love you. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Rose, yum! Donuts, yum!
I'm reading through. Ugh. Just reading through like some of Molina's messages to Sneeko. It's like, like if Sneeko was actually trying to fuck, these are like painful messages. It's just so funny reading it versus like how I don't want to like spend any more time on this here shit, but like I'm just like through some of her messages to him. Like it would be fun to hang out with you too. I think we could be really good friends, like an actual guy friend who's cool and just a friend. LOL. Like. Like little bro. Yeah. Oh no. Oh. Which, by the way, to be clear at the time, I am pretty sure he was cool with. He's just trying to rewrite the whole, like, Molina wants to fuck me because he's trying to look alpha or whatever. Was that his message? Oh, that was Molina's message to him. God, he's such a fucking loser.
Spotted straight away.
Now he's seen it.
Not even a
pointing.
loser. But
Headphones coming out.
Beta.
Demon see
A
it as well.
beta loser.
Hand up 3 times.
The thing is as well,
sorry to interrupt, Rachel, is that Mark is also trying to still do his job of taking a penalty shootout when knowing that that's there.
Steps up from the spot, and it's saved again! Manu! No.
Okay, we can do this. We can make it through this.
Mbappe to go 2-0. Save!
So this is FIFA Grand
with the
Finals.
78 viewers. I love your content. I watch you every single day.
They go through the Grand Finals through both games all the way to PKs. The PKs are then broadcast on LAN on the big screen, and you can see the controllers on screen. So clearly Mark is upset, waves his hand to say, hey, can you correct this? And apparently once you actually notify admins, there's games all the way to PKs. The PKs are then broadcast on LAN on the big screen, and you can see the controllers on screen. So clearly Mark is upset, waves his hand to say, hey, can you correct this? And apparently once you actually notify admins they're supposed to, they didn't. So this is a $150,000 call that it costs one player, not the other. And it just sucks because it taints both sides, even taints the victory for Manu.
Extra time finishes. He now knows
so
it's
that's where Mark spotted straight away.
Now he's seen it. He's pointing. Headphones coming out. Demon's seen it as well. Hand up 3 times.
The thing is as well, sorry to interrupt, Rachel, is that Mark is also trying to still do his job of taking a penalty shootout when knowing that that's there.
Steps up from the spot, and it's saved again! Manu! No. Mbappe to go 2-0. Saved!
So this is FIFA Grand Finals. It's 2 legs. So they pretty much play 2 games, aggregate score. The score continues on. They go through the Grand Finals through both games all the way to PKs. The PKs are then broadcast on LAN on the big screen, and you can see the controllers on screen. So clearly Mark is upset, waves his hand to say, hey, can you correct this? And apparently once you actually notify admins they're supposed to, they didn't. So this is a $150,000 call that it costs one player, not the other. And it just sucks because it taints both sides, even taints the victory for Manu.
Jesus.
Охуеть! Вот это съем!
Okay. All right. Let's go.
Бля!
Okay, let's do
Охуеть! Вот это
okay,
съем!
60 seconds of meditation. Okay. Okay. Countdown. Wait. Let's just do some Sigma affirmations, okay? This is how we meditate.
This is Alex from Mindful.
Okay. Countdown. 2 minutes of Sigma affirmations, okay? And then we're going to be ready to read this article, okay? Okay, everybody, close your eyes, okay? Okay.
Waves Studio. Sigma males have a unique set of skills and qualities that set them apart within the social hierarchy. In many ways, they are the most interesting and attractive types of men. Mysterious, introverted, intelligent, and charismatic in unpredictable ways. Follow along with my Sigma male affirmations to absorb these strengths, understand your Sigma self, and win as your own unique person.
Screen wrap up.
Let's begin.
5 seconds, and then I'll give Mr. Mafume additional time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shapley, you started an investigation into Hunter Biden, codenamed Sportsman, which opened in November of 2018. It was an offshoot of an investigation the IRS was conducting into a foreign-based amateur online pornography platform. This is evidence of Hunter Biden making sex. Excuse me, this is my time. Making pornography.
Should we be displaying this, Mr. Chairman, in the committee? Get a lady's time. I will let Ms. Green wrap up.
I can walk across a savanna full of packs of hyenas without a moment of doubt or hesitation.
Absolutely true.
you for the
I'm
heart.
in competition with my previous self.
Cowboy!
Is it 2 minutes yet? Oh my god.
Thank you for the roses, man.
Sorry, hold on.
Hi, love you.
40 seconds on the clock. Okay, we almost.
Thank you for the roses. Hi, love you, humongous. Ha! Thank you for the cowboy.
2 minutes. We should start with 1 minute. Okay.
I look cool. Chicken, chicken, hurt, hurt. Chicken, chicken,
I am dominant.
hurt, hurt. Good afternoon, everybody.
My life philosophy
Stop
is
the
airtight,
cat.
and I'm impervious to
Ooh,
negativity.
Dinosaur. Oh, hurt, hurt. Thank you for the roses. Happy
My beliefs are
birthday,
rock solid,
cowboy.
and I'm untouched by manipulation.
Thank you for the heart.
My advanced intelligence can be used like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
What a great thing to end on. Okay, wait. Are there like beta male and alpha male affirmations? Is it the same guy?
Want to into your most alpha state. Start.
Are there beta male affirmations? Why are there no beta male affirmations? Whatever. Oh, the sad thing is I read these messages. I think maybe Sneeko was trying to fuck Melina, because he keeps saying that he doesn't want to come if the other guy is there. Hold on, these are funny. I haven't seen these messages before. He said, I learned my lesson being the third wheel. Hold on, and then these are different ones. Oh, he says, if I come, ditch the friend. I don't feel like making more. Jesus. Oh, two guys, one girl. The dynamic is weird. Melina says, why? And he says, always is. She says, sounds like a guy problem. He says, right. The girl enjoys double the attention. Jesus. Oh, I just understood the learn my lesson being the third wheel thing too. Oh man. He is legitimately afraid of getting touched. Maybe. Okay, wait. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Let's fucking go. Early British political support was introduced to Jewish presence in region of Palestine based on geopolitical calculations. This support began in the early 1840s and was led by Lord Palmerston following the occupation of Syria and Palestine by separatist Ottoman governor Muhammad Ali of Egypt. Henry John Temple, 3rd Viscount Palmerston, was a British statesman who was twice Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in the mid-19th century. Palmerston dominated British foreign policy during the period of 1830 to 1865, when Britain stood at the height of its imperial power. He held office almost continuously from 1807 until his death in 1865. He began his parliamentary career as a Tory, defected to the Whigs in 1830, and became the first Prime Minister from the newly formed Liberal Party in 1880. He was highly popular with the British public. David Brown argues that an important part of Palmerston's appeal lay in his dynamism and vigor. Although if you were close to him, you could say vigor. So this was during the British occupation of Syria and Palestine. Oh, no, wait. The Ottoman
so I cancel my streaming
occupation of Syria and
subscription.
Palestine.
What do I do? Here's
Muhammad
the
Ali
answer.
of Egypt.
Neither the Writers Guild nor SAG-AFTRA is
French
calling for a
influence had
consumer
grown
boycott
in
right
Palestine
now.
and the
Instead,
wider Middle East, and its role as protector of the Catholic communities began to grow, just as Russian influence had grown as protector of the Eastern Orthodox in the same regions. This left Britain without a sphere of influence and thus a need to find or create their own regional protégés. These political considerations were supported by a sympathetic evangelical Christian sentiment towards the restoration of the Jews to Palestine among elements of the mid-19th century British political elite, most notably Lord Shaftesbury. Okay. It's kind of a goofy name. Anthony Ashley Cooper, 7th Earl of Shaftesbury, styled Lord Ashley from 1811 to 1851, was a British Tory politician, philanthropist, and social reformer. He was the eldest son of the 6th Earl of Shaftesbury and Lady Anne Spencer, daughter of the 4th Duke of Marlborough, cigarettes, and elder brother of Henry Ashley MP, a social reformer who was called the Poor Man's Earl. He campaigned for better work conditions, reformed lunacy laws, I don't know what that is, education, and the limitation of child labor. He was also an early supporter of the Zionist movement and the YMCA, and a leading figure in the evangelical movement of the Church of England.